Chapter 1176 Vampire. The visit to the depot left a deep impression to Ves. As a writer, he had mainly been exposed to the works of secular mech designers. The Bright Republic, the Vesia Kingdom, the Renaud Republic, the Friday Coalition, and many parts of the frontier are all rooted in secular mech traditions. Ves explained to Kedis as they wandered through the dormant collection of Ylvanen mechs. "What do you mean by that?" she asked. "There is a very high emphasis among secular mech designers to prioritize function over form. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. A mech that performs better plainly enjoys more success. Most mech buyers don't care too much about how their mechs look like. At the very least, they aren't easily charmed by fancy-looking mechs if their specs are crap. A good-looking trash mech will perform like garbage in battle." Exactly. Good aesthetics can enhance the desirability of a good mech design, but it can't salvage a bad mech design. These customs have led to a rather plain and utilitarian-focused design style. There's a tendency among mech designers in the states I've mentioned to design their mechs to look functional. If a mech looks capable in a fight, then they can appeal better to mech buyers who value this quality. Kedis paused for a bit. That sounds like a self-reinforcing mechanism. A mech with good specs will look like it performs well. A mech that looks capable is expected to perform at that level. What about your own designs, Ves? Many of your mech designs look like they belong in a museum or a mech showroom rather than the battlefield. Humans love pretty things, he answered. A mech with an appealing appearance doesn't necessarily have to be associated with bad performance. It's just that it's not always worth it from a practical level. All the cosmetic additions makes it harder for the mech technicians to service and repair the fancy-looking machines. It's still worth it for you. Right. The benefit to adding a unique appearance to my mechs is that they influence both their mech pilots and their opponents to their favor. The mech pilots will feel better about their mechs and deliver a better performance. Their opponents will be affected as well. They'll be distracted from analyzing the combat prowess of the mechs. This was only the tip of the iceberg. A striking visual appearance helped the mech pilots of his product enter the right mood. The goal that Ves wanted to accomplish is to encourage his mech pilots to align their thoughts with the X factor of his mechs. Maybe Calabast had no inkling of Ves was really capable of, but he really appreciated the opportunity to design a mech for Ylvanens this time. The qualities the Ylvanens demanded of their mechs meshed really well with his strengths. The only issue that Ves faced was whether he could convey enough sincerity towards the Ylvanen faith in his design process. As a foreigner and a non-believer, the mech market should largely be skeptical of his attempts to copy the Ylvanen design style. Kedis didn't seem hopeful either. If you try to copy their style, won't they accuse you of being a poser? They haven't seen what I'm capable of yet. I think I can deliver a pleasant surprise to the Ylvanens if I have the time to design a fitting mech. The key was to impart the sincerity of the Ylvanen faith in his mech designs. As someone who couldn't bring himself to believe in any tenets of the faith, that should be a considerable challenge. Calabast already foresaw the problem. Her solution was to see if Ves could work together with a local mech designer. The idea had some merit, though Ves preferred exerting full creative control over the visual design of his mechs. Art was something deeply personal to him, and he did not wish for other mech designers to interfere with the meaning he tried to convey through his works. Nonetheless, Ves was willing to meet with the mech designers who were willing to work with a foreigner. Not many mech designers are willing to associate with a foreign mech designer, Leon admitted. Currently, there is a heavy stigma against collaborating with non-believers on a mech design. It has taken Madame Cecily a lot of effort to invite some mech designers who are willing to blaze a trail. Some are still on their way to the Kesseling system. When they are all here, they will meet with you in secret so as to avoid attracting the attention of the attendants of Ylvain. Ves understood the difficulties an Elvanan mech designer faced if they proactively worked together with a non-believer. Even though the Kurin dynasty would likely do whatever they can to support these brave mech designers, the Poxco dynasty would also do their best to make their lives difficult once their inclinations became known. I will do my best to see whether they are compatible with my design project, Leon. I'm only willing to involve a single Elvanan mech designer. The project doesn't need more mech designers. Adding more will just add more confusion and will make it difficult to coordinate our efforts. Understood. We shall take your demands into account. Do you have any other questions? Can you tell me what the mech designers are like? They are largely young and less dogmatic. They strongly support the reform cause and are willing to stick their necks out as long as we provide enough incentives. That didn't sound very good to Ves. A suspicion crept up. What are their ranks? All 5 of the mech designers we've invited are apprentices. We have rejected the application of novices no matter how enthusiastic they are. While we've attempted to invite several open-minded journeymen, they have all rejected the offer. I see. These apprentices. None of them should have solid backing, right? Leon smiled sheepishly at Ves, as if he had been caught out. The Elvain Protectorate is a little more stringent in the amount of people who are allowed to study mech design. The independent apprentices who have enjoyed a measure of success up to this point are all capable mech designers. Nonetheless, the Elvanan mech market has been stagnant for a very long time, giving the smaller players very little room to grow and develop. Ves understood what was going on here. The apprentices who were desperate to accept an opportunity to collaborate with a foreign journeyman must be desperate for guidance. Even though he was just a de facto journeyman who advanced very recently, this status still elevated him far above the apprentices. Any advice or help he could provide over the course of the design project would be invaluable to their own progression. He figured that Calabas must have her own considerations for pushing these mech designers forward. Perhaps she wanted to nurture some mech designers in her camp in order to strengthen her grip on the Protectorate's mech market. Whatever the case, Ves was open to teaching an Elvanan some tricks as long as they went along well with each other. He had already mentored a pirate designer, so what was the harm in providing some guidance to an Elvanan? It was not as if Ves was teaching some valuable lessons to a Vesian mech designer. There's more to inviting the apprentices, right? Ves asked. Calabas would never do something simple. For these mech designers to step up and become a target to every attendant of Elvain out there is a pretty heavy price to pay. That is true. The truth is that Madame Cecily is hoping that your initial collaboration with one of our local mech designers will spark something more. I believe that Madame Cecily wishes to reveal the full details of her plan in person. I will look forward to hear what she has to say, Ves said mildly. His initial talk with Calabas mainly dealt with him getting around to accepting it. They hadn't gone over a lot of concrete details and plans for the short, medium, and long term as of yet. Ves needed more time to accept the new circumstances before he was ready to think ahead. That night, Ves had an opportunity to meet Calabas again. Versus left Lucky and everyone else behind at the guarded compound that Elvanans provided to them as their temporary home on Kesseling 8. While Leland quietly exited the compound and disappeared into Krent for some reason or another, Ves took a brief shuttle ride to the headquarters of the Office of Strategic Mech Management. There, the staff guided him to a lavish, isolated dining room. Ves immediately felt the interference in the air as Calabas already activated a signal jammer ahead of time. No one else except Ves and Calabas dined in the room. As each of them partook in the dishes that had already been delivered to their table, Ves brought up something important. How is our new partnership supposed to work? What do you mean by that, Ves? I can see how we can help each other out in the short term. You work on opening up the Protectorate for the LMC while I help boost your position in the Protectorate's power structure. That's simple enough for me to figure out. My question is what happens afterwards? Calabash sighed and paused in cutting her steak. It is already a strenuous effort for me to assist the LMC in strengthening its position in the Protectorate. In 10 or 20 years, I hope your company becomes one of the most prominent mech companies led by a journeyman in the Protectorate. While designing really good mechs goes a long way into strengthening the LMC's market position, if you want to make your gains permanent, you need a permanent presence within our borders. Ves frowned at that. What does this permanent presence entail? What I have in mind is a joint venture between the LMC and one of my holding companies. Both of us would invest an equal amount of money into a subsidiary that is equally owned by both companies. All the mechs designed by you and sold by the LMC will go through this subsidiary before they are sold on the Protectorate's mech market. A joint venture. Setting something like that up between him and Calabash was not a small decision. It required a lot of thought and consideration. I need to think over it, Ves guardedly replied. A joint venture is hard to do right and easy to screw up. Why do you want a joint venture anyway? It's easier to expand the presence of the LMC if it comes in an incarnation that is half owned by an Ilvanan. As long as you can present a local face to your business activities, the opposition to working with the LMC is much less severe. It's an ugly fact that many Ilvanans still won't be able to accept a mech designed by a foreigner. Ves tentatively nodded. I agree with that logic. A joint venture for the purpose of making my designs more appealing to the local market can help a lot in that regard. The main problem I have with this suggestion is where you will be taking it. Both of us will own the joint venture. While you say that you are willing to split our control of the entity, are you planning to do something more? Heh. You know me too well, Ves. Calabash smirked. The LMC is very much your company, and I have no intentions of meddling with your business. However, a woman like me has needs. While I've brought along a considerable amount of seed money to fund my initial ventures in my new position, that pool will run out eventually. If I want to set up a comprehensive network of informers and assist you in your endeavors, then I need a considerable stream of income. Ah. So it's about money. Yep. I'll be happy with half of the earnings the LMC makes in the Ilvain Protectorate. After all, I've been working hard to facilitate your business in this state. Don't you think I deserve some remuneration from my services? While Ves agreed with that sentiment, why did he feel like he was facing a money-draining vampire? Chapter 1177 Joint Venture. Calabash wanted to set up a joint venture owned by their own companies. The purpose of this joint venture was to manage the LMC's business in the Ilvain Protectorate. Unlike other states with more open economies like the Renaud Republic, the Ilvain Protectorate made it really difficult for foreign companies to do business. Selling 10 to 50 mechs a year did not arouse too much scrutiny, but beyond that more severe trade barriers kicked in. Higher tariffs, extra fees, longer inspections, stricter quality requirements, quotas and more all served to stop foreign companies from taking over the Ilvanan mech market. And those were just the legal trade barriers. Ves learned from his earlier tour throughout Krent that the Ilvanan attitude towards mechs constituted an unofficial trade barrier. The local culture favored a specific visual style that most foreign mechs lacked. If Ves wanted to design a mech that appealed to the Ilvanan mech market, then he needed to adapt his mech designs to local customs. Perhaps a time would come when the Ilvanans would be okay with piloting mechs with standard, non-religious visual themes. Ves estimated that it would take decades to get to that point. Right now, the market was just about to open up. Most Ilvanan mech pilots never touched a foreign mech design before. Those who piloted imported machines consisted of only a small proportion of mech pilots in the state. Therefore, not only did it make a lot of sense to adapt to local customs, but also operate through a local subsidiary. As the joint venture would be set up in the Protectorate, it was for all intents and purposes a local company. Through this legal construction, it was a lot easier for the Office of Strategic Mech Management to grant the company some important exemptions. The idea was that the joint venture imported the LMC's mechs from the Bright Republic and sold it to Ilvanian consumers under their brand name. Ves began to look beyond this instance. There were many states like the Ilvanian Protectorate that restricted their economies. While it was a hassle to do business in those places, the reduced competition meant that as long as the LMC got in, it could make a handsome profit. The need to establish subsidiaries and joint ventures owned by local partners would only increase in the future. While those daughter companies funneled a substantial share of earnings back to their local partners, the share of earnings received by the LMC would still be worth it as long as sales surpassed a certain volume. The LMC might see a need to set up more joint ventures like the one that Calabas proposed. If that was the case, then Ves wanted to adopt a standardized approach to doing business in this fashion. The most important burden for Ves was the need for local adaptation. The Ilvanians loved to make their mechs look like giant holy warriors of the Ilvanian faith, and none of his existing mechs matched these aesthetic requirements. If the LMC wanted to sell the Black Beak, Crystal Lord, and the new Aurora Titan models in the Protectorate mech market, then the company needed to change their outward appearances. Having studied the Ilvanian visual style, Ves possessed the confidence to emulate their works at the very least. It wouldn't take more than a week to restyle his existing mech designs. It wouldn't take much effort from him to do so for just 3 mech models. Yet what about the future? What if the LMC conducted business in a dozen states like the Ilvanian Protectorate? What if the LMC's mech catalog ballooned to 20 mech models? The amount of time Ves needed to spend on adapting all of his mech designs to the local customs of each difficult state would be immense. One of the most important lessons that several seniors imparted to Ves was that a mech designer's time was valuable. They should spend the bulk of their time designing new core mech designs. While there may be a need to design variants or adapt an existing mech design to local customs, it didn't require the attention of someone as overqualified as Ves. It was massively overkill for Ves to spend days or weeks of his precious time to adapt a mech design. Rather than do the work himself, why not delegate the responsibility to a locally born mech designer? They didn't need to be too skilled. They just needed to be immersed in the local culture and skilled in the changes that needed to be made. The proposal that Calabas put forward led Ves to consider all of these matters. If he wanted to use this approach to enter difficult foreign markets, then he needed to do it right the first time. As long as the joint venture was a success, the LMC could adopt the same model in other restricted markets. The main issue was the matter of control. Owning a joint venture with a local partner meant that the LMC needed to share power with someone else. It would be fine if they both agreed on a single direction, but what if their opinions differed? The second complication was that the joint venture needed to retain a local mech designer who could be trusted. It would not be good if the subsidiary hired a local mech designer and trained him or her at great expense only for them to resign a few years later. All of these matters concerned Ves greatly, but he knew he didn't have to manage all of these issues alone. Ves had already prepared the LMC for these kinds of occasions. Therefore, as soon as Calabas handed over a data pad containing all of the necessary contracts and other paperwork, Ves simply handed it over to Gavin once he returned to the guest compound. "What's this?" Gavin asked. "It's a set of documents for setting up a joint venture between the LMC and the Curran Development Holding Company. The CDHC is wholly owned by Madame Cecily, so the joint venture we plan to erect in the Protectorate is owned by me and her. The purpose of the joint venture is to serve as a channel for the LMC to export mechs to the Protectorate." Ves took the time to explain all of the reasoning behind the move. The only snag was that Gavin became a bit puzzled by how easily Ves agreed to Madame Cecily's proposal. How could Ves explain to him that Calabas wasn't a woman who accepted no for an answer? 50% is a bit much if you asked me. Considering all of the work you're doing, Madame Cecily is earning a disproportionate amount of money while not doing nearly as much. Also, isn't it a conflict of interest for the Director of Strategic Mech Management to profit off her own policy decisions? Ves smirked. This isn't the Bright Republic, Benny. The Kirin dynasty has a tight grip on the economy, and they can do whatever they want as long as they don't encroach on the interests of the other leading dynasties too much. What Madame Cecily is doing is not exactly proper but not unheard of for the Kirins. Some of the money she stands to earn will be funneled back to the Kirin dynasty, so they don't have much of an interest to set the matter straight. I'll send these files to the LMC so the lawyers and other experts can sink their teeth in them, Gavin asked as he skimmed through the documents. It doesn't mention a company name. How will you name the joint venture? Let's keep it simple. Just name it the Living Mech Ilvain Corporation or something. Ves shrugged. You're the boss. Ves could leave the bureaucracy and administration of the joint venture to the LMC. The only matter that he couldn't delegate was the design aspect. He needed to find a suitable Ilvanian mech designer to helm the LMYC and instruct them in how to adapt his mech designs under his supervision. He would be meeting some of the local mech designers soon enough. Hopefully, Ves found at least one of them to be acceptable enough to become a representative of the LMC. Starting a subsidiary in the protectorate that was owned by both a local and a foreign company could not be accomplished in a short amount of time. Calabast already warned Ves that it might take more than a month due to all of the approvals she needed to obtain from various different authorities. The only other event of note to Ves was that Leland returned to the compound late at night. The spy requested a private meeting with Ves to discuss his findings. Leland deployed his own signal jammer, forestalling Ves from telling the spy that Lucky had already blocked the listening devices built into the walls. I've been snooping around in Krent on my own, Leland said. I was probably followed for a good while, but I've been observing how the Ilvanians are really like outside of the prosperous parts of the city. I take it you did more than that during your solo exploration, Ves remarked with an expression that told Leland that he didn't buy into his story this time. Heh. Leland shrugged with a smile. All right. I did more than study the locals. I also picked up some information from some of our informers on the planet. Flashlight has informers on Kesseling 8? Everyone has eyes and ears everywhere. Just because the Protectorate likes to close their borders most of the time doesn't mean it's impossible to infiltrate their society. The Bright Republic is very interested in keeping tabs on the Ilvanians. So have you gathered any useful intel? Most of it isn't relevant to you, Leland stated. I can tell you a couple of things, though. From what I gather, there's trouble brewing in the Ilvanian mech industry. The traditionalist mech designers and the Poxco dynasty are both banding together to resist the entry of foreign mech designers like you. They've heard of your arrival and they are cooking up several plans to make you fail. Do you know anything more solid than that? Not for now. Leland shook his head. All of the decisions are being made at the higher levels. It's impossible to listen in on those discussions. Leland shook his head. I can make some guesses, though. A good way to discredit you is to challenge you to a design duel and have your work compete against the work of a traditionalist mech designer of the same rank. I see. I can see how that can be challenging. The key phrase here was a mech designer of the same rank. De facto journeymen like Ves were so rare that the Protectorate likely didn't have any in its entire history. Therefore, to present a legitimate design duel challenge, the traditionalists needed to present an apprentice or journeyman mech designer. Sending in a senior to challenge Ves was outright bullying and would never be taken seriously. Sending in an apprentice was seeking death. While Ves was merely a newly minted journeyman, it still meant he had fully matured in his ability to design mechs. The only other choice would be to send out a fellow journeyman to issue a challenge. On the surface, one journeyman challenging another journeyman should be a fair competition. Ves didn't think it would be so simple. If they were willing to be a little shameless, the traditionalists would probably send in an older and more experienced journeyman with at least half a century of design experience under his belt. On the surface, the design duel would still be between two mech designers of the same rank. If Ves refused such a challenge, the traditionalists would do their best to mock him for his cowardice and make it immensely more difficult for the LMC to find its footing in the protectorate mech market. Thank you for the heads up, Leland. Ves nodded in appreciation. I'm not afraid of an uphill challenge. Now that I know what's up, I can prepare ahead of time. That's not the extent of the measures the opposition plan to employ against you. I've heard rumors that there is something worse in store. While I haven't been able to verify this intel, there's a possibility that the Ves dynasty might make a move on you. What? Ves looked up at that. Hasn't the Ves dynasty been exterminated? I thought that Prophet Ves' descendants were all dead. Chapter 1178 True Believers. The real Ves dynasty has indeed been exterminated. Leland smirked. I'm not talking about the historical dynasty. I'm actually referring to the current incarnation of the Ves dynasty. Don't you think a state like the Ves Protectorate is a little too peaceful on the surface? Why do you think there is still an active mech market if everything is supposedly fine and dandy in the state? Ves frowned and thought about it for a moment. You mean the Ves dynasty is not a legitimate entity in the Protectorate? Correct. Guerrilla fronts riddled the Ves kingdom. The Bentheim liberation movement has haunted the Bright Republic for centuries. The Ves Protectorate is no exception. They're plagued by the existence of an organization that has unilaterally taken up the mantle of the Ves dynasty. If you ask an Ilvanan official, they prefer to call them the new Ves dynasty in order to disassociate the current one to the original one. So what is this new Ves dynasty fighting for that pisses off the rest of the Protectorate so much? It's a long story. Leland sighed and sat down. I'll keep it short as best I can. Basically, the new Ves dynasty purportedly claims leadership over the Ves faith, which also includes the state by extension. The three leading dynasties that are currently in charge were never meant to lead the Ilvanan faith. They originally rose to assist Prophet Ilvain and his descendants in managing the growing religion. Then the Prophet and his entire family got killed by states who felt increasingly threatened by his cult. Ves quickly said. I know this part of the story already. Well, you should know that while the old Ilvain dynasty has indeed become extinct, the Ilvanans managed to secure plenty of tissue samples of Prophet Ilvain and his many descendants. The Prophet was a very active father when he was alive. Samples of his hair, skin, and other biological material can be found all over the place. Combined with the tissue samples collected from his descendants, and you have a very complete and very extensive genetic data bank of the most pivotal figures in the Ilvanan faith. Ves could see how that could become a very huge problem. I see. Bringing the dead back to life in this fashion is very controversial, to say the least. The Kronins, Poxkos, and Kurins all collected plenty of tissue samples of the Prophet and much of his family line. They didn't do anything but store them in the vaults of their colony ships as they fled to the galactic rim. Once they settled down in the territory that would become their state, they finally had the time to consider what they should do with the genetic material. With the medical technology at hand, it's possible for them to birth a baby that possesses the exact same genes as the original founder. The question isn't whether they can, but whether they should. Is it right to revive their prophet? What a question. The elders of the three leading dynasties must have racked their heads over this issue for years. I take it they refused. It would go against the predictions and beliefs of Prophet Ilvain. Ves guessed. Correct. Everyone knows that a clone or a designer baby modeled after someone else would never grow up the same. Clones are defective from birth, while designer babies always turn out to be completely different individuals. None of the Ilvanans would be able to stand it. The clone of Prophet Ilvain turns out to be a moron. The Cronin, Poxco, and Kurin dynasties are probably unwilling to relinquish the power they obtained. Ves added. If the Ilvain dynasty ever returns to power, the other three dynasties are relegated to subordinates again. If I was an elder of those dynasties, I would probably hesitate to hand over power to a completely unknown entity. Leland nodded in agreement. That has played a role as well. There's one more reason why the survivors of the persecution haven't revived Ilvain's bloodline. Their doctrine won't allow such a matter to occur. It goes against their core beliefs. Ah, I see. Ves immediately understood once the spy mentioned that reason. The Ilvanans believe that those who die are reincarnated back into a different form of life. Some Ilvanans believe that Prophet Ilvain has already been reborn in another part of the galaxy and is busy expanding the faith there. Other Ilvanans believe that the Prophet has already ascended to godhood and is looking down on us all right now. If the surviving Ilvanans attempted to bring back Prophet Ilvain by crafting him a new body, then they would be profaning their very beliefs. Life after death was a very sacred matter, and it was not the role of mortals to interfere with this natural process. Leland sighed and crossed his arms. Obviously, the existence of the new Ilvain dynasty means that not everyone agreed with leaving the Prophet behind. There are extremists among the Ilvanans who worship the Prophet to a very great degree. They broke into the vaults, stole some of the Prophet's tissue samples, and cooked up a new Prophet Ilvain in their labs. Both of them grimaced. Ves looked disgusted. Is the new Prophet even a functioning human being? We don't know for sure, but probably not. In the early days, the new Ilvain dynasty kept producing new clones, but they never functioned very well. Eventually, they decided to conceive a designer baby that possesses the exact same genes as the Prophet. The baby was born from a devout mother and grew up naturally. You can imagine his upbringing is anything but normal. The baby would have grown up believing he was the second incarnation of Prophet Ilvain. That would certainly warp his personality when he became an adult. Is the new Prophet being used as a figurehead by the actual masterminds? For a long time, there have been several incarnations of the Prophet over the years, so this possibility is likely, Leland said. None of the prophets receive any life-prolonging treatments, and they also have a tendency to die faster than normal. They must have done something to displease the real masters behind the new Ilvain dynasty. All of that changed one day. An offshoot of the Ilvanan faith that believed in the supremacy of Prophet Ilvain would never allow his incarnations to suffer at the hands of others. Ves could already guess the sequence of events. The Prophet was not content to serve as a puppet and rebelled against his masters. Correct. By gathering a lot of support from the grassroots members of the cult, the latest incarnation of the Prophet succeeded in dethroning the old rulers of the new Ilvain dynasty. He's in charge of it up until this day. So how does the new Ilvain dynasty ties back to me? It sounds like they are very much opposed to the three leading dynasties. It's more complex than that. Leland hesitated. The trouble with extremist organizations like this is that they can find plenty of sympathizers from the local population. The real Prophet is a revered figure. Some Ilvanans are susceptible to manipulation that causes them to believe that the actual Prophet has come back to life to lead his flock once more. Just like the BLM back home. This was the same kind of problem that the Bright Republic faced with the Bentheim liberation movement. As long as local Bentheimers detested the central government of the Bright Republic, the BLM would always be able to recruit new sympathizers from their midst. While all three leading dynasties are opposed to the heretical existence of the true believers as they call themselves, there are some hardliners who are much less opposed to the return of Prophet Ilvain. The hardliners among the traditionalists are most sympathetic to the Forbidden Dynasty. The line between radicals and extremists is razor thin. All of this tied back into the threat VS faced. If some of the traditionalists are colluding with the true believers, then they can probably ask the latter for a favor. Considering their stances, they both have many reasons to oppose the reform agenda. My existence poses a threat to both their causes. We should make sure our security arrangements are adequate, Leland advised. That's a good idea. VS always took danger into account, but he figured it was only a remote threat during this business trip. Now that Leland believed that the true believers might make a move themselves, then he needed to be a lot more careful with his actions during his stay on Kesseling 8. The next morning, VS was scheduled to meet with the Cronin mech pilots who he needed to serve. He first paid a visit to Miss Cecily's office. Once there, he immediately broached the matter about the threat he faced. Calabast, why didn't you tell me about the new Ilvain dynasty? A mild frown appeared on her face. They are none of your concern. The Curan dynasty is highly opposed to the true believers. They're merely a fringe element in the protectorate. Leland painted a slightly different story on them. Supposedly, they have a lot of hidden support. That's what insurgent organization wants you to believe. When you are weak, pretend to be strong. The true believers have always puffed themselves up to make them seem bigger than they actually are. Their actual numbers are quite modest as they never managed to convey legitimacy to their fake prophet. I don't know. VS pursed his lips. It sounds dangerous to underestimate an enemy. If it makes you feel better, I can strengthen your guard detail. Are you happy now? He accepted this concession. Even if Calabast was right, he still wanted some assurances. Aside from enjoying the protection of the avatars of myth he brought along this trip, the protectors of the faith also assigned some mechs and men to keep him safe. All of this was more than adequate enough to guard an average journeyman, but even that wasn't enough for VS. All right, I'll hold you to your promise, he said. I'm ready to meet with the 6 young mech pilots. Good. We'll be taking a trip underground. All of our mechs and mech pilots are stationed underneath the headquarters. They exited Calabast's office where Keddies and Lucky both joined him again. Right now, Gavin was back at the compound coordinating the effort to set up a joint venture. Leland begged off another visit in favor of diving into the city of Krent on his own again. Surrounded by guards, they all rode an elevator downwards. Once there, they entered a very wide underground corridor with enough space for several mechs to walk alongside each other. There, they passed through several human and mech-sized doors. Due to the contentious nature of our work, it's necessary for the protectors of the faith to ensure our safety, Calabast explained in her identity as Madame Cecily. She looked and acted completely different from her actual persona. The Cronins have dispatched 60 mechs and mech pilots so far, split between land-bound, aerial and space-borne mechs. 6 more land-bound mech pilots have joined recently after I made some agreements with the Cronins. They're different than others. They must be. Hero mechs can't be piloted by regular mech pilots, VS remarked. After crossing halfway through the huge underground corridors, they entered a training hall where a small number of mech pilots were exercising their bodies. Director Curin! The mech pilots present immediately came to attention. Calabast waved at them to resume what they were doing and moved forward. They entered a smaller chamber where 6 mech pilots already climbed out of their simulator pods. Director! Here they are, VS. Madame Cecily gestured her arm at the 6. These are the mech pilots who will be piloting the mechs I commissioned. Are they to your satisfaction? VS scrutinized the 6 mech pilots. They consisted of a mix of men and women who had all shaved their hair to buzz cuts. That, along with their austere Cronin piloting suits, lent them a very disciplined air. They reminded him of the young Larkinson mech pilots in their devotion to their training. They seem Adequate. I will have to see them in action before I can say anything more. Chapter 1179 Ascensionists. Ves already made a preliminary judgment about the 6 young Cronin mech pilots. When they all entered their simulator pods in order to demonstrate their performance in simulated battle scenarios, his initial impression only grew stronger. "These mech pilots are young elites," he remarked. "Their fundamentals are very strong." The simulated battles showcased their strengths and superior training. All 6 of them piloted generic hero mechs with a moderate degree of skill. While that didn't sound very impressive at first, it took a lot of effort to turn a hero mech into an asset rather than a liability on the battlefield. The skill floor of piloting such a complicated mech was so high that many mech pilots could outright forget about specializing in this mech type. The key here was that all 6 mech pilots didn't look any older than Ves Larkinson. All of them must have been recent graduates from Protectorate mech academies. While they lacked actual battle experience, they still had lots more room to grow, which made them incredibly valuable. The price to obtain these immature elites must be pretty high. There must be a story behind their addition to Calabast's bodyguard roster. "How did you get the Cronin dynasty to relinquish these mech pilots under your care?" Ves asked. "Won't they regret the decision? What stops them from calling them back?" "The Cronins won't do that." Madame Cecily mildly smiled. "The 6 elites are better off here than anywhere else. I'll make sure of that." "What gives you all of that confidence, madam?" "To understand that, you must understand the Cronin dynasty. The Cronins are called the Protectors of the Faith. The state military is also called the Protectors of the Faith. Do you know what this means? The entire Cronin dynasty is the state military. Your bright republic is very different in this regard. Your professional military accepts recruits from every family regardless of their background. Here in the Protectorate, each mech pilot in active service is a Cronin. In essence, the Protectors of the Faith is what happens when a notable military family like your Larkinsons has grown to such an immense size that it is capable of performing the role of your mech corps." What a frightening thought! The mech corps would look very different if every active mech pilot was a Larkinson. What about mech pilots who aren't Cronins? Those who emerge from the other dynasties are usually trained and retained by their own. Potentates who emerge from common roots are given the opportunity to become branch members of the Cronin dynasty, as long as they do their duties. This is a very powerful incentive because the Cronin name bestows a lot of privileges to the mech pilots and their immediate family members. What are the backgrounds of the 6 elites? They don't come from common stock, if that's what you're wondering. In fact, they are all offspring from the genuine line of Cronins. Their heritage afforded them much stricter training. Each of them has managed to keep up with the highest standard of training the Cronin dynasty offers to its mech cadets. All of them graduated from their mech academy with distinction. Ves knew that this was high praise. In the Bright Republic, even many Larkinson mech pilots struggled to graduate from the mech academies with distinction. The extra training they received from the Larkinson family wasn't entirely enough to turn them all into elites. So what's the problem? Ves wondered. The Protectors of the Faith must have their own elite mech regiments, right? Why haven't they jumped at these promising seeds? Their skills are more than enough to turn them valuable mech pilots. The problem is that the Protectors of the Faith imposes more demands than competence. To be a true Protector of the Faith, a Cronin must uphold the right beliefs. Ah. So this was the reason. Is it a big deal? Not to you, maybe. There are different interpretations of the Ilvainian faith. The attendants of Ilvain has done their best to propagate one standard interpretation, but differences of opinion always take place. There are some Ilvainans who emphasize different aspects of the faith over others. The 6 mech pilots assigned to me are guilty of adhering to the mortal ascension doctrine. What does that entail? In short, the Ascensionists believe that the time of ascension is not the only way to ascend to godhood and join Prophet Ilvain's side. They believe that it is possible for them to evolve step by step and ascend to Prophet Ilvain's height through their own efforts. This belief is particularly appealing to some Ilvainian mech pilots because they are convinced that advancing in rank is a surefire way to ascend. Both Ves and Kedis blinked at that. How far do they need to go until they reach Prophet Ilvain's level? Ves asked. God pilot! Impossible! Kedis burst out. Even I know that only 100 or so god pilots exist out of every mech pilot in existence. The chance of advancing all the way up to god pilot is a pipe dream. Just because it's nearly impossible doesn't mean the path is cut off entirely, young lady. Madame Cecily smiled at her. In truth, Prophet Ilvain's predictions and sayings aren't always very precise or specific on many matters. This has left some room open for a specific interpretation that literally sees god pilots as gods in human form. When you hear of the awe-inspiring powers they are able to wield, it is not a very outlandish comparison. Now that he thought about it, it did seem convenient when the best mech pilots in the galaxy were regarded as gods in human form. How do existing god pilots fit into this belief? None of them has said anything about meeting any transcended prophets. The Ascensionists state that god pilots who aren't converted to the Ilvainian faith aren't worthy to receive a visit from the prophet. While their achievements are admirable and serve as an example to every human mech pilot, they are ignorant of the meaning behind their ascension. They are full of power but blind to the actual truth, at least if you ask an Ascensionist. What a bold thing to say about god pilots. Both Ves and Kedis looked shocked that the Ascensionists dared to describe the great god pilots of the human race as blind and ignorant. So why does the Cronin dynasty opposes this doctrine? Is it because it disrespects existing god pilots? We Ilvainians don't care about that. Madame Cecily shook her head. It's merely that most of us can't stomach the thought of being able to ascend to godhood before the arrival of the time of ascension. The most accepted interpretation of Prophet Ilvain's prediction is that every human, alien, plant and other living entity will join his side at the appointed time. Ilvainians who are eager to take a shortcut and ascend ahead of this fateful time are considered presumptuous. So they aren't heretics? As I've mentioned, Ves, there are many interpretations of the Ilvainian faith. The attendants of Ilvain has done their best to stamp out the most radical ones, but the more harmless and inconsequential ones like the mortal ascension doctrine are allowed to exist. All these religious offshoots were already giving Ves a headache. First, he learned about the existence of the extremist new Ilvain dynasty. Now, he learned that the mech pilots he needed to supply with his hero mechs were also radicals. While the mortal ascension doctrine sounded harmless, they were nonetheless too weird to be accepted by the Cronin dynasty. While they were still protectors of the faith, to be assigned as a bodyguard of the Kurins was effectively a form of exile. With the proficiency these young elites displayed, they should have been shoo-ins for prestigious elite mech regiments. Instead, they had been assigned to dead-end postings as mere bodyguards. In this capacity, there were few opportunities to promote up the hierarchy of the protectors of the faith. Is there anything else that I need to know about the Ascensionists? It's important for me to get a good understanding of who they are if I want to design the right mechs. A short silence ensued as Calabas studied the simulated battle footage. The Ascensionists is a fringe belief among the protectors of the faith. Those who believe in the doctrine are all devout, but a bit more open to change than usual. What's important to them is that they don't want to pilot a mech that is completely designed by non-believers. That's why I insist that you collaborate with at least one local mech designer. You will never get these 6 to pilot your mechs if they don't perceive any sincerity towards the Ilvainian faith in your mech designs. Ves nodded in understanding. I have already taken that into consideration. Please be assured that the hero mechs I designed for them will meet their practical as well as their spiritual needs. His remark earned a peculiar glance from Kedis, but she declined to say anything. Instead, she went back to stroking Lucky's body, who was resting in her comfortable grasp. Unlike his fellow mech designer, Calabast missed the double meaning in his latest remark. I expect you to do your utmost in pleasing these 6 young ascensionists. Their standards are higher, and they are not shy about their willingness to refuse a good mech if they believe it will not help them in their path to ascension. Remember, this commission partially serves as a test run to see if you are capable of meeting the needs of the Ovanan mech market. That meant that as long as Ves could prove he could please these discerning customers, his other mechs should be more than acceptable to the Ovanan mech market. The intention of Calabast was clear. The commission she issued to the LMC was both a test and a training opportunity to him. Not only would he be able to see whether he possessed the ability to meet the needs of Ovanan mech pilots, but he could also work with some of them closely during the design process. Don't worry, Madame Cecily. I appreciate the opportunity to prove myself. Even if I am not an Ovanan, I think I can make a lot of contributions to the local mech market. Half of what Ves and Calabast said to each other was pure theater. Madame Cecily's staff and bodyguards all appeared to be genuine retainers of the Curan dynasty rather than her own plants. They owed their loyalty to the Curan dynasty and Madame Cecily Curan rather than a shady foreign spy. Keddies couldn't help but comment on the 6 mech pilots. You know, the way they fight reminds me a little of the sword maidens who earned the right to pilot the Silver Valencias. They aren't just good, but they also fight like they are driven by a mission. Now that she mentioned it, Ves noted this detail as well. Many mech pilots had the unfortunate tendency to pull back the throttle during simulation battles. They weren't piloting real mechs and their lives were never at risk. Even those who wanted to show off would always hold back to some extent. Not these mech pilots. The Ascensionists fought as hard as the most motivated and passionate mech pilots he had witnessed among the Vandals and Sword Maidens. It was as if they treated the simulation battles as genuine life and death struggles. Those who convert to the mortal Ascensionist doctrine are all high performers among the protectors of the faith, Calabast added. It takes a lot of confidence for mech pilots to believe they have a chance to advance to God pilot. This is why the Ascensionists have always numbered very little. The Cronins are only annoyed at them because this small but persistent belief has corrupted several promising mech pilots over the years. The fervor exhibited by the Ascensionist mech pilots prompted Ves to recall another force besides the Vandals and Sword Maidens. The Ascensionists reminded him of the worshippers of Hadamak. Chapter 11 80 Monotonous Lives. Ves spent some time to talk to the 6 Cronin mech pilots after they displayed their prowess in the simulation battles. Overall, they didn't have much to talk about. The elite mech pilots devoted much of their lives to piloting mechs and the Ovanan faith. While Ves became impressed by their quiet intensity and their religious fervor, he found them to be rather bland aside from their narrow interests. Describing them as warrior monks seemed apartment. They didn't really have a life outside of their devotion to serving in the protectors of the faith. Even if they had become the black sheep of the Cronin dynasty, they still had faith in their mission. One of them was slightly different. While the other 5 Cronins showed evident dislike at interacting with a foreigner who didn't share their beliefs, one young man looked at Ves with a disturbing amount of intensity. What's your name? Ves asked. Ton Melon, sir, the Cronin said with respect. You don't appear to be as reticent as the others. Why so? I've seen copies of your mechs before during my prior assignment, Ton said. The Black Beak, was it? The moment I laid eyes on them, the desire to pilot them sparked within me. Despite not looking anything like an Ovanan mech, I wanted to pilot it more than any other machine. That caused his other 5 colleagues to look askance at Ton. Obviously, his lack of xenophobia didn't entirely sit well with the rest. Ves gestured to himself. You're not disturbed that I'm a foreigner? What's there to be afraid of? We are all destined to transcend in the end. Whether you're an Ilvanan or not, we will all become brothers and sisters in the end. One of the other mech pilots looked irked. Tan, I think your interpretation of Ilvain's predictions is a little too generous. Tan didn't pay any mind to the criticism. Mild arguments over their beliefs happened all the time. Regardless of whether Mr. Larkinson is a foreigner or not, his mechs are something else. Haven't you heard about what happened during the introduction of his Aurora Titan model? All of them fell silent for a bit. While the Ilvain Protectorate generally didn't pay too much attention to affairs in other states, the advancement of both Ves and Janzi Larkinson was too explosive. News of this remarkable event spread to neighboring states, arousing the interests of many mech insiders. Think of what he can do for us now that he's designing a mech for us. Tan continued. Mr. Larkinson has proven he can design a mech that can help someone advance. Piloting his mechs is our greatest chance to take a step forward on the road to ascension. During this interaction, Ves glanced at Calabast in her Ilvanan persona. She met his gaze and nodded. My mech pilots wouldn't have worked with you at all if not for your recent stunt. They'll grumble a bit, but they can set aside their aversion to foreigners if they can pilot a mech that is just as good as the Aurora Titan. Do you think it's easy to design a mech like the Aurora Titan, madam? Ves quickly replied. I collaborated with an esteemed senior on that design. While I've advanced to journeyman now, the conditions that allow me to design a machine as good as the Aurora Titan aren't present. Just do the best you can. These mech pilots all believe you can recreate the magic of your previous design. It seemed that ever since the Aurora Titan made a splash in the news, Ves became known as the mech designer who could help mech pilots enter the realm of expert pilots. He quietly scoffed. How could it be so easy to advance? So many mech pilots struggled all their lives to shed their mundane existences, but only a tiny fraction ever succeeded. Having a good mech might help a bit, but it mostly depended on the mech pilots themselves to break through their mortal shackles. Curious, Ves employed his spiritual vision to take a quick peek at the 6 mech pilots. As expected, none of them possessed any significant amount of spiritual energy. While their minds were a lot more disciplined and focused than other mech pilots, there really wasn't a lot of diversity in thought and emotion. Ves observed this kind of condition in many elite mech pilots. Even the Sword Maidens suffered from this problem. Despite their harsh training and discipline that should have been conducive to forming a coherent force of will, the spiritual energy simply wasn't there to fuel the process. In contrast, the Larkinson family didn't train their mech pilots nearly as harshly, yet still managed to produce a couple of expert pilots in every generation. He developed a hypothesis behind this difference. To form a force of will, a strong and disciplined mind wasn't enough. What was the meaning of life if your entire life revolved around service? All these elite mech pilots completely devoted their lives to their jobs, to the detriment of everything else. They didn't make any friends outside of their own circle, and they neglected their families in their pursuit of advancement. They had no hobbies to speak of, and their existence was completely negligible aside from their profession. Their monotonous living pattern made them no different from bots in human form. While Ves still had no explanation of what spiritual energy actually consisted of, he began to develop an inkling that it possessed an intricate relationship to life. Ves sensed many people with his spiritual senses. Very few possess spiritual energy in significant quantities. Therefore, he wasn't sure about the strength of his hypothesis. There might be a possibility that an elite mech pilot who did nothing else still managed to advance. In any case, while Ves did not sense any significant spiritual energy from Tan and the other mech pilots right now, it might be different in the future. They also didn't necessarily have to rely on spiritual energy generated from themselves to form a force of will, as Eloise Pelican's case had already proved. When V.S., Madame Cecily, and the rest bid goodbye to the mech pilots and moved away, he couldn't help but make a remark. "You should give the young mech pilots a break every now and then?" Calabash raised an eyebrow. It's not good for mech pilots to spend all of their waking moments in a cockpit, simulator pod, or training hall. They already go out frequently. Like any devout Ovanan, they regularly attend the services at the nearest church. That's not good enough. V.S. shook his head. Take it as an advice from a Larkinson. A well-rounded mech pilot needs to have more in their lives than their jobs and their faith. It's not in my purview to manage the lives of the protectors of the faith. They have their own chain of command. Even if they are assigned to protect me, they are not obliged to follow my orders. Calabash sighed. Although she wielded a considerable amount of authority in her cover identity, her ability to act directly was no longer as strong as before. V.S. still cared a bit about this issue, though. Then take up the suggestion to their commanders. Elite mech pilots or not, you are doing your bodyguards a disservice by letting them keep to themselves. Is this the wisdom of the Larkinsons? Walking alongside V.S., Keddies couldn't help but say her own piece. If their jobs and their faith is all they live for, what happens if both are taken away from them one day? There would be nothing left, V.S. said. This gave them all a lot of food for thought. Eventually, they reached the ground floor of the headquarters. The mech designers we've invited will arrive in 2 days, Calabash said. I hope you find at least one of them acceptable enough to work with. While none of them are exceptional mech designers, their willingness to cooperate is very high. We'll see, V.S. said without commitment. He had his own bottom line. Is there anything else to do for me in the next 2 days while we wait for their arrival? Calabash thought for a moment. I will dispatch Leon to you to take you to a service at the Grand Church tomorrow. Our faith is central to our identity. You need to develop a good understanding of our faith if you want to design mechs that appeal to our people. I appreciate the opportunity, V.S. replied. He couldn't reconcile the Calabash he knew with the mild and pious image of Madame Cecily. V.S. and the rest took a guarded shuttle ride back to their temporary compound. Once there, Leland awaited his arrival with a grim face. Someone has run through our luggage while we were gone, he said the moment V.S. arrived. That caused V.S. to look up in alarm. What? But there are guards. Well, someone managed to sneak past them anyway. The intruder managed to bypass the security systems as well, and not through simple jamming. Whoever infiltrated the compound either made use of a backdoor or a very advanced hacking system. This meant that whoever snuck inside the compound and inspected their personal belongings must have been dispatched by a powerful organization. A question quickly popped into mind. How did you find out? If the intruder is so sophisticated, then they wouldn't have left any tracks behind. You're correct. The precautions I left behind have all been subverted. Leland shook his head in disappointment. The only reason why the guards noticed something amiss was when a scuffle of sorts seemed to break out in one of our rooms. As best as we can tell, our intruder bumped into another intruder and erupted into hostilities. V.S. blinked in astonishment. So there's another? And they aren't friendly to each other? There are many different powers in the Ovane Protectorate who don't like us, Leland stated. Some of them don't get along with each other either. The only problem for us is that the intruders quickly left after exchanging some blows. They didn't leave any clues behind that could help us figure out their allegiances. It could have been the Poxcos. It could have been the True Believers. It could have been the traditionalist mech designers. Any manner of interest groups could have infiltrated their compound. This unexpected development made V.S. believe that further trouble was afoot. The nature of the threat was so serious that V.S. held a private meeting with Melker. After VS explained some of the dangerous undercurrents he learned these past few days, Melker didn't seem pleased. Why can't you be normal for once, VS? I thought this business trip to the Ilvain Protectorate was supposed to be a working vacation. VS tiredly rubbed his face. I underestimated the extent of political tension in the Protectorate. I thought that since everyone here shares the same faith, that they would all get along with each other. The truth is much less optimistic than I thought. The political conflicts in the Ilvain Protectorate wasn't any different from the Bright Republic. In fact, the insertion of faith polarized the differences even more. Melker patted his cousin's back. It's not that bad. You're surrounded by a considerable amount of protectors of the faith. The Kurin dynasty seems to be sincere in wanting to cooperate with you. With that many mechs and troops following you around, nobody should have any ideas about attacking you directly. That was true. Even if someone ran through their luggage, what could they do? It was just a bunch of clothes and other miscellaneous possessions. The most important gear, such as the custom suits of armor bought from Rennie's outfitters, were stowed on Melker's personal crystal lords so that they would always be within reach to their owners. They continued to discuss some matters about their security arrangements, but there was very little they could do. Melker already brought all the avatars of myth that he could spare. Aside from hiring mercenaries, there was little they could do to bolster their protection. Chapter 1181 Lonely Here. VS decided against hiring mercenaries or private security guards. Not only would their presence disturb the protectors of the faith, he also didn't know who to trust. So far, his business trip to the Ilvain Protectorate increased his sense of isolation. Despite staying in a bustling capital city of a moderately industrious planet, VS felt very much alone, with only the companions he brought with him keeping him company. The Ilvainans were not as friendly and open to foreigners as the Rienaldans. Not a lot of foreigners visited the Protectorate, so the locals here didn't have much experience in dealing with people who didn't share their culture and beliefs. It was easy for people like VS to feel detached from the locals due to all of the barriers in the way. VS had no idea why Calabas wanted him to treat the Ilvain Protectorate as his second home when he was so different from the average Ilvainan citizen. Just the differences in beliefs estranged him from Ilvainan society. When VS described some of his concerns over dinner at the compound later in the evening, Kedis snorted. You have us, right? You're never alone, VS. Who cares what the Ilvainans think about us? It's their business if they don't like us. As long as they don't come up to us and punch us in our faces, they can think whatever they want. Maybe I'm being a bit too melodramatic, VS admitted. It's just that the culture shock is just beginning to dawn on me. It's incredibly awkward for us to be surrounded by Ilvainan believers while sharing none of their beliefs. It's like our presence is staining their perfect little paradise. Gavin spoke up. It's normal to feel this way. It takes a special kind of person to feel at ease in a completely foreign environment. The Ilvainans haven't been very welcome to outsiders like us as well. The Ilvain Protectorate consisted of a bubble that protected the local citizens from a galaxy that was largely hostile to their beliefs. Yet their isolation also coddled them, causing the Ilvainans to become unable to show much grace and hospitality to foreigners. The problem was so extensive that VS began to have second thoughts about furthering his business in this state. He asked a deep question. Do you think the Ilvainans deserve the opportunity to purchase our products? Everyone in the dining room fell silent. Melker, Chet, and Rode didn't have much to say, since they were only mech pilots. When VS looked at Kedis, she spent more time on rubbing Lucky's back while he munched on a small bowl of exotics than thinking over his words. I still don't know why you're making such a big fuss about it, she said as she perceived his stare. The galaxy is a big and weird place. Even if most humans look the same, they're completely different underneath their skin. As long as you have a comrade by your side, no amount of adversity can break you. Her words came out right from her heart at the end. How could she forget about the harrowing experiences on Aeon Corona 7 and the Deep Frontier? They had jumped straight into one of the most perilous places in the Ferris Star region but managed to keep up their spirits because they enjoyed the company of fallow vandals and sword maidens. A small realization dawned upon him. You're right. Having friends and family alongside me is like carrying a piece of home with me. As long as we all enjoy each other's company, we will never become engulfed by this foreign environment. He spoke this not for himself, but for all of them. Ves shouldn't be the only person present here who felt unwelcome in the midst of the Ovanans. The locals couldn't be blamed for their cold and uncertain attitudes towards foreigners. Once the Protectorate began to open up its borders, their attitudes would likely shift as they came more and more in touch with visitors from other states. Speaking of loneliness, when will you get a girlfriend, Ves? Melker asked, interrupting the comfortable silence. Ves almost spurted out a mouthful of tea. That's none of your business. On the contrary, it's everyone's business, the Avatar commander retorted. You're one of the most pivotal members of the Larkinson family right now. Even if you don't spend much time at the Larkinson compound, everything you do reflects back on our family and your business. Some of the elders of the family even contacted me and asked whether you'll be getting married soon. It made sense that the Larkinsons paid attention to his love life. The family always placed a lot of attention on relationships, especially after a war. This was the perfect time for a Larkinson to settle down and have kids. To Ves, the issue of marriage became especially pertinent. The continuity of the LMC after his death or retirement depended heavily on whether he could raise a competent successor. While it wouldn't be too difficult for him to find an external successor to take over the LMC, the Larkinsons did not want to hand over their crown jewel to someone outside of the family. It would be best if his children or another Larkinson mech designer could take over the business after Ves moved on. Even if such an event wouldn't take place for a century or more, the Larkinsons were already starting to grow concerned. Gavin's mouth curled into a sly grin. With your status and fame, you can get almost any girl you want, you know. Shut up, Benny. During the discussion, Kitty's bent down her head and held Lucky closer to her body. Whatever her thoughts on the issue, she didn't wish to draw any attention for now. Look, what are you waiting for, Ves? The war is over and you're a free man. Even if you are busy with your work, that doesn't mean you should neglect your other responsibilities. It is the duty of every man to find a partner for life. The company's motto took a different meaning at this moment. I don't see you hanging around with girls, Melker. That's because I'm still young. I'm just as old as you. If you can take your time, so can I. My lifespan is almost 200 years. I can afford to wait. That's no reason for you to wait. I'm different than you, Ves. The Larkinsons don't care about my descendants. You're different because the family expects at least one of your kids to take over what you've started. I can train other Larkinsons into competent mech designers. Ves compromised. I'm open to the possibility as long as they do well in their studies. Melker shook his head. The surface of his visor glinted in the light of the dining room. That's not the same and you know it. The amount of attention you put into training other Larkinson mech designers will never match the effort you put into raising your own children into following your footsteps. Also, you're the only Larkinson who has broken the mold. As the first exceptional Larkinson mech designer, the Larkinson elders back at Rittersburg expect that your kids will all inherit at least some of your talent in mech design. There was no such thing as that to Ves. He attributed most of his initial success to the Mech Designer System. Even though he transformed his body many times, which turned his genes into something exceptional, the question whether he still retained the ability to conceive children remained a mystery. One of the downsides to extensive genetic modification was that many people lost the ability to conceive children naturally. Only through the help of geneticists and other specialists would they be able to have children. Ves coughed. I'm too busy with my career right now to look for a girlfriend. That's rich, coming from you. Melker snorted. Didn't you just tell Madame Cecily that her bodyguards should live their lives? The same applies to you. What's the meaning of chasing after wealth and power when you don't have anyone to share them with? If you take away your company and your mech design abilities, is there anything left? That question completely stumped Ves. Although he had led a more diverse life than just designing mechs, he couldn't help but admit that his life revolved around it. He didn't have a hobby worth mentioning, and he didn't really have any close friends and family he could share his joys with aside from maybe Keddies and Lucky. Having realized the significance of living a full life, Ves could no longer deny that he was very negligent in diversifying his life. The reason why he still possessed a strong degree of spirituality despite his one-dimensional life was due to other reasons. Perhaps his mother imparted her strength in this area to him when he was born. Perhaps the system induced a change in him. Perhaps the heavenly flower he ate during the graining mission kickstarted its explosive growth. Yet all of those possible reasons entailed growth through external means. Rather than continue to rely on outside factors, Ves would be much better served if he could grow his spirituality through his own efforts. The key to that would be to follow his own advice and live a more multifaceted life. Ves tiredly released a breath. All right. Maybe it's about time for me to find a girlfriend. Now is not the time, though. We're far away from home and surrounded by Ilvanans. Who knows if you fall in love with an Ilvanan? Some of them are quite attractive. Gavin teased. For example, isn't Madame Cecily a big fan of you? She's quite pretty and she's very high birth. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Ves stared daggers at Gavin. Please don't sully our employer. There's nothing going on between us. The thought of hooking up with someone as shady as Calabas simply didn't register in his mind. While she looked gorgeous, that didn't mean much since almost every woman underwent a couple of procedures to make them look better. Finding an ugly woman in modern society was as rare as finding an expert pilot among a crowd of mech pilots. On second thought, it will be hard to marry an Ilvanan without converting to their faith. Citizens of the Bright Republic grew up with a considerable predisposition against religion. Every secular state didn't look too kindly on religion. They had a strong interest in suppressing any interest towards religion because their spread threatened their sovereignty and identity. If the Bright Republic became more open to the Ilvanan faith, then what was there to stop the believers from merging the formerly secular state with the Ilvan Protectorate? The separation between state and church didn't exist. So what's your type, Ves? Melker asked. Are you into other mech designers? Ves shrugged, no longer willing to think so hard on this issue. It helps. I think the most important quality is trust. As long as I feel comfortable enough with someone to share my secrets, I can see myself sharing the rest of my life with such a person. What's the point of marriage if you can't trust your significant other? This was why he couldn't imagine marrying someone like Calabas despite all the advantages such a union offered. She was obviously an exceptional individual who was more than qualified to be a partner in his rise to prominence. Yet despite knowing more about Ves than any other person in the galaxy, he could never bring himself to open up his heart to her. Calabas was a very calculative woman who never stopped regarding Ves as a treasure to be milked. If Ves ever wanted to hook up with someone, she should at least be someone he could feel at ease. His eyes drew towards Keddies for a moment but didn't linger there. Why is love so complicated? He mused. It's because you can't design it like you design your mechs. You have to find it on your own. Chapter 1182 Church and State. The next day, Leon arrived at the compound to take Ves and his entourage to the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr. The purpose of this visit was to expose each of them to the Ilvanan faith. When they stepped out of the shuttle, they all admired the tall structure. Its architecture conveyed an immense amount of grandeur. While sculptures and depictions of Prophet Ilvain was all over the place, much of the facade featured another robed figure with a very characteristic long beard. "That's the Grey Martyr?" Kedis curiously asked as she adjusted her poofy beret on her head. "He sure looks like the part." Leon smiled generously. "The Grey Martyr is the oldest of the martyred followers. He was already old when Prophet Ilvain rose up in the galactic heartland. Before receiving the Prophet's enlightenment, he was just an ordinary man. Among the rest of the martyred followers, he is the least exceptional among them. He's older, less educated, and lived the most plainest life imaginable in that part of space." "What makes him so special then that he's revered as the Grey Martyr?" "Good question," Leon replied with a smile. "The Grey Martyr is a simple man who is blessed with a gift for teaching. It is not a secret that while our Prophet has made a lot of predictions, they are very difficult to comprehend. The Grey Martyr took it upon himself to compile the words of the Prophet and condense them into easily understandable pamphlets and books. The Ilvanan faith spread a lot faster among the commoners due to his vital efforts. Anyone who attempted to read the words of Prophet Ilvain would quickly descend into confusion. Much of what he said was dense and obscure at best, but no different from the sayings of a madman at worst. For someone to sift through this difficult material and translate them into plain words took a huge amount of effort. This Grey Martyr must have the patience of a god," Gavin remarked. Leon didn't take offense at the implied insult. "That is why many Ilvanans believe he is already standing by Prophet Ilvain's side. Each of the martyr has distinguished themselves in some way that has earned our admiration." The group attracted a lot of attention from the churchgoers who entered the Grand Church in order to attend the upcoming service. The mechs and armored security guards surrounding them couldn't be hidden. Ves spoke up while they were approaching a smaller side entrance into the church. "I heard that there's a cathedral in Krent that's even larger than this place. Why didn't you take us there?" "The cathedral is a magnificent place of worship," Leon replied with an admiring breath. "It's the best place to experience the splendor of our faith. However, you wouldn't learn as much there. The Grand Church of the Grey Martyr is devoted to understanding. Outsiders like you are best served by learning from the Grey Martyr first." That made sense. The Grey Martyr may not have been an exceptional person in life, but his simple outlook on life was of great help to Prophet Ilvain in spreading his teachings to the masses. Once they entered the church, they entered a tall and expansive hall of the Grand Church. Worshippers constantly entered from the main entrance and took their seats. The light was dim, and the hall was cast in shadow and darkness. Much of the interior was lit with traditional candles which weren't as luminous as modern lighting systems. The traditional-looking interior looked like something out of a history book. If not for some modern touches here and there, Ves might have mistaken this church from a relic of humanity's pre-space history. "You know, the style of this church reminds me of those of another faith," Ves remarked. Leon didn't deny the accusation hidden in those words. "We cannot deny that our architects have taken inspiration from other sources. We do not see that as something to be shameful about. They say that all space lanes leads to Terra. It is the same with the matter of our faith. All of us are connected by a common thread. Just because someone follows a different faith does not mean we should reject them as a fellow brother." Ves spotted a loophole in this convoluted argument. "What about the star worshippers?" "They are heretics who trample upon our most core beliefs," Leon replied vehemently. "The star faith is completely incompatible to us. They do not acknowledge the existence of any transcendent existences except for their supposed stellar gods. If you asked me, They are merely deifying immense balls of plasma in space. As amazing as it to contemplate the sheer might of stars, they are lifeless objects incapable of thought. To mistake them as gods and reject the time of ascension is the greatest affront to the Ilvanan faith. The heated emotion in Leon's voice startled Ves and the others. The Ilvanans really didn't like the star worshippers. The core tenets of their respective faiths couldn't be reconciled. The Ilvanans all believed that every form of life would one day receive the opportunity to transcend their mortal existence. Every human and alien was worthy of grace and redemption. The star worshippers possessed a very different outlook. They regarded the stellar gods as tyrannical existences that needed to be placated all the time. None of them ever dared to think that they could become equals to the stellar gods. The mere thought of it was blasphemy to the highest order. The inherent contradictions between their respective faiths exacerbated the tensions between the Ilvain Protectorate and the Star Faith Collective. This was the consequence of making the Church and the State one and the same. Because there was no distinction between the two, what could have been a harmless argument escalated in a conflict that already led to a considerable amount of deaths. The worst part about it was that there was no way for either states to back down. Both of them needed to prove their devotion to their faith by defending their principles to the death if necessary. This was why the reformers gained strength in recent times. If the Ilvain Protectorate wanted to compete against the Star Faith Collective, then they needed to loosen the shackles that restricted their economic and industrial might. Leon didn't take Ves and the others into the congregation of worshippers. Instead, he led them to a separate wing of the church that was served as a museum dedicated to the teachings of the Grey Martyr. Out of all the early followers of the Prophet, the Grey Martyr is the one who is most involved with spreading our faith. Much of his work forms the core of the most widely accepted interpretation. The attendants of Ilvain consider the Grey Martyr as one of their most important patrons due to this reason. Each of them explored the wing of the church on their own. Due to the impending church service, no other visitors were allowed at the moment. Ves went from display to display. Some of them held a rusted data pad or some scrap of carefully preserved fabric where the Grey Martyr scribbled his interpretations. Other displays held replicas of the gear worn by the Grey Martyr or scale models of the starships he traveled on. They also depicted what life was like before and during the First Calamity. The First Calamity is the most ruinous test that the Ilvanan faith has ever lived through, Leon said with sadness. Back when Prophet Ilvain was still alive, we never intended to harm anyone. We spread our faith in peace and without any intention of upsetting the existing order. Yet fate is cruel and twisted the hearts of the leaders of the states where the faith was present. They all banded together and struck at our followers, slaying our prophet, exterminating his dynasty and turning his closest followers into martyrs. Ves tried his best not to show his skepticism. The history he learned in school in the Bright Republic painted a very different picture. Supposedly, the Ilvanan faith was very aggressive in its expansion. They not only took in willing believers, but also applied a considerable amount of coercion. Prophet Ilvain was so insistent on expanding his faith that he wasn't afraid to offend the local powers. Unfortunately, no matter how many people he converted, it was hard for the prophet to withstand the military might of entire states. Faith alone wasn't enough to stop a laser beam from burning a hole through your head. What he learned in school basically told him that the Ilvanans had it coming. If they weren't stopped, they would have eventually grown so powerful that they could topple the secular governments of the states they operated in, and found a new religious state in their place. Of course, Leon probably hadn't been exposed to this less flattering version of the history of their faith. The First Calamity is the first great test of our faith. While Prophet Ilvain has regretfully separated from us, his teachings still live on. The Ilvanan faith has survived the First Calamity and the Great Flight to the Komodo Star Sector. Right now, we are in a period called the Long Recovery. While some believe that this period will last for a couple more centuries, Others believe that the second calamity is looming closer and closer. Ves garnered a guess of what that meant. Are you referring to your conflict with the Star Faith Collective? It is becoming increasingly clearer that the Ylvain Protectorate and the Star Faith Collective cannot tolerate each other's existence, Leon declared. Many Ylvainans fear that a war of annihilation is closer at hand than we like. This isn't like the cyclical wars your bright republic wages against the Ves kingdom every generation. The differences between us and the Star Worshippers are too great to contemplate peace. War is inevitable, and neither side will lay down their arms until the other side has fallen into ruin. Ves and some of the others nearby looked a little disturbed. The bright Ves wars were already bad enough. However, either side persisted after they exhausted their forces. It sounded as if this wouldn't be the case in the conflict between the Protectorate and the Collective. Once they began to fight, either side wanted to stop. The timing of this looming conflict couldn't be any worse. Just when the Bright Republic and the Ves Kingdom laid down their arms against each other in preparation for a greater threat, the two religious states were gearing themselves up for what looked like an extremely destructive war. Eventually, Ves shrugged. Even if the Ylvainans and the Star Worshippers were about to slaughter each other, the LMC could sell a lot of mechs during this conflict. While the state militaries played the leading roles, many private mech forces still contributed to the war effort in their own ways. The demand of mechs would continue to increase as the war became more heated. A glint appeared in his eyes. Selling his mechs to the Ylvain Protectorate would be very lucrative, in this case. If he managed to sell his mechs to the Star Faith Collective as well, he'd be able to rake in twice as much money. He quickly dashed his hopes. The LMC would likely incur a backlash if it became too brazen in trying to profit from both sides. If Ves wanted to sell his mechs to the Star Faith Collective, he should at least do so in disguise. An idea quickly came to mind. Should he fake another identity in order to gain entry in the Collective's mech market? He shook his head. It was way too convoluted to maintain separate identities. Although the Star Faith Collective's mech market should be a lucrative place to do business, it wasn't worthwhile for Ves to pay particular attention to it unless he gained a strong advantage. Still, Ves couldn't help but become intrigued at the possibility of seeing his mechs in battle against each other. Chapter 1183 Money's Worth. Ves appreciated the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr. Its museum and teaching wing gave visitors an intimate impression of the Grey Martyr and the early days of the Ylvainian faith up until the end of the Great Flight. He knew that the displays and accompanying texts deliberately glossed over the less flattering aspects of the faith. The attendance of Ylvain shaped a narrative that inspired both existing believers and non-believers. Obviously, even if the Ylvain Protectorate gave up on trying to convert the whole galaxy to their faith, they never let go of their dream to spread their faith. Prophet Ylvain explicitly commanded his followers to do so in many occasions. Reality trumped the commandments of their holy prophet. With the current strength of the Protectorate, they wouldn't even be able to convert a single neighboring state. Embarking on a grand crusade would only lead to a swift end to the state and the extermination of their entire faith. Therefore, even if the Ylvainans still upheld the mission to spread the faith in their hearts, the attendants of Ylvain did their best to divert attention from this aspect. The Ylvainian faith needed to be spread, but the prophet never mentioned a deadline. Perhaps the Ylvainans could embark on their mission a few thousand years later. There wasn't any hurry, right? Ves also gained a better understanding of why the Ylvainian faith rose up in the first place. The first calamity happened during the hectic end of the Age of Conquest. Prophet Ylvain emerged as a figure of hope. Even as entire planets full of people got blown up left and right, the prophet foresaw an end to chaos and the beginning of a new order. It was too bad he didn't live to see the transition to a new age. The rise and fall of the Ylvainian faith was just one of many extreme events that occurred during this time of turmoil. The faith should count their luck that the three leading dynasties managed to ferry the remnants to a new home close to the edge of the galaxy. Leon drifted over to Ves. I hope the displays have given you to a closer understanding of our faith. Do you have any questions about what you've seen? Yeah. How can you reconcile with other faiths that believe in different gods? That's a complicated question. Leon shrugged. We do not necessarily reject the beliefs of every faith. Truth to be told, there is a lot of overlap. We merely believe the perspective of many other faiths are too constrained around a limited range of godlike entities. They may believe that their gods are omnipotent and omniscient, but what is the meaning of our existence to live under such a powerful entity? We might as well be simulated AIs living in a virtual bubble of reality. So you reject that gods are all-powerful because you believe in the self-determination of humans? Not just humans. All life. Leon smiled in a benevolent manner. We are infinitely diverse, and each of our lives are meaningful. The gods who others believe are the beginning and end of everything are not as supreme as they thought. They are merely one of many transcendent existences who have cultivated some fans. This was like demoting the image of a god from the CEO of a company into a middle manager. The Ilvanan faith believed that there were even greater entities than the gods that other faiths worshipped. The other religions probably wouldn't be able to control themselves if they met an Ilvanan who devalued their gods. Still, Ves became a little uneasy for a moment. Some parts of Leon's explanation resonated with his own perspective on life. While he had no intention to convert to the Ilvanan faith, he found it odd that he actually agreed with some of its beliefs. The church service is about to start, Leon said after checking the time on his comm. We would be glad if you could attend it, though I understand if you do not wish to be present. You don't mind letting non-believers inside the main hall? How can we spread the faith if we close the doors to our churches? Leon smiled. You'll be placed away from the locals, so they won't be disturbed by your presence. Upon his invitation, Ves, Lucky, Keddies, Gavin and a handful of bodyguards climbed up to the upper floor and sat down at a raised balcony. An opaque electronic screen allowed the occupants some measure of privacy while still giving them a commanding view over the main hall and the dais. A solemn but inspiring service commenced. Ves and the others observed without saying anything. The Grand Church of the Grey Martyr was a place of worship that emphasized the past and the fundamental lessons that could be learned from that time. A lot of families brought their children along in order for them to gain a better understanding of the faith. A sense of peace and serenity fell on Ves. The Grand Church was so immense that it easily housed 100,000 believers. To gather so many devout worshippers in a single place inevitably sparked a strange reaction. Ves could sense a faint communal thread connecting every believer to each other. Under the guidance of the priests and the singers, the thoughts of each Ilvanan aligned with each other. While none of them were individually strong, the quantity of people nonetheless produced a remarkable phenomenon. Just as Ves closed his eyes in order to attune his spiritual senses, Lucky suddenly jerked up from his lap. Meow! What is it, Lucky? Meow meow! There's danger? Meow! Damn! Leon and everyone else noted their strange behavior. What's wrong, Mr. Larkinson? According to Lucky, we're in deep danger. There is a lot of movement outside the Grand Church. I'm afraid they aren't here to chat. We should evacuate the Grand Church and get to safety? Keddy's already jumped from her seat and entered battle mode. Gavin glanced around with a clueless face. Leon still remained skeptical. How trustworthy was this mechanical cat? Isn't it just an artificial pet? Just then, something happened in the main hall. Someone rose up from the middle of the congregation and shed his robe. Prophet Ilvain lives, and he has spoken, the rabid man announced, interrupting the ongoing sermon. His voice had been amplified through unknown means that allowed him to command the attention of everyone in the grand church. A great blasphemer has entered this holy place. He sits above you all, plotting to corrupt your devotion to our prophet. How could the grand church lack security? Before the crazy man could say anything else, a ceiling mount zapped the man into paralysis. A team of security guards quickly pressed through the disturbed crowd and took the man away. Yet at this time, a woman at the rear of the main hall stood up and shed her robes as well. She pointed an accusing finger in the air. The great blasphemer is the herald to our doom. His presence in our state is the second calamity that our prophet foretold. A crisis of faith is at hand. A nearby turret attempted to zap the woman, but suddenly turned offline. Someone tampered with the security systems. Fortunately, a team of guards quickly moved in to stun the woman and pack her away, but then a third person stood up and pointed his finger in the same direction. That direction happened to be pointing straight at Ves on the raised balcony. Heed our prophet's warning! The great blasphemer has come to corrupt our faith and blacken our hearts. He has donned the guise of a mech designer and is planning to seduce us by dazzling us with his impure mech designs. As the third individual got taken care of, a fourth person stood up. The great blasphemer is a foreigner whose sole purpose here is to break the Ilvanan faith and destroy our protectorate. He has taken the guise of a brighter named Ves Larkinson. Do not be fooled by his innocent facade. He is a great demon who spreads his lies with a forked tongue barbed with thorns. This time, Ves became particularly alarmed. This plot was aimed squarely at him. Trouble is in the air. Leon, find a way for us to evacuate. Guards, give me my armor. The guards that accompanied the entourage handed over a pair of metallic cases to Ves and Kedis. Both of them unlocked their cases, causing them to expand and fold out until they both encompassed their bodies. The process only took a few seconds. Along with the weapons they carried, both Ves and Kedis instantly transformed from easygoing mech designers into deadly warriors. The sudden transformation stunned Leon and Gavin. Were they really mech designers? Ves paid huge fortune to acquire the Sparus vise and gift the rising red dragon to Kedis. Only now did he begin to get his money's worth. He already held his peaceful repose in his hands, though he kept the safety undue to all the guards and people in the way. Kedis hesitated whether she should draw her great weapon. Eventually, she opted to keep her weapon sheathed behind her back while she pulled out the Uter, her custom laser pistol. The brutal-looking weapon gave her a very dangerous air that added to the intimidation factor of her imposing red combat armor. In the meantime, just as the fourth individual was subdued, a fifth person stood up and pointed at Ves. For some reason, the electronic screen that obscured his presence fizzled out, causing most of the congregation to get a good view of Ves and Kedis wearing strange combat armor while wielding their deadly pistols. Look upon the great blasphemer and his horned attendant. Look upon him and remember his appearance, for he is the greatest enemy of our faith. His hands are stained with the blood of innocents, and his engines of destruction will reap the lives of an untold number of Ilvanans. The ground suddenly shook as shockwaves buffeted from outside. A battle erupted outside the grand church, and from the scale of disturbances, Ves immediately concluded that mechs were involved. For the good of the Ilvanan faith, our living prophet has declared that every faithful Ilvanan must slay the great blasphemer before he poisons our hearts and minds. Do not be deceived by the promises of reform. Resist the temptation of greed and affirm your faith in our prophet. Break the hypnotic spell that this great demon has cast over you. For the true prophet. For the Ilvain dynasty. The latest madman and all the other crazies who spoke up suddenly blew up. The explosion was so intense that not only the surrounding guards, but a large amount of people in the vicinity got caught up in the explosions. Hundreds of Ilvanans died. Even more sustained severe injuries. Screams rang throughout the main hall and panic ensued among the local folk. People jumped from their seats and ran towards the exit, but the hasty flight caused plenty of people to trip and fall only to be trampled by the feet of their fellow Ilvanans. All the while, the security systems that could have suppressed the stampede or taken out the troublemakers failed to take effect. The explosions might have stunned Gavin and Leon, but Ves, Keddies, Lucky and the guards didn't stand still. They immediately began to exit the gallery and move towards an emergency exit. It's the true believers," Leon stammered as a guard dragged him forward. "They're aiming at you, Mr. Larkinson. I can't believe it. The new Ilvain dynasty has always been brazen, but launching an attack in the middle of the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr during a service is sheer madness. It doesn't matter who's attacking us. We need to get out of here," Ves said through his helmet. Yes. There's an underground emergency exit not far away from here. It's just around the corner and up ahead. They all ran around the corner accompanied by many other important Ilvanans who were privileged enough to sit above the main hall. Each of them suddenly halted as they reached the entrance to the underground escape tunnels. "The emergency exit is blocked." A series of explosions blew up the entrance and a large section of tunnels. The true believers didn't want anyone to get away. "All the other emergency exits are blocked as well." Panic quickly spread among the Ilvanans. They were trapped inside the church. Chapter 1184 True Fanaticism. Leland's warning proved prophetic. The new Ilvain dynasty was one of the most notorious terrorist groups in the Protectorate. Under the leadership of their insane incarnation of Prophet Ilvain, they didn't hesitate to kill their fellow Ilvanans in order to further their cause. Right now, the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr lost its peace and serenity in the most awful way possible. A lot of locals already died due to the suicide attacks, and many more perished due to the subsequent stampede. The worst part about it was that once the Ilvanans passed through the enormous main doors, they instantly became swept up by a battle between giants. The true believers hid numerous mechs throughout Krent and deployed them at the same time. Even though the protectors of the faith maintained a strong guard presence around the Grand Church, a fifth of them suddenly turned against their comrades. The treacherous protectors stabbed their unsuspecting comrades in the back, disabling a substantial number of guard mechs right at the start. This sneak attack not only affected the mechs, but also the foot soldiers. Random protectors wearing combat armor or exoskeleton armor began to mow down both the masses and their fellow protectors. Total chaos ensued as protectors fought against protectors. While the traitors numbered fewer in number, they blended in so well that the loyalists constantly hesitated whether they should fire on their own. As confusion and slaughter ensued around the Grand Church, the avatars of myth parked outside the church immediately adopted a defensive posture. Commander Melker tried to make sense of the confused situation. With protectors fighting against protectors, they were faltering in their attempts to fend off the mechs pouring in from the periphery. With Ves and the others stuck inside the church, Melker quickly knew what he had to do. He immediately issued his orders to Ves Larkinson and the other avatars in his squad. "Leave the protectors of the faith alone as best as you can. Try not to fire back at them unless they focus their fire upon us. Our armor can take the potshots." "What should we do then, Commander?" an avatar who piloted a black beak asked. "I want a black beak in the rear to cover any attacks from rogue protectors. As for the rest, take out the approaching unknown mechs. Make sure to check their transponder IDs first before you attack. They might be our reinforcements instead." Although the avatars of myth lacked combat experience, the quality of their mechs more than made up for it. The Ilvain Protectorate wasn't as prosperous as the Bright Republic. The protectors of the faith simply couldn't afford to equip all of their rear garrisons with expensive mechs. Therefore, the combat performance of the avatars of myth immediately overshadowed that of the surrounding protectors. With Melker in the lead, the Crystal Lords fired continuous lasers at the approaching mob of insurgent mechs. The ramshackle mechs all stumbled from the ferocious barrage of lasers. "This is easy," a Crystal Lord pilot boasted. "The enemy mechs are all crap." "Pipe down and check your fire," Melker immediately rebuked the fellow. "Even if the enemy mechs are garbage, there are more than 100 of them converging on the Grand Church. Don't attack them carelessly. Aim high or low and make sure that you don't hit anything but the ground or air if you miss. We can't afford to inflict any collateral damage." The awful part about this chaotic attack was that it took place in the middle of Krent. The capital city of Kesseling 8 housed millions of citizens, and Melker couldn't imagine how many people in or around the church already got caught up in the fighting. With so many mechs pulled into battle, the collateral damage was already ruining the exterior of the Grand Church as well as the rest of the densely populated city district. The energy screens installed in the vicinity were barely active for a dozen seconds before they all broke due to the sheer amount of firepower thrown in their way. Nowhere was safe. Many underground evacuation tunnels collapsed, and any shuttle or air car that attempted to fly away was shot down by one of the many insurgent mechs. While the mechs deployed by the True Believers assaulted the Grand Church, they weren't shy about sowing as many deaths as possible along the way. Their trigger discipline was non-existent, and their aim frequently strayed towards office buildings, residential apartments, schools, and other places filled with terrified Ilvanans. The True Believers deliberately inflicted as much collateral damage as possible. "Crazies!" Ves Larkinson cursed. "How can they be so heartless as to slaughter their fellow Ilvanans?" "You're a fool if you expect any compassion from terrorists," Melker replied while he carefully aimed the compact laser rifle of his Crystal Lord. "Watch your aim and don't descend to their level. If we accidentally kill even one innocent Ilvanan, we'll never hear the end of it. We can't bring any further trouble to Ves." Ever since the first sign of trouble erupted, he attempted to hail Ves, only to fail due to all of the jamming in the way. The True Believers prepared their attack well. However, after numerous attempts, Melker finally managed to open a weak connection. The Sparus vise worn by Ves was an exceptionally expensive suit of combat armor and possessed a strong communication system. "What's going on outside, Melker?" "It's bad. Some of the mechs of the Protectors of the Faith have turned traitor. We're getting swamped by 100 enemy mechs." "Are you able to hold out?" "The enemy mechs are numerous but weak," Melker stated. "However, there's so many of them that it will take a lot of time to repel them. I don't advise you to step outside." "Damn! The underground evacuation tunnels have all been collapsed as well. There's no other way out." Both of them concluded that Ves had no choice but to hole up in the church and pray it didn't collapse over his head. While a destructive mech battle raged on the streets, the interior of the church descended into hell. With the security and monitoring systems offline, it was impossible to pacify the panicking crowd of Ilvanans. To their credit, none of the security guards turned traitor. However, they all had their hands full when random crazies popped out among the crowds and began to fire their weapons at the guards regardless of how many innocents were in the way. Bodies dropped to the floor by the hundreds as a surprising amount of True Believers opened fire. While most of the fanatics wielded basic weapons that barely dented the armor of the church guard, a small number of them employed heavier weapons that posed a serious threat. The preoccupation of the church guard meant that they didn't have the manpower to spare to protect the bystanders caught up in the fighting. The reluctance of the guards to hurt the innocent hampered their attempts to take out the terrorists quickly. During this time, Ves, Keddies, and Lucky all entered battle mode. As the previous outbursts had already suggested, the main target of this large-scale attack happened to be them. Shortly after they found out that the emergency exits had been collapsed, a large mob of fanatics wielding an assortment of weapons barged in and began to fire their weapons wildly at Ves. The protectors of the faith dispatched by Madame Cecily did their jobs and protected Ves and his companions from the attacks. They surrounded them and deployed mobile cover on the ground, which unfolded thin, protective alloy barriers. While they couldn't withstand a lot of heavy firepower, they nonetheless resisted the majority of the light-caliber weapons wielded by the mob. For the moment, Gavin and Leon should be safe despite their lack of armor. Both of them huddled down to the floor and covered their ears against the noise of weapon discharges. As for Ves and Kedis, both of them stood confidently in their respective combat armor. "Just like old times, eh?" Kedis remarked in their private comm channel. "Trouble always seems to find a way to haunt me." He sighed. "Don't move for now. There's nowhere else to go, and our guard detail is doing a good job in repelling the mob." Just as he said that, a large number of frantic fanatics pulled out grenades from their coats and threw them at his guard detail. The combat armor worn by the protectors of the faith all activated their interception systems. Small laser mounts embedded into their armor bombarded the grenades with lasers. While this function destroyed the vast majority of grenades before they arrived close to the defenders, a handful still slipped through and managed to detonate against the mobile barriers. The ferocious explosions not only cracked some mobile barriers, but also injured the protectors of the faith huddling behind them. The grenade succeeded in creating some openings in the defensive envelope. The crazy fanatics quickly fired their weapons through the gaps. Some of the shots even impacted the surface of the Sparus Vise and the rising Red Dragon. "Mr. Larkinson, get down!" Ves casually waved his armored hand. "Weapons of this caliber won't pose a threat to me. You should worry about your own lives." "Shall we test out our weapons?" Kedis asked with bloodthirsty eagerness. "I haven't killed someone in more than a year. I've missed this sensation." He glanced at her imposing armored form. "Don't shoot unless something dangerous comes up. I don't think this is the extent of the attack. The mob is barely even capable of killing heavily armored protectors of the guard. If the true believers truly wanted to kill me, they should know better than to throw some worthless bodies in my direction." The true believers sacrificed a lot of manpower and assets to launch a large-scale attack. Perhaps they spent a decade's worth of accumulation on Kesseling 8 to gather so many mechs and fearless fanatics. Therefore, Ves, Kedis and Lucky each remained alert as they waited for the next shoe to drop. They didn't wait long. As the mob of fanatics ran closer to makeshift defensive position, the thick and solid wall behind them suddenly collapsed. A breach had been formed in a direction that every protectors of the faith assumed was safe. As the dust and debris began to settle, a large group of fanatics armed with better weapons began to fire through the newly opened gap. A lot of protectors of the faith instantly fell into trouble as they became caught in a crossfire of attacks from multiple directions. What was worse was that Ves and Kedis both became exposed to the attacks from the rear. Ves and Kedis both came to the same decision and knelt to the ground. "Fight!" Ves took careful aim and fired his peaceful repose through the gap. Currently, he loaded his custom ballistic pistol with a magazine filled with inferior exo rounds. Each pull of the trigger expended 100,000 credits. The expensive rounds left a blazing trail in their near-instant passage through the air. The powerful exo rounds punched through the combat armor worn by the better-armed and better-equipped true believers like butter. 5 true believers fell from the first round alone as it passed through multiple bodies at once. As the exo round lost almost all of its kinetic energy, it exploded in the body of its 5th victim, blasting the deluded fanatic's body into chunks of meat that were barely contained in his suit of combat armor. While Ves carefully paced his shots in order to conserve his ammunition, Kedis shot her Yuta with abandon. The large, oversized laser pistol that looked like it belonged to a space barbarian barked out powerful laser beams that sliced through armored fanatics with ease. Kedis patched in her uter into her rising red dragon's targeting system, causing her to exhibit perfect accuracy. Just as the attackers on the other side of the breach were almost wiped out, the stone ceiling above their heads suddenly collapsed. "Kedis, cover Leon!" Ves yelled. "I'll cover Benny!" Both of them threw their armored forms over their unarmored companions just as the rocks crushed down upon them all. Chapter 1185 Culpable. The Grand Church of the Grey Martyr was an immense structure built out of a combination of stone and more advanced materials. This protected the Grand Church against attacks from mechs, but could prove deadly once the walls and ceilings were no longer held in place. The rain of rocks and heavier alloys dropping over the entire group proved devastating to both the protectors of the faith and the mob of fanatics that attacked them. The sheer weight of them was far more than any individual could withstand. Even the combat armor worn by the protectors of the faith failed to withstand the sudden rain of heavy debris. Many of them were outright killed, while those who endured less debris sustained severe injuries which their failing suits of armor desperately tried to treat. As battle continued to rage elsewhere in the Grand Church, the collapsed section fell into a momentary lull of silence. Half a minute later, a scuffed but intact armored form carefully dug out the pile of debris that settled on the ground floor. The rising red dragon carefully held on to Leon, who was trying to hold in his cries of pain while he held his broken and half-crushed arm. "It hurts!" "Shut up!" Kedis retorted as she abruptly dropped him onto the pile of debris. "How can you Ilvanans allow your Grand Church to be attacked so brazenly?" "I don't know. I never thought that the new Ilvane dynasty maintained such a huge presence on Kesseling 8. It doesn't make any sense." Kedis didn't concern herself about Leon's mistaken assumptions. What mattered right now was surviving this attack. "Stay put! I'm going to dig out Ves." She holstered her uter and began to bend down and move aside the chunks over the spot where Ves last threw himself down to cover Gavin's body. She used the superior mechanical strength of her rising red dragon to remove the smaller pieces. As for the larger pieces, she unsheathed her great sword and carefully sliced them up into manageable portions. 5 minutes passed by until she managed to form a small hole over the dented back of Sparus Ves. "Are you still alive down there?" Kedis asked. "Yeah," Ves replied as he awkwardly held his position. "Lucky helped me survive the collapse." Meow. The cat crawled out from underneath his armor looking a lot less energetic. At the moment when Ves threw his armored form over Gavin, Lucky flew above and used his energy claws to slice the largest chunks of debris. While Lucky's efforts didn't make a lot of difference, his efforts nonetheless prevented the Sparus Ves from getting overwhelmed. As soon as Kedis dug aside enough debris, Ves carefully stood up. The Sparus Ves fared a lot worse than the rising red dragon, but its quality nonetheless helped him avoid the same outcome of that of his guard detail. His shield generator also helped take off the load during the initial impacts. "We sure got our money's worth," Ves said as he helped Gavin stand up and climb out of the hole. His assistant incurred a lot of trauma. His entire body shook and he had trouble maintaining his footing on the bed of debris. "I thought we would die." As Leon and Gavin tried to come to terms to the ordeal they went through, Ves turned his attention to Lucky. "Are there any other threats nearby, Lucky?" Meow. "The fighting is already starting to die down." Meow. "No further threats are coming?" Meow. "Okay, got it. Activate and maintain an ECM field over us to be sure. Maybe the true believers will direct another wave of attackers at us if they think we survived the collapse of the ceiling." Meow. I know you expended a lot of energy, but I'll make it up to you later. I'll ask for compensation directly from Madame Cecily. Ves felt awfully pissed as Calabash for overlooking the acute threat posed by the true believers. She was supposed to be a spy. It was her job to be on top of these kinds of threats. How could she be so incompetent that she overlooked all the hardware and people the true believers moved into place? Obviously, her intelligence network wasn't up to snuff yet. Whoever fed her the information that the true believers posed a negligible threat did a good job fooling Calabash. Ves and Keddies moved Leon and Gavin over to a defensible position away from the collapsed ceiling. They huddled there under Lucky's ECM as the cat continued to cast his sensors in every direction. The fighting in the main hall and outside the church started to die down. No further attackers approached their position. Just 15 minutes after the start of the attack, the protectors of the faith finally arrived at the grand church in force. By then, the traitors among the mechs stationed at the church had already been eliminated. As for the attacking mechs that stormed the church in every direction, most of them had already been wrecked. The avatars of myth did an exemplary job in fending off the attackers, taking out 20 of them with just a couple of crystal lords. Once a large amount of protectors on foot poured into the main hall of the grand church, they swept up the remnants of the fanatics with overwhelming force. It was too late. Many innocent Ovanans died from the crossfire, stampede, and crushing debris. Large holes poked through the high ceiling of the church, illuminating the blood and bodies that littered the interior of the church. As the primary target of this attack, the protectors of the faith dispatched commandos to V's last known position. Lucky dropped his ECM field at their approach, allowing them to detect the survivors. Mr. Larkinson! Come with us! The commandos forcefully took Ves, Keddies, and the injured men away. Hours later, Ves returned back to the headquarters of the Office of Strategic Mech Management. Right now, the entire Kesseling system was on high alert, so the headquarters currently hosted 4 times as many guard mechs. The avatars of myth, fresh out of one battle, only took a short rest before piloting their mechs again. None of them were willing to take the chance that the new Ilvain dynasty already exhausted all of their assets on Kesseling 8. So, Calabash. Ves spoke as he sat in her office inside his dented armor. At this stage, he wasn't willing to relinquish his protection. I recall you said something about the true believers. I stand by my words, Ves, she said. Just because the attackers talk like true believers doesn't mean that they are actually the real thing. The attack came too abruptly. Ves raised his eyebrow. Are you trying to deny you're wrong? Damn it, Ves! Don't be fooled by what took place on the surface. While the true believers have never been the most rational terrorists, they would never be crazy enough to inflict death and destruction on this scale, especially to the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr. What do you think actually took place then? I think another organization is responsible. It could be the traditionalists. It could be the attendants of Ilvain. Calabash pinched her head. I'm pretty sure it's not the true believers. It simply doesn't make sense. Prophet Ilvain never made much sense. Calabash frowned at Ves. Whatever you think about the new Ilvain dynasty, they can't afford to alienate their grassroots support. While they've never shielded away from civilian casualties, they have never shown this much disregard for collateral damage. This terrorist attack will set back their support by a huge margin. They eventually moved on from this topic. Calabash seemed oddly adamant about sticking to her theories. What happens to me now? Ves asked. I don't know. I will have to meet with the senior Curans to see what they have to say. They might want to pull the plug on your commission and send you back to the Bright Republic as fast as possible. Ves furrowed his brows. Won't that be giving in to the demands of the terrorists? News of your involvement has already spread, she said, and threw out a data pad that contained some articles she collected from the local news portals. Even though you're a victim, the media has already begun to lay the blame on your feet. He skimmed through the headlines. The cause of the attack: Ves Larkinson is a danger to Elvanen society. Go home, Ves. We don't want you here. True believers vow to continue their attacks until Ves Larkinson is dead or gone. These are smear articles. Many news portals published them soon after the first details of the attacks emerged, Calabas said. The publications that acted the fastest are mostly aligned with the traditionalists and the attendants of Elvain. Even though they state that the true believers are the main culprits of the attack, the journalists are all trying to shift some of the blame on you. If you weren't in the Protectorate, the slaughter would have never taken place. Ves felt like puking blood. That's victim blaming. It's working. A lot of Elvanens are getting swayed by these articles. You have to know that the Elvanens have always been predisposed against foreigners. Public opinion is turning against your presence. Even some of the supporters of the reform agenda are beginning to have second thoughts about your involvement. All of these revelations began to look suspicious to Ves. This smells like a plot, and a premeditated one at that. Whether the true believers were actually involved or not, at least one element of Elvanen society wanted him gone. They knew that as long as Ves succeeded in impressing the locals with his mechs, he'd be able to do a lot more business in the Protectorate, thereby advancing the reform agenda. Right now, my staff and I are working as hard as we can to keep the deal between us going, she said. I've even called in some favors from my old employers to exert some influence on the decisions of the higher-ups. I've spent an enormous amount of social capital, you know. Am I supposed to be thankful? I don't even know who you worked for before you moved to the Protectorate. Right now, the situation seemed dire. Although Ves was glad he was able to retain his life and the lives of his comrades, his mood sank when he thought that all of his plans for the Elvain Protectorate were about to be ruined due to a targeted conspiracy against the reform agenda. Relax, Ves. The Kirin dynasty won't give up on us, Calabas said. The only problem is that it will be difficult for us to proceed with our plans. Why so? The traditionalists are trying to use this incident to convince the public that it isn't worth it to get in bed with foreign mech designers. They don't add much strength to the mech sold in the Protectorate. In fact, their presence will only serve as magnets for further destructive terrorist attacks. This was plainly giving into intimidation. Yet even though this opinion was starting to get a lot of sway among the Elvanens, Ves nonetheless saw a glimmer of hope in this awful situation. Ves began to smile. I see. If that's the case, then the only way I can prove the traditionalists wrong is to design a great mech. As long as my mech strongly appeals to the Elvanens, then the public will become convinced that it is more than worth it to work with a foreigner like me. My mech design will be my rebuttal. Do you think it's easy to impress the skeptics among the Elvanen population? Calabas retorted. The bar is raised now. There's a lot at stake. With so much public scrutiny over your work, it's not enough for you to meet the high expectations we've set on this project. If you truly want to win back enough support, you have to surpass everyone's expectations. Calabas, if there is one thing I am confident about, it is my ability to design mechs. Just wait. In a few months, I'll convert every skeptic with my hero mech design. Chapter 1186 Retaliation. The audacious terrorist attack on Kesseling 8 shocked the Elvain Protectorate. The news spread through the entire state in an instant, becoming the most talked about topic in the next few days. The Grand Church of the Grey Martyr hosted many Elvanens during the terrorist attack. Many more lived or worked in the city district affected by the battle between mechs. As the second biggest church on Krent, the area around the Grand Church was one of the most desirable places to live and work. A lot of affluent and influential Elvanens counted among the casualties, Right now, casualty estimates exceeded 200,000 Ilvanans, and this figure climbed upwards every hour. At least a third of them had died, while the rest sustained moderate to severe injuries. It became clear that the true believers deliberately aimed to inflict as many casualties as possible. Not only did they deploy a lot of fanatics who fired their weapons indiscriminately inside the church, but the cheap mechs they deployed all fired their weapons with wild abandon. The true believers could have never overwhelmed the defenses of the Grand Church. Even if the mechs of the protectors of the faith struggled against traitors in their ranks, the quality of their mechs and mech pilots exceeded that of the attackers by a large margin. The avatars of myth distinguished themselves in this battle as well. Their contribution hastened the collapse of the opposing mechs and preventing them from sowing more death and destruction. The new Ilvain dynasty must have known the cheap mechs they deployed wouldn't be able to win. It was already a tall order to defeat the protectors of the faith defending the church, but they could never hold their ground against the reinforcements sent from other strongholds in the city. Therefore, Ves quickly figured out that the goal of this horrendous attack, killing him, was just an excuse. It would further the agenda of his opponents if he died, but even if he managed to survive, the purpose of the attack had already been fulfilled. The true reason for launching this attack is to malign the reform agenda. A war of public opinion ensued shortly after hostilities ended. News portals aligned with the traditionalists not only exaggerated the awful attack, they also cast the blame of the event on Ves and the reformers. The way the traditionalists saw it, the reformers could have prevented this tragedy if they hadn't provoked the true believers into attacking the foreign mech designer they invited to Kesseling 8. The momentum the reform agenda built up over the past few years grinded to a sudden halt due to this event. The traditionalists, who always lost ground, suddenly regained their fire. They ardently stood up and defended the need to stick to their own customs. The protectorate didn't need the help of foreigners to remain strong. Currently, Ves looked out the window from the top floor of the guest compound. Hundreds of protesters gathered in front of the courtyard walls and jeered at the foreigners hiding inside. "Go away, foreigners! Ilvain needs no help from you. Drive out this evil blasphemer!" The insults hardly affected his mood. As an increasingly public figure, Ves already became used to attracting hate. Only 2 other people resided in the room right now. Gavin looked like he had gone through hell. As a civilian, he had never faced a threat to his life before. Getting caught up in the middle of a major terrorist attack deeply affecting his psyche. "Ves," he said with a gulp, "it might be time to cut our losses. We aren't welcome here. All the propaganda published over the last few days has turned many Ilvanans against foreign influence, and you specifically. With so much xenophobia directed against us, the LMC will never be able to get its feet off the ground in the local mech market. We've been kneecapped." Crossing his arms, Ves didn't reply, but his straight and unyielding posture already made his stance clear on the matter. "The situation is getting increasingly more dangerous to us, Ves," Leland said. He hadn't been present at the Grand Church during the attack. "There are a lot of forces converging on Kesseling 8. My sources tell me that the hostile mechs used in the attack had all been shipped in piecemeal in the last couple months. That tells me that this action was both deliberate and premeditated." "Do you believe that the true believers are responsible?" Ves asked. "Madame Cecily believes that another faction is responsible." Leland shrugged. "It's difficult to say. The true believers quickly claimed responsibility for the attack, but that doesn't mean much. They've been put into a difficult position if they aren't responsible. If they denied responsibility, then that would have painted them as weak and indecisive. That's not the style of their fake prophet." Everyone here knew too little to make a solid judgment. So many interests were competing against each other that none of them knew where to go in order to seek revenge. However, Ves already made a judgment on his own. I think Madame Cecily has a point. Even if the motives of the attack aligns with the beliefs of the new Ilvain dynasty, they'd be stupid to alienate their popular support. Out of all the Ilvainian factions affected by this tragedy, only the traditionalists have come out as clear winners. I would caution you not to come to a premature conclusion, Leland warned with a sharp gaze. Sometimes, the most obvious answer is just a trap. Whoever launched this attack may have wanted to deepen the contradictions between reformers and traditionalists. That caused Ves to raise an eyebrow. Who would want that to happen? I can name a few parties. The Star Faith Collective, for example. The Star Worshippers will want to do everything possible to weaken the Ilvain Protectorate. The more the Protectorate is racked by internal division, the weaker they'll be when the inevitable war breaks out between the two states. The idea sounded plausible, but Ves didn't want to go that far. Let's leave the guessing to the authorities. It's not our job to hunt down the culprits. So you intend to press on? Ves nodded. Why? Gavin nervously asked. It's dangerous here. Just look at what has happened. If the attackers can launch one attack, they can launch another. I acknowledge the risks, but it's not my intention to back down from this threat. The moment they aimed at our lives, it's no longer just about making money. What other reason is there that is worth braving all of this danger? Gavin frowned. They initially traveled to the Ilvain Protectorate for business and profit reasons. Greed and the desire to expand the reach of his products drove Ves to participate in this venture. Those reasons still applied. The only difference was they took a backseat to a greater priority. Retaliation? It's personal. Ves refused to take the easy road. Abandoning the commission and leaving the Protectorate with his tail tucked between his legs only furthered the interests of his opponents. Perhaps he spent too much time on the frontier, but he simply didn't want to back down and show weakness. Logic dictated that he should cut his losses. The Ilvain Protectorate was just one of many states in the Komodo Star sector. Why should he divert so much time and effort into expanding the presence of his mech company in a state that didn't welcome him? He didn't owe anything to the Ilvainians. Yet on an emotional level, Ves wanted to spite his enemies. Retaliating directly by attacking those responsible of the attack was impossible. Therefore, the next best thing that he could do to spoil the plans of his enemies was to dazzle the Protectorate mech market with a fantastic mech design. His pride as a mech designer demanded that he accept this challenge. Not only was it a good way to retaliate against the masterminds behind the attack, the pressure also motivated him to work at his best. His principled stance also happened to resonate with his design seed. This was important, because he suspected that his design seed played an intricate role in his future advancement. He called it a design seed because he felt that it was only the initial shape of things to come. There was so much raw potential locked inside the design seed, but hardly any of it had been revealed since its formation. Anything he did that roused the activity of his design seed was worth contemplating. It's decided. I intend to stay, Ves declared. However, that doesn't mean that everyone has to stay. Benny, if you don't feel safe anymore, I can send you back to the Bright Republic. The suggestion did not sit well with Gavin. I don't know, Ves. It feels like I'm turning my back on you when you need me the most. You still need someone by your side to manage your affairs. I can manage, I think. It's not as if you can't do most of your job by remote. I won't hold it against you if you want to return to safety. While Gavin felt awfully tempted, he eventually shook his head. None of the others are leaving. What would that make me if I'm the only one in your staff to depart? I don't want you to think less of me. I love my job. I'm very lucky to work for you in this capacity, even though you never call me by my actual name anymore for some reason. If an advisor like Leland has the guts to stay, then I should stick around as well. Oh, if he only knew the truth. Leland was anything but a civilian. Regardless, VS was pleased with Gavin's commitment. Only during times of difficulty would he be able to distinguish between true friends and fair-weather friends. He recognized that it took a lot of courage for Gavin to stay. I appreciate the support, Benny. VS smiled sincerely at his assistant. I'll be sure to compensate you with a generous bonus. Consider it hazard pay. Gavin ruefully shook his head. It's never been about the money for me. If you really want to reward me, then please call me by my real name. Sure thing, Benny. Later on, VS met with Keddies at a lounge in the compound. When she heard about his decision to stay and continue to work on the commission, she nodded as if she already knew he would make that choice. I knew you'd never back down, Keddies chuckled. We should teach the bastards who attacked us a very good lesson. By the time you're done with them, they'll regret waking the dragon. VS tiredly sighed as he sat down on a couch next to Keddies. It's easier said than done, though. Many Ilvanans are already predisposed against me and my products. If I want to shift public opinion, then I need to design a really fantastic mech. It has to be at least as great as the Aurora Titan. A lesser mech design wouldn't cut it anymore. VS initially thought he could get away with a perfunctory design that was just as good as the Crystal Lord, but no more. He needed to impress the Ilvanans just like how he impressed the Briters with his Aurora Titan. Compared to last time, his ability to design a mech should have improved. As his latest mastery experience showed him, a journeyman was a lot more capable in designing a mech than an apprentice. Yet all of these advantages couldn't make up for the fact that VS didn't have access to the most critical ingredient. If VS wanted to match the grandeur of his Aurora Titan design, he needed to obtain a strong spiritual fragment that could empower his images and serve as the core of the design spirit of his upcoming design. In order to obtain such a valued asset, he had no choice but to seek them out. An audacious idea started to form in his mind. Which individual did the Ilvanans value the most? Chapter 1187 Stubborn Streak. The terrorist attack on the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr affected the entire Kesseling system. All the deaths and destruction disrupted a lot of trade and business transactions, sending the local economy to a nosedive. A significant amount of scared Ilvanans abruptly moved away from Krent or Kesseling 8, which further exacerbated the living conditions of those who remained. The only reason the local economy hadn't crashed was because the Kuran dynasty pumped a lot of money into the star system. Their vigorous efforts helped prop up everyone's jobs and businesses, though only at great cost. Even the most reform-minded Kurans began to have second thoughts about Madame Cecily Kuran's decision to continue working with VS. The reform agenda took an awful hit due to her initiatives, making her even less popular among her erstwhile relatives. When VS next met up with Calabast at her tightly guarded headquarters, he encountered a lot of protesters and mechs. An entire mech company of protectors of the faith had come out in force. Their presence deterred the protesters from taking any rash actions and also safeguarded the life of the most controversial Kuran in the Kesseling system. A lot of people didn't like the director of strategic mech management right now. She carried just as much blame for provoking the terrorist attack as VS. Due to the raised security levels, VS had to go through numerous security inspections. He left everything including Lucky and his calm behind before the beefy guard presence allowed him to enter Madame Cecily's office. VS, Calabas said with a slightly weary tone voice as soon as she activated her signal jammer. I know I was supposed to introduce you to some local Ilvanan mech designers today, but there's a setback. What happened? The apprentices who initially expressed their interest in working with you have all decided to change their minds. They've cancelled their appointments and left the Kesseling system as soon as possible. We tried to approach some other novices and apprentices to make up for their absence, but not a single Ilvanan mech designer we came in touch with has accepted our generous offers. Even though he faintly expected this reaction, Ves nonetheless grimaced. Mech designers are very risk-averse when their lives are on the line. Ilvanan mech designers have never been exposed to danger, unlike the mech designers from my own state. He didn't mention that most of brighter mech designers still remained cowards anyway. The problem remains that no matter how much incentives I've offered, not a single Ilvanan mech designer thinks it's worthwhile to cooperate with us. Calabas sighed. She knew the score as well as anyone. Every Ilvanan mech designer wants to maintain a good reputation in the Protectorate. Working with you will ruin their mech companies if they own their own businesses. Even if they don't, the taint they acquired from associating with you will mean that they won't have any hope of getting hired by an Ilvanan company. Working with Ves had always been a gamble. Right now, the odds were stacked against him. The chance of success had plunged while the cost of betting on him increased to an unacceptable degree. Mech designers always possessed a good mind for mathematics. Even a first-year mech design student could calculate odds. It didn't surprise Ves at all that every Ilvanan mech designer concluded that collaborating with him was a bad bet. Still, that left both of them deprived of an essential asset. Without an Ilvanan mech designer to lend their credibility to the hero mech design, it was impossible for Ves to claim he designed an authentic Ilvanan mech. The joint venture between him and Calabas also fell into an awkward place. Without a local mech designer to take the helm of the living Mech Ilvain Corporation, Ves wouldn't be able to advance his business agenda with regards to the Protectorate's mech market. Do we enjoy any support at all? Ves asked. The most ardent reformers in the Protectorate still believe in the cause, Calabas replied. We can count on their backing. The need to liberalize the Protectorate's economy and revitalize its industry is still a priority to them. The sooner they can get this done, the better their chances of winning the war against the Starfaith Collective. The fundamental division in Protectorate society was to what extent they needed to embrace change to survive the upcoming war. Relations between the Ilvain Protectorate and the Starfaith Collective continually deteriorated to the point where war became more and more likely. The initial skirmishes already revealed that the protectors of the faith couldn't keep up. Unlike their isolationist neighbors, the Starfaith Collective never closed themselves off from the rest of the galaxy. They embraced all the latest trends and their mech market was just as competitive as that of the Bright Republic. The three leading dynasties of the Ilvain Protectorate all read the signs. What they disagreed on was how they should address their shortcomings. The reformers favored change. If their mechs weren't good enough to keep up with the machines deployed by the Starfaith Collective, then they should just change that by borrowing foreign help. The traditionalists rejected that approach due to religious reasons. They believed that letting go of their principles and watering down their unique customs would distance the Protectorate from the Ilvanan faith. The most hardcore believers of the faith believe that their piety should be enough to win against any opponent. Thinking about the differences between the two factions prompted Ves to make an important realization. We don't need an Ilvanan mech designer. Pardon? Calabas raised her eyebrows. I've already told you that the Ilvanans can be quite xenophobic. Recent events magnified this tendency among the locals. We are even more dependent on local help than before. Ves resolutely shook his head. I don't think so at all. Look at it this way. The entire point of the reform agenda is abandon older customs that hold back the strength of their mechs. The premise behind this idea is that the reformers recognize that their domestic mech designers are no good. Although that's true, most reformers only seek modest changes. They don't want to upend every existing paradigms that make up an Ilvanan mech. Change is necessary. Rather than pussyfooting around, why not be bold for once and take a leap? The traditionalists already hate us regardless of how much we try to accommodate their feelings. I think the time for compromise is over now. You're being reckless, VS. There is always a need for compromise. While we both look down on the hardliners in the Protectorate, they comprise a good chunk of its total population. It's extremely unwise to aggravate your relations with them. Burning your bridges with them won't do you any good. A stubborn streak crept up within VS. The more Calabast argued against his decision, the more he became convinced that he should stick to his stance. I've already decided, Calabast. I don't want to play by the rules of traditionalists anymore. I believe I can design an Ilvanan mech as well as any Ilvanan mech designer. I don't need their help. Although the two of them disagreed on this matter, VS wouldn't let Calabast have her way this time. When it came to designing mechs, VS always stuck to his principles. After a 10-minute argument, Calabast shook her head in disappointment. You mech designers are always touchy about your mechs. I really don't like the direction you're forcing us to take. You are taking unnecessary risks when there are safer alternatives available. If you give me some time, I can probably bribe a desperate enough domestic mech designer to collaborate on your project. Don't bother. I don't want any help from unqualified mech designers with ulterior motives. The meeting ended shortly after they held their contentious talk. All of the recent setbacks weakened Calabast's confidence. Her position in the government was constantly under threat, and it took a lot of energy for her to maintain her current directorship. She could hardly spare the time to manage VS. For his part, VS knew that he acted too willfully and impulsive for his own good. He received plenty of good advice, all of which he quickly set aside because he didn't want to give the traditionalists any satisfaction. He recognized that he was being a lot more irrational than usual. Perhaps it was because he never got over from his latest harrowing, life-threatening encounter. Ever since he came back from the ruined Grand Church, he never truly calmed down. Was it a good idea for him to let his anger affect his decisions? No. Did it feel good to let his emotions take the reins? Hell yes. A strong drive to design a mech surged within his body. He was like a dormant engine that had slowly been roused to life. He was more ready to design a mech than ever before. VS always valued such an emotional state. His passion had been stoked. A strong sense of purpose drove him onward. All of these conditions increased his motivation to the highest degree possible. As VS returned to the guarded compound, he immersed himself in his passion in order to prepare himself for what was about to come. It's time to design my mech. First, he should come up with a vision and mech concept. Calabast initially requested him to design a hero mech which could serve as her ceremonial bodyguard. The mech needed to fulfill both a ceremonial and practical function. The mech has to look great, feel great, and perform great. These requirements corresponded to the form, spirit, and function of the mech. VS possessed a good amount of confidence in both the form and function of his mech design. VS worried the least about the performance of his mech. As a journeyman, as long as he spent enough time on his work, his mechs would never disappoint in this area. Calabast already put an entire catalog of component licenses at his disposal and set a generous budget. This meant that VS didn't need to worry too much about cost efficiency. It was fine if the hero mech surpassed the Aurora Titan in cost because Calabast only wanted 6 copies. As for the form of his mech, VS believed he observed enough Ilvanan mechs to emulate their characteristic visual style. He believed in his artistic skills. He was more than capable of emulating the look of Ilvanan mechs. I don't want to design a clone, though. VS wanted to introduce something new to the Ilvanan mech market. He didn't want to copycat their style just to blend in. He wanted to make a different statement with his work. I'm a foreigner anyway. Copying their visual style without possessing the heart for it will just lead to hollow imitations. That's not what I want to make. When it came to art, integrity was important. It was too easy to copy another style, but whether the artist could make it their own was another matter. Ves didn't feel too strongly about the Ovanan visual style. While their mechs looked impressive and matched some of his own preferences, he wasn't an adherent to the Ovanan faith. This meant that his attempts to incorporate religious elements onto the external appearances of his mechs would always come off as insincere. I should put some more thought on this matter. Ves recognized that he needed to find a way to solve this problem. Although he already told Calabas that he didn't want to appease the traditionalists, he still wanted to obtain their support, if only to drag them into the camp of the reformers. Aside from the form of the mech, Ves wanted to do something special with its X factor as well. Although his visit to the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr ended in tragedy, his brief exposure to the Grey Martyr's relics opened his eyes. This was because Ves noted that some of the relics contained a touch of spirituality. Chapter 1188 Spiritual Accumulation. Ves wasn't impressed by the relics that the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr put on display. They mainly consisted of random articles of clothing, discarded data pads, empty nutrient packs, and so on. It was as if the early Ovanan worshippers dug into the Grey Martyr's recycling chute and rescued his trash before they underwent processing. What would the Grey Martyr think if millions of devoted Ovanans visited the Grand Church each year and worshipped his empty nutrient pack wrappers? It's rather absurd when you think about it. How can his trash be considered relics? The Grey Martyr probably left some more valuable relics behind, but a grand church on Kesseling 8 wasn't important enough to host such valuables. Even so, Ves became pleasantly surprised that some of the more sentimental-looking knickknacks possessed a touch of spirituality. While he hadn't inspected their composition and flavor in detail, Ves believed those objects may have captured some of the spiritual energy of the Grey Martyr himself. Still, during his brief tour at the museum wing, he also noticed another important detail. A lot of heterogeneous flavors had mixed into the faint spiritual presences. While these additions amplified the minuscule amount of spiritual energy the Grey Martyr had left behind on some of the relics, they also decreased their purity. It was like filling a nearly empty cup of water with sewage water. While the cup held a lot more liquid, most of it consisted of filth, which didn't suit his purposes. According to his understanding of spirituality, the relics gained all of this heterogeneous spiritual energy through the accumulation of worship of visiting Ovanans. The spiritual energy of an average baseline human was minuscule. Humans also couldn't control their own spiritual energy. Therefore, even if the relics had been visited by billions of devout Ovanans, the total accumulation of spiritual energy was really pathetic. Ves could pinch them flat with just a slight effort. Nonetheless, learning about this interaction made Ves think of something else. If some random junk that used to belong to the Grey Martyr could accumulate a modest amount of spiritual energy, what about something more important? There were other places which put much more significant relics on display. His characteristic grey robe that he wore for decades ever since the Ovanan faith rose up, for example. How much spiritual energy had been bled off the visiting Ovanans over the centuries? Such an important relic which contained a strong imprint of the Grey Martyr must have accumulated a massive amount of heterogeneous spiritual energy. A bold idea came to mind. Could he find a way to remove the chaotic imprints of this heterogeneous spiritual energy? This process was akin to treating the raw sewage so that only pure water remained. The second step was to blend all of this energy with the spiritual imprint of the Grey Martyr. As long as he succeeded in doing so, then what emerged at the end would be a relic that possessed a very powerful and coherent spiritual presence. Ves knew that such a procedure was possible. Kelankso's spiritual fragment already demonstrated the process. However, he never attempted to replicate this process before. He simply didn't possess the raw strength and control to copy such an intricate procedure. Yet ever since he advanced to journeyman, Ves began to gain more confidence in his spirituality. While he was nowhere equal to Kalanxo's vast spiritual might, he nonetheless managed to close the distance. The question now was whether he was strong enough to manipulate the imprints of spiritual energy. It shouldn't be too hard. He recognizes several points that worked in his favor. First, working with a relic that used to belong to an impressive figure like the Grey Martyr might possess a lot of spiritual energy, but the individual in question was long dead. Even if some powerful spiritual remnant of the Grey Martyr still existed somewhere in the imaginary realm, it had undergone centuries of erosion. Hardly any conscious thought remained. Therefore, his spiritual imprint shouldn't put up much of a resistance if Ves decided to mess with it in some way. The same applied to the spiritual imprints on the large accumulation of heterogeneous spiritual energy. While the total amount of spiritual energy would definitely be large, it was not coherent. A single average human spiritual imprint was so minuscule that Ves could probably wipe it out with a single thought as long as he figured out the right method. Therein lay the crux. None of this would work if Ves failed to replicate the method shown by Kalanxo's spiritual fragment. Ves came to a decision. I need to test and practice these ideas. Preferably on something small and weak at first. This would not be easy. The Ilvanans would never hand over their relics to Ves to experiment with. Perhaps he might have had a chance before, but now that he became a polarizing figure in Ilvanan society, he could forget about obtaining anything. No one wanted to see him defile their holy relics with his demonic touch. Nonetheless, Ves did not give up on this idea. The more he thought about it, the more it appealed to him. If this method proved viable, he could apply it in many other situations besides designing Ilvanan mechs. One of the biggest problems that hampered his ambitions was that spiritual fragments were hard to come by. The imaginary realm was largely empty and devoid of strong spiritual entities. The only surefire way for him to obtain a spiritual fragment with the attributes he desired was to track down the spiritual presences of notable high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers, and steal some of their precious spiritual energy. However, this was a really risky procedure. The few times he did so, he always felt as if he was at risk of being caught. I'm only a single mistake away from being exposed. Stealing someone else's spiritual energy was a last resort to Ves. Ever since he advanced to journeyman, he already noted that much of his spiritual strength had been locked away in his design seed. The amount of loose spiritual energy he could wield was still strong, but not to the extent where he could overpower the force of will of every expert pilot. If he had no other choice, then he would still employ this method, but only for the mech designs he strongly cared about. It wasn't worth it for him to risk exposure or incurring a backlash when he messed up one day. That shouldn't be necessary if Ves could verify the latest method he came up with. Stealing spirituality from a lifeless object was a much safer and harmless alternative. As for the damage the relics themselves incurred through messing with and stealing their accumulated spiritual energy, who cared? They were just lifeless objects to begin with. Whatever life they gained from their exposure to important figures and the worship of countless people would live on in his mech designs. I'm doing the Ilvanans a favor. Obviously, obtaining permission to mess with the relics remained his biggest problem. Ves obsessed over this problem for a while. He first decided to put forward a request to Calabast. He took the enormous trouble of traveling to her headquarters and endured all the security checks before he met her again in her office. What is it, Ves? Did you change your mind? She asked with a hopeful smile. No. I still want to try it my way. I've come here to put forward a difficult request. It will sound rather strange, but as long as you fulfill it, my chances of success can easily be tripled. This boast immediately caught her attention. I hope you're not exaggerating. Let's hear it then. What do you want? I need to obtain a historical Ilvanan relic. It doesn't have to be anything too valuable or important. If you can obtain one of the relics that used to be housed in the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr, then that would be best. His request completely stunned Calabast, though she exerted as much control as possible to maintain an impassive facade. It spoke well to her ability, as a spy, that Ves hadn't been able to read anything from her expression. Please be frank. Are you serious? I am. This time, Calabast deliberately adopted a difficult expression. Every relic that possesses a solid connection to Prophet Ilvain and his martyred followers is a treasure to the Ilvanans. The attendants of Ilvain are responsible for tracking and guarding them, and they're extremely fanatical about keeping them under their administration. It's impossible for a Kirin like me to borrow a relic from those fanatics. The Poxco dynasty were strongly inclined towards the traditionalists. They were the most devout believers of the Ilvanan faith, but that subsequently meant that they were also the most self-righteous and insular among the bunch. If there was one leading dynasty they disliked the most, it was the Kirin dynasty for their forward-thinking ways. Both of them sat firmly on the opposite sides on how to prepare the Protectorate against the coming war against the Starfaith Collective. Isn't there any other way to convince the attendants of Ilvain to let go of one of their relics? He asked. I don't even need to possess it for long. A couple of hours will do. No. Absolutely not. You can forget about it. You're probably their least favorite person in the Protectorate right now. What do you want to do with a relic anyway? Isn't it enough to watch it from afar? Ves considered the option of visiting a museum or church that held a relic but shook his head. While the distance didn't hinder him as much, the closer he got, the more fine control he was able to exert. Another factor was that the strength of his spiritual exertions weakened over a distance. He didn't know if he could manage to pull off his method from a distance. Even if he could, he would look awkward and suspicious as hell if he stood in front of a single display for 10 minutes straight. It would be awful if the guards suspected that he was up to no good. Oh, by the way, I don't suggest you go out at this time, Calabast warned. After the initial attack on the Grand Church, the Kurans put a lot of effort into investigating whether there are other threats on Kesseling 8. While they haven't found anything solid yet, they have reasons to suspect that you're still being targeted. Ves grimaced. So it's not safe for me to travel anymore? It's fine if you want to visit my headquarters or the mech workshop that I've put at your disposal. You can forget about going anywhere else, let alone an important cultural institution such as a church or a museum. The Kurans have already issued orders to restrict your movements. The protectors of the faith that are assigned to guard you will make sure that you won't be able to deviate from your route. A short silence ensued as Ves digested this piece of news. He didn't feel angry about being restricted like this. In the interest of public safety, it made a lot of sense to keep Ves away from valuable sites where there were lots of people present. He shook his head in resigned disappointment. Okay. If you can't help me with this, I'll find something else. The two didn't part on good terms. Ves recognized that Calabast was under a lot of pressure and was doing the best she could for the both of them. Asking her to allow him to borrow a relic was a long shot anyway. As soon as he returned to the guest compound, he asked around and tracked down Lucky. His pet was comfortably snoozing on a windowsill while enjoying the rays of sunshine falling on his body. Lucky? Wake up. I have a job for you. Chapter 1189 High Impact Mech. The more the Ilvanans wanted to put him down, the more he wanted to defy their expectations. Ves became driven to design a mech that proved everyone wrong. He wanted to reverse the setbacks he suffered and deal a painful blow to his enemies. To that end, he decided to pull out all the stops. What did it matter if he acted a little bit unscrupulous? His finished product would put all of his sins to rest. In order to see whether his latest idea worked, he foisted a dangerous task on Lucky. After the terrorist attack on the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr, the place had been closed off to the public. A careful rescue and recovery process took place that recently finished. All of the bodies, whether alive or dead, had been dug out of the ruined Grand Church. Once the authorities dealt with this priority, they slowed down their excavation work and carefully removed all of the important relics and objects from the place. The museum wing that Ves visited before also suffered a collapse. According to the news, the ceiling went down on at least half of the wing, burying many displays underneath an enormous amount of rubble. Some of the displays even broke, exposing the relics within to an untold amount of damage. Rescuing and salvaging these exposed relics became a very delicate operation. The attendants of Ylvain would not be able to bear it if they inadvertently damaged the relics connected to the Grey Martyr even further when they hastily dug them out of the rubble. Therefore, the recovery process slowed down to a crawl. Many relics still remained buried underneath. The attendants of Ylvain employed the best experts to calculate the most optimal way to recover the historical objects. This left Ves with a valuable window of opportunity. Stealing a relic buried underneath a lot of rubble was a lot easier than trying to steal them from a heavily monitored museum or high-security vault. If the attendants of Ylvain were known for one thing, it was that they treasured their relics as if they were personifications of the great figures themselves. All of the caution they displayed at the moment exceeded the care and attention shown by the rescue services. The lives of average Ylvainans weren't as important as the integrity of the relics that the Grey Martyr had personally held all those centuries ago. While those buried relics may be troublesome to recover to most people, that didn't apply to Lucky. Convincing Lucky to raid the relics took quite a bit of effort, though. Come on, Lucky! You just have to go incorporeal and phase through the ground to get at the relics. With all of your ECM systems that you assimilated from my CFA gear, you should be able to do so without alarming the attendants of Ylvain. Meow meow. I don't believe you. There should be a way for you to not only phase your body, but also anything you hold. Don't forget that I once used this ability myself. I might not be able to replicate it anymore, but I'm pretty sure that I managed to phase all of my gear along with my body. Meow. So you are capable of phasing other stuff along with you. It just drains a lot of energy. Meow. It's just energy. I can make it up to you any time. In fact, you still owe me a debt. Did you think I forgot that you ate my CFA shuttle, armor, and calm without permission? Meow. What does my mom has to do with it? Just because she can steal stuff from me doesn't mean you should follow her example. No more whining, Lucky. Just do as I ask. After feeding Lucky the relevant information, the cat resentfully turned incorporeal and disappeared from view. With all the abilities at his disposal, Ves didn't worry too much about failure. It would be a different story if Ves wanted to obtain a more important relic, but that was for later. While Lucky went off on his mission, Ves sat down on a couch and began to consider the hero mech he wanted to design. I should form a basic mech concept and vision first. What kind of mech appealed to the Ylvainans? The Ylvainans didn't exhibit a strong preference towards specific mech configurations. They paid a lot more attention to how much a mech expressed their faith. Lengthy periods of peace interspersed with sporadic battles against pirates, criminals, and extremists tended to bias them towards peak performance mechs with low endurance. This bias towards optimal performances in short skirmishes is one of the reasons why they haven't fared well against the Starfaith Collective, he recalled. The protectors of the faith always fared well in battles against poorly equipped pirates and other scum. However, against a large military mech force, the Ilvanan mechs entered the battle with the wrong configuration. The Star Worshippers fielded tougher, more expensive mechs that wouldn't collapse from a couple of blows. They studied their opponents well and knew that they merely had to endure the initial offensive and wait for the protectors of the faith to run out of steam. Once the Ilvanan mechs began to run low on energy, that was when the Star Worshippers initiated their counterattack. Not every battle proceeded in this fashion. The protectors of the faith had already begun to replace some of their mechs with ones that fared much better in longer battles. Yet this was just one of several weaknesses the Star Worshippers exploited. The difference in martial tradition is too huge. Many Ilvanan mech regiments have adopted mech doctrines that have never been tested in actual battle. The Ilvain Protectorate never fought any battles against their neighbors before. This was both a blessing and a curse. The long period of peace allowed them to develop their planets and star systems without depending on foreign trade. Nonetheless, just like the Reinaldans, the Ilvanans had become overly complacent. The protectors of the faith may look impressive, but their bark was stronger than their bite. Their actual combat strength was significantly less than their numbers suggested. The forward-thinking reformers recognized this inadequacy. They realized that their domestic mech industry was not up to par with the regional standard anymore. They lost faith in their own mech designers. Ves had been tasked with designing a ceremonial bodyguard mech. Different from a military mech, such machines needed to be able to respond quickly and fiercely to fend off surprise attacks. Bodyguard mechs don't require a lot of endurance. They only have to last long enough to escort their charges to safety, or stall the attackers long enough for reinforcements to arrive. A complicated feeling arose within his heart when he thought about his current client. Calabas trusted him to design a hero mech that protected her life. For a moment, he was tempted to fudge his design and incorporate a hidden weak point, but he quickly stomped out this impulse. His pride as a mech designer wouldn't allow him to violate his duty. Whatever he thought about Calabas, she was his client now, and as a mech designer it was his job to accommodate her demands to the best of his ability. Ves had been rather lax with his responsibilities a few times, and he always paid a price for his transgressions. Now that he advanced to journeyman, he suspected that it became more important than ever to stick to his principles. He turned his attention back to his hero mech. Considering its mission profile, Ves determined that the mech needed to last a long time on standby but be able to deliver a lot of impact when needed. After a bit of brainstorming, he narrowed down his mech concept. First, it had to be a land-bound mech. Ves already ruled out designing an aerial mech because a hero mech was already complicated enough. Adding flight capabilities to his design would only add more bloat while forcing him to compromise on many aspects. The added mobility simply didn't make up for the sacrifices he needed to make in his design. Hero mechs normally don't place too much emphasis on mobility, Ves muttered. In general, the mech industry classified a hero mech as an offensive mech design. Much of the focus on their design lay in their offensive capacity. They only came equipped with enough mobility and armor to strengthen their versatile offensive power. Therefore, settling for a land-bound mech was sufficient because the mech would be able to employ its rifle to any threats that remained out of reach. As for the weapon loadout of the mech, Ves opted to go for a sword and ballistic rifle. A sword was the standard one-handed weapon of a hero mech. The elite mech pilots that Calabas had acquired all piloted hero mechs armed with swords during their simulation battles, so he didn't intend to mess them up by foisting them with a weapon they hadn't practiced before. He intended to solicit some feedback from Kedis regarding his hero mech's sword. Even though she was far behind him in many aspects, her specialty centered around swords and sharpness. For the ranged option of his hero mech, Ves settled on a ballistic rifle instead of a laser rifle. While he possessed a lot of expertise in designing mechs armed with laser weapons, a bodyguard mech required more immediate firepower. Laser weapons can deal a lot more damage in long, drawn-out battles. The only problem is that bodyguard mechs don't have the time to wear down their enemies at their own pace. Ballistic rifles may not be as sophisticated as laser weapons, but their firepower and dependability was undeniable. The rounds they fired could pack a variety of explosive or penetrating effects. Most mechs armed with ballistic rifles merely fired standard explosive shells that packed a decent explosive and kinetic punch for their cost. However, as long as Calabast invested more money on ammunition, she could easily supply her bodyguard mechs with more premium exotic enriched rounds. This allowed his hero mech to possess enough firepower to take out their opponents faster. The major downside to ballistic rifles was that a mech could only carry so much ammunition. Once the hero mech ran out of magazines, its ballistic rifle was as useful as a fragile club. Still, it wasn't as if his hero mech would fight an intensive battle for several hours straight. If Calabast had any sense, then she would stick to areas that were close to friendly reinforcements. It only took around 15 minutes for the Protectors of the Faith stationed elsewhere to respond to the recent terrorist attack. Providing his hero mechs with enough ammunition to last half an hour should be sufficient for their purpose. If a battle is being drawn out for whatever reason, the mech pilots can just fire less in order to conserve their ammunition. A basic picture of his hero mech emerged. While he hadn't defined its appearance as of yet, its vague shape suggested a high-impact mech that defended its charge by overwhelming its opponents with a ferocious offensive. Combining powerful shells with a strong sword arm, his hero mech was squarely designed to fight fire with fire. While his hero mech design excelled in offensive power, their ability to defend was a lot more modest. Aside from their armor, they didn't possess any other defensive solutions. Other bodyguard mechs can take over this duty. Rather than attempting to make his hero mech fulfill both an offensive and defensive role, Ves decided to focus entirely on the former while leaving the latter to other mechs. He already knew that Calabast's bodyguard detail consisted of many defensive night mechs. After determining this basic configuration, Ves wondered whether he should add something extra to his mech concept. He shook his head. I shouldn't. For a hero mech, 2 weapon systems is enough. Adding anything else will only weaken the core performance metrics of my design. He wasn't working with Terran high technology this time, where every component came in very compact shapes. He needed to ration the internal volume of his mech design carefully. Employing 2 weapon systems on a single design took up so much space that Ves didn't expect any room for other gimmicks. Chapter 1190 Narrow Target Audience. Ves settled on designing a high-impact mech without too many frills. Aside from its dual weapon systems, he didn't think it was wise to overcomplicate his design any further. Hero mechs are already gimmicks by themselves, he snorted. Adding a gimmick to a hero mech is like putting lipstick on a pig. After determining the mech concept for his design, he moved on to fleshing out his vision for his mech. A mech was more than just a collection of parts that fit with its mech concept. A good design attempted to tie them all together in a holistic manner. Synergy, fit, ease of use and more all depended on how a mech designer fashioned their designs. When it came to his own design style, Ves exhibited a strong preference towards ease of use. Influenced by his mastery experiences, he designed his mechs around their pilots. He developed a strong focus towards enabling the mech pilots of his products to showcase their maximum potential when paired together. This inevitably meant that he sacrificed some optimization geared towards pulling more synergy and performance out of his mechs. The question Ves faced right now was whether he should adopt the same approach to his current design project. Previously, I designed my mechs with moderately skilled mech pilots in mind, he recalled. The Black Beak and Crystal Lord were both premium products, so VS designed them with advanced pilots in mind. However, the range of skill between an average advanced pilot and one who trained to the level of elites was quite substantial. The latter displayed much greater skill and pulled out a lot more potential out of their mechs. This difference sometimes grew so large that their mechs couldn't keep up with their skill level. I'm not designing a mass-market product this time. The only mech pilots that I need to take into account are the 6 elites I met before. The 6 members of the Cronin dynasty graduated from the best Ilvanan mech academies with honors. They possessed a strong mastery in both swordsmanship and marksmanship despite their young ages. All in all, VS could expect so much more from their performance. Due to the narrow scope of his commission, he didn't need to take any other mech pilots into account. If one of the 6 Cronins retired or transferred away for any reason, then Calabast could easily obtain another elite mech pilot from the Cronin dynasty to occupy the freed-up machine. There's really no chance that a lesser-skilled mech pilot will pilot my hero mech. This was an important realization. It liberated him from the invisible shackles that long constrained his mech designs. Another way to describe his situation was that he didn't have to adhere to market demand. Unlike his commercial mech designs, this time he didn't have to place too much emphasis on the competition. I don't have to make design choices that increases the appeal of my mechs at the cost of practicality or performance. That didn't mean that VS had a license to design an uncompetitive mech that performed awfully compared to similar mech models on the market. He would be tarnishing his reputation instead of redeeming it if he exploited the commission in this fashion. What actually mattered was that VS only needed to design a mech for a very minuscule target audience. However, a big complication arose when VS thought about the complexity of hero mechs. This mech type was already very difficult to pilot. A Terran mech pilot like Axlar Strion didn't exhibit much strain when piloting the Ouroboros. VS could not expect a third-class mech pilot from the Galactic Rim to exhibit the same ease when piloting a simple hero mech. I need more data, he concluded. To that end, he made a brief call to Calabast. He requested a copy of the telemetry and combat footage of the recent simulation battles. No problem, VS. The data is too sensitive to be transmitted over the galactic net, so I'll dispatch a courier. Be sure to treat the data carefully. You'll only be able to read the secure data chip from a restricted terminal at the mech workshop I've set aside for you. Don't lose it and don't let anyone else take it away. Destroy it once you're done. Calabast treated the data very seriously because it could be disastrous for her if they fell in the wrong hands. VS hadn't visited the mech workshop yet, but he looked forward to working there. From what he heard, the site used to belong to another mech company that became defunct. Calabast took it over and transferred it to their new joint venture. The idea was that the local mech designer they partnered up with would reside in the mech workshop most of the time. Such a well-equipped workplace enabled them to adapt the LMC's designs for the local market. Unfortunately, they couldn't proceed with this part of the plan. Even the mech technicians that Calabast inherited from the defunct mech company all resigned from their jobs once they heard they worked for VS now. I don't need them anyway, he sneered. VS accepted the fact that he was a pariah in Protectorate space. The only reason why he didn't make a big deal out of it was because he possessed the confidence to redeem his reputation. Everything hinged on his results. As long as he dazzled the Ilvanans with a fantastic mech design, he could make them forget about all the accusations that had been thrown in his way. Afterwards, he expected no further trouble in recruiting local mech designers and mech technicians. They shouldn't expect to receive generous conditions when that happens. VS prized loyalty. He hoped he could find someone motivated and dedicated enough to work with him to expand the LMC's reach. Sadly, no one wanted to take the risk. With so many mech designers reluctant to associate with him, he no longer placed high expectations on the local mech designers. They can be cowards all they want, but they shouldn't expect many rewards if they aren't willing to take some risks. He knew he was being a bit unfair to the Ilvanan mech designers. Brighter mech designers could be just as cowardly and risk-averse. He shook his head. There's no point thinking any further about the locals. Ves began to envision a high-impact mech that emphasized raw power in exchange for control. Even if this design direction meant that his hero mech would be slightly more difficult to pilot, he was confident that the elite Kronen mech pilots could keep up with the sheer might at their disposal. The mech has to be mechanically strong. More mechanical power meant faster movements and better acrobatics. A skilled mech pilot would be able to use the additional power to perform all kinds of unorthodox moves that confounded normal mech pilots. In fact, mech designers adopted a similar approach to professional dueling mechs. While Ves didn't intend to design a dueling mech, some of its principles still applied to his project. Most dueling mechs consisted of high-impact, peak performance mechs because they maximized the skill of their mech pilots. If you have good mech pilots, then it's best to design a mech that is strongly affected by their skills. The reverse also applied. If Ves had to design a mech for awful mech pilots, then it was best to dumb down his design and automate as many aspects as possible. This was the whole reason why frontline mechs existed in the first place. Overall, Ves concluded that in this particular situation, it was best if he let go of some of his older priorities and focus on maximizing performance at the cost of ease of use. It was a very incongruent mindset to adopt at first. Yet once he convinced himself that he was designing a custom mech, he was able to live with the changes. Ves walked up to a terminal and activated a design program. He drafted up the basic shape of his hero mech design. He unconsciously incorporated some of the elements of the Ouroboros into his design. Just like his first hero mech design, he split his current mech design in two. One side excelled in exerting a lot of mechanical strength while the other side offered much greater precision. Just like with the Ouroboros, the asymmetry introduced a lot of imbalances in his design. Back then, the auto designer took care of all of the underlying technical problems that he introduced by designing such an uneven mech. This time, he didn't have any access to sophisticated AIs that had been programmed with robust problem-solving capabilities. Even if he somehow obtained a copy of the software of the auto designer, hardly any processor bank in the Protectorate could keep up with the sheer amount of calculations the AIs performed. "It will take a lot of time for me to manually balance the design," he muttered. This was a very pertinent problem because he was working on a time limit. If he took too much time on designing this mech, then he might miss his self-imposed deadline of earning the MTA's recognition. While Ves really wanted to do his utmost to design his hero mech, the short amount of time he reserved on this project seriously hampered his ability to achieve all of his goals. "I will just have to do the best I can and hope my increased ability can keep up with my pace." He hadn't forgotten about the system either. If he found himself lacking in some aspect, he could always materialize his system comm from his inventory and upgrade some of his skills and sub-skills. At this time, someone rang at his door, pulling him away from his contemplation on which skill he should upgrade next. "Come in." Leland entered with a troubled expression. "There's a problem, Ves." "What's the matter?" he asked while closing his design software. He could get back at his project at any time. "You seem quite concerned." "Due to the recent terrorist attack, the Ilvain Protectorate dispatched a lot of investigators to find out the truth and track down those responsible for the attack. One of them has arrived at our compound without warning." Ves had already faced some questioning before immediately after the attack. "I've already answered plenty of questions. What more do they want to ask?" The investigators who questioned us before worked for the local police forces. They're aligned with the Kuran dynasty, so they didn't press us very hard. This time is different. The attendants of Ilvain sent one of their High Inquisitors to interrogate you in person. Ves widened his eyes. Even though he didn't know how much power they wielded, just this title alone implied many awful possibilities. What did the Kurans say about this unannounced visit? It's unwise to hinder a High Inquisitor on duty. Leland ruefully smiled. The Kurans may be able to stop Inquisitors from snooping on their core family members, but they aren't willing to pay the price when it comes to us. Regardless, we aren't guilty anyway, so they don't think we'll face too many risks. This wasn't something that Miss Cecily could stop. The attendants of Ilvain may be largely concerned with administering the faith, but their importance in Ilvainian society was just as great as the protectors of the faith and the shepherds of the flock. Ves exited his room with a resigned expression and went down to the foyer of the compound. There, he encountered a richly dressed old man surrounded by more modest-looking lackeys. An ugly expression came over the old man's face. I am High Inquisitor Zephin Lin Poxco. You must be Mr. Larkin's son. Ves tried to maintain his composure. Pleased to meet you, High Inquisitor. I have come to inquire on some matters concerning the recent attack on the Grand Church. Are you willing to sit down with me and answer my questions? I'd be glad to, sir. It wasn't as if Ves could refuse. The piercing glance sent by the High Inquisitor told him that he wouldn't like it if he said no. Chapter 1191 Zephin Lin Poxco. Upon his acceptance, the High Inquisitor led Ves to a small office room in the compound. The assistants that accompanied the old man swept the office up for bugs and set up small devices that Ves recognized as body scanners and lie detectors. That meant trouble. Ves instantly knew that he needed to watch his words. He couldn't employ his usual bold lies to get away from a tough situation. Someone who made his living by interrogating all sorts of characters wouldn't be fooled by his usual word plays either. He nonetheless grew nervous despite his assurances of innocence. He was more than aware that out of all the major factions in the Protectorate, the attendants of Ilvain opposed his presence the most. Their devoutness was just as great as their narrow-mindedness. Once his assistants finished setting up their devices, they left the office, leaving Ves and the High Inquisitor alone. Ves awkwardly stared at the old man sitting on the opposite side of the desk. Mr. Larkin's son. He began with a firm voice that belied his skinny, senile form. In the name of the Prophet, I hope we can uncover the truth. Let us begin with some basic questions. First, are you a citizen of the Bright Republic? I am. Born and raised. You come from a prominent military family that is known for its mech pilots and expert pilots, is that correct? Yes. The Larkin sons are very well known in the Bright Republic for those reasons. You are different, however, the High Inquisitor noted. You are the first and only Larkin son to study mech design and achieve success in your career. That's correct. Are you truly a Larkin son? Ves frowned at that question. I failed to see how this question is relevant to the investigation of the terrorist attack. The High Inquisitor became more intense. His eyes burned at Ves with increasing fervor. Answer the question. Somehow, the man was able to apply a lot of pressure to Ves without resorting to any fancy spiritual strength. He decided to answer the question despite his own misgivings. I consider myself a Larkin son, yes. But do you really? High Inquisitor Poxco smiled. Why the reluctance, then? Because it's personal. Whatever I might think about my last name, I will always stick up for my family. Ves was being a bit disingenuous here. The family he valued only consisted of a dozen Larkin sons or so. As for his more distant relatives, they could fend for themselves. He faintly suspected that the High Inquisitor managed to capture this detail. That put him even further on guard. They hadn't even talked about anything important yet, but the old man was already reading him like a book. Let us move on to your work. You are a mech designer, right? Please succinctly describe your job. This was a very open-ended question. Ves wasn't sure why the High Inquisitor asked something as basic as his job description. Mech designers are highly educated individuals who make their living by designing large war machines commonly classified as mechs. Is that all to your profession? Ves shrugged. Mech designers combine both art and science to design their mechs. We possess a strong grasp in many different fields of science and engineering. Different from academics, we apply our knowledge in creative ways that make up our own distinct design styles. What is your design style? It's difficult to describe to laymen. Try it anyway. The High Inquisitor gestured with his hand. The most simple explanation that I can offer is that I design my mechs with an eye towards how they affect people. My foremost priority is to design a mech that meshes well with their mech pilots. I've become quite good at this if I say so myself. My second priority is to make the appearances of my mechs stand out. While not every customer appreciates the latter aspect, I think I have enough customers who appreciates my mechs. The High Inquisitor leaned forward. Interesting. I have read some publications concerning your mech designs. Many of them describe that your mechs exhibit a most unusual quality. According to the descriptions, anyone observing your mechs will feel very odd about them. Your mechs are known to possess a very compelling quality that never fails to attract attention. Can you explain the reason why your mechs are able to induce such reactions? This question came very close to one of his secrets. High Inquisitor, the answer to this question is very delicate. Please address me as Your Excellency. Ahem. Ves awkwardly coughed. Your Excellency, as I was saying, the matter that you've described is tied to my mech designer specialization. Every aspect that is related to our specialty is classified as valuable trade secrets by the MTA. According to their regulations, a mech designer is not obliged to answer any questions concerning their specialty and other trade secrets. Only MTA itself reserves that right. Ah. The High Inquisitor smiled. You are correct, Mr. Larkinson. Thank you for reminding me of my oversight. As a lawful servant of the Ilvanan state, it is not my intention to encroach upon the strictures set by the MTA. The Mech Trade Association both restricted and protected the rights of mech designers. While Ves frequently ran afoul of their rules and regulations, he knew he wouldn't have it nearly as easy if the powerful organization didn't exist. The MTA explicitly protect a mech designer's right to protect their trade secrets, for some very good reasons. If they allowed agents of the state to coerce mech designers into giving up their trade secrets, then a lot of abuse would ensue. Politically connected mech designers could encourage corrupt authorities to drum up false charges to arrest a promising mech designer. Once placed in their custody, the interrogators could do anything they wanted to get a mech designer to spill all of their trade secrets and feed them back to the mastermind. Such developments went against the spirit of fair competition that the MTA prized. Therefore, the organization found it necessary to reserve the right to interrogate mech designers on matters concerning their specialty and other trade secrets. This was how it was supposed to work. In practice, Ves heard stories where not all states abided by this regulation. The MTA wasn't omnipotent, and plenty of abuses happened behind closed doors. Ves didn't rule out the possibility that the attendants of Ilvain might be tempted to play dirty. Only two factors reassured him a bit. First, he possessed the backing of the Kurin dynasty and Calabast specifically. Considering her personal interest in his well-being, she should do everything possible to restrain the Paxco dynasty from doing anything too egregious. Second, he was way too high profile. Even if the MTA still registered him as an apprentice mech designer in their files, there was no way they closed all of their eyes towards a de facto journeyman. In truth, any mech designer who managed to become a de facto journeyman possessed a lot of potential. They were able to take an enormous leap forward in their careers despite having designed a lot less mechs than other journeymen. This meant they held much more promise in their future advancement than anyone else. The higher the rank, the more protection they received from the MTA. While a journeyman didn't receive the amount of coddling they bestowed on expert pilots, they still played a role in restraining the excesses of state authorities. Both Ves and Lynn Paxco were aware of these conditions. Perhaps the High Inquisitor had more leeway with novices and apprentices. There were so many of them that the MTA hardly cared if the Inquisitors roughed them up. Ves was glad he successfully advanced prior to his trip to the Elvain Protectorate. It was after contemplating all of this that Ves had an inkling of what was happening here. He hadn't done anything in the Elvain Protectorate. Well, to be fair, he did order his pet to steal some priceless historical relics, but that didn't count. The main point was that the High Inquisitor shouldn't have the legal basis to accuse him of any crimes. While he and his avatars of myth did kill a bunch of people, they acted reasonably in self-defense. As far as he knew, they hadn't killed any innocent bystanders that the High Inquisitor could use as an excuse. This led Ves to believe that Lynn Paxco was trying to fish for information. Once he realized this, Ves relaxed a bit as the High Inquisitor was ready to move on to another line of questioning. You have initially come to the Elvain Protectorate in order to fulfill a commission to design a special mech for Director Cecily Curran, the Inquisitor said. Please describe the mech she commissioned from you. Ves coughed again. Your Excellency, the contracts that I've signed with the Director prevents me from divulging the contents of our agreements. It is highly inappropriate for me to reveal this information without her permission. You will have to approach the client and gain her approval if you wish to hear the answer to this question. She requested you to design a ceremonial bodyguard mech, is that correct? I am not at liberty to say so. It is not difficult to find out that the commission calls for you to design a so-called hero mech. The 6 wayward mech pilots she bought from the Cronin dynasty all have one strength in common. They are proficient in both melee and ranged mech combat. Ves tried to smile back. Please understand. I cannot speak on behalf of Director Cecily. The High Inquisitor frowned for a bit. I see. I will be sure to do so. She's a fascinating woman, don't you think? As far as I'm concerned, she's just a client. From what I've gathered, the relationship between the two of you is far from superficial. The two of you are quite friendly with each other. How long have you known her? A couple of weeks? Ves tentatively nodded. And you have never known her before she presented her commission to your company? The Inquisitor asked with raised attention. I am not familiar with Director Cecily Curran prior to the commission. Only when I arrived on this planet did I meet with the Director in person for the very first time. Interesting. Then why did you not only accept the commission, but also made plans to set up a joint venture between your mech company and a holding company under the name? The High Inquisitor pressed. The speed of this agreement astounds me. You barely know each other, and you've already decided to become business partners. I saw an opportunity to gain a privileged position in the Protectorate's mech market. As a business owner, I am always keen to jump on opportunities to make a profit. Director Curran made a very attractive offer to me, one that isn't open for long. I decided to jump on it fast before she takes her offer elsewhere. The High Inquisitor raised a skeptical eyebrow at Ves. Even if your interests aligned, I would expect that both of you would exhibit a bit more caution to each other. Instead, both of you acted inordinately quickly. What is it about Director Curran that makes you trust her so much? I don't necessarily trust her, Your Excellency, Ves honestly admitted. I put my faith in our mutual interests. Faith, the High Inquisitor sneered. Typical of you secular foreigners. While we put our faith in Prophet Ylvain, you secularists would rather put your faith in money and contracts. What if I say your faith is misplaced in this case? Pardon? What if Director Curran is not who she claims to be? Oh. Ves began to get an inkling of the true reason for this questioning session. High Inquisitor Poxco hadn't come here to dig out his secrets. He was here to probe about Calabast. Had she blown her cover somehow? Chapter 1192 Original Sentiment. I'm aware of what has transpired, Calabast said over the comm. As soon as the friendly High Inquisitor finished his inquiry, Ves immediately called his partner over his comm. Both of them knew that their conversation wasn't secure, so they restrained themselves from discussing any sensitive matters. The High Inquisitor might in fact be listening in right now. Who is he exactly? Ves asked. High Inquisitor Zephin Lin Poxco is a renowned figure in the Poxco dynasty, Calabast calmly answered. Born as a commoner, he joined the attendants of Ylvain and became an adopted member of the dynasty. He worked as a priest for some time before finding his true calling as an inquisitor. So he enjoys hunting heretics for a living? I know that secularists like you think of all kinds of horror stories as soon as you hear about an inquisition. The Ylvainian Inquisition is preoccupied with more than hunting heretics and blasphemers. They act as the investigative arm of the Ylvainian faith. Their mandate extends to everything related to the faith. They particularly pay a lot of attention to anything that can threaten the supremacy of the Ylvainian faith in the Protectorate. This explanation sounded very vague to Ves. If the Inquisitors twisted their interpretation to a certain extent, then anything that transpired in the Protectorate fell within their mandate. Is our business partnership under threat? He asked. She shook her head. This is my problem, not yours. Our business relationship is still solid. The High Inquisitor may have a lot of power, but the only reason he can be involved is due to the recent terrorist attack. Regardless of what the media says, it is a stretch to lay the blame on our feet. What about your position? Is it secure? My directorship is secure, Calabast firmly stated over the comm. I enjoy the support of the highest elders in the Curran dynasty. They know what is at stake and they will not let the Ylvainian Inquisition run roughshod over us. If my guess is correct, then the Inquisition is actually trying to dig into something else. For now, these waters are too deep for you to wade into. Don't inquire any further about this topic. Calabast revealed a lot of information to Ves with her reply. He didn't believe she was a native Ylvainian at all. He always wondered how she smoothly managed to gain an identity in the Curran dynasty. It made sense that she enjoyed insider support. Otherwise, it would have been too outlandish for her to adopt the identity of a notable Curran. What Ves didn't know until now was that the leaders of the Curran dynasty was aware of her true origin. This possible conclusion implied that Calabast's true background was a lot stronger than he imagined. If her true origin warranted the personal attention of the highest elders of the Curran dynasty, then her former employers must be a force to be reckoned with in the region. At the very least, Ves suspected that she may have struck a deal with them in order to acquire her current identity. It concerned him a bit that Calabast's shady associations might spill over to Ves. He still didn't feel comfortable about their partnership yet. The information disparity between the two always put him on the defense. While Calabast investigated his record and knew one of his greatest secrets, he knew almost nothing about her. Aside from the fact that she was a spy and she worked for a powerful organization, Ves didn't even know her real name. "It has dawned upon me that I know very little about you," he pointed out. "For a supposed business partner, it is really disconcerting that you're not willing to share anything about yourself to me. A good business relationship is based on trust, you know." "I know, but now is not the time, Mr. Larkinson." Calabash smiled at Ves. "As I've said before, it's sufficient for us to rely on mutual interest. Don't concern yourself about my matters and instead focus upon your own. The commission won't complete by itself, and you have a lot of expectations riding on your shoulders. The success of our subsequent ventures rely on how well you design your next mech. How much progress have you made up until now?" "Not much. I'm still working on developing my vision for my upcoming mech. It's important for me to gain a good understanding of Elvanian culture. If I get it wrong from the start, I won't be able to design anything significant no matter how much time and effort I put into this project." "You're the mech designer. I trust in your abilities," she confidently said. As the holder of the metal scroll, any mech he designed was remarkable. "This is a delicate time. Keep your head down for now and don't get involved in anything that riles up the Elvanian Inquisition." Ves held up his hand in innocence. "Hey, who do you think I am? I'm just a mech designer. I don't have any other stake in the Elvane Protectorate besides designing and selling mechs. I'm just reminding you that you can't act with impunity here. High Inquisitor Zephin Lin Poxco may have paid a casual visit to you this time, but he won't hesitate to come at you hard as soon as you make a single misstep, especially if you profane the Elvanian faith. This is not the Bright Republic." "I know. Don't worry. Since my movements are restricted, there's nothing I can do besides designing mechs." They ended the call shortly after. He found it rather insulting that Calabash kept looking at him with a shifty expression, as if he was a naughty kid who couldn't help but pull of a stunt that would land them both in trouble. Who did she think she was? She should look after her own conduct before accusing him of anything shady. "I'm completely innocent." Just then, a slim metallic form phased through the wall. "Meow! Ah, Lucky, you're back!" A small ECM field surrounded his incorporeal cat. This enabled him to move in and out of the tightly guarded guest compound without arousing the attention of the protectors of the faith. "Come closer. What did you manage to retrieve?" Lucky clutched a small bag of assorted junk. As Ves took the bag and looked inside, he dug up several small objects. He first lifted up a small suit button that purportedly came from one of the Grey Martyr's formal suits. "Fake," Ves declared. He didn't sense any significant spiritual accumulation in the object. It seemed that even if the Grand Church claimed that it belonged to the Grey Martyr, accumulation wouldn't take place if it was based upon lies. This was an important observation to Ves. He next picked up a preserved seed that purportedly came from a plant in the backyard of the Grey Martyr's old home. "This is a bit more special." The seed was so small and insignificant that it must not have impressed a lot of Elvanians. Even so, its connection to the Grey Martyr must be true because Ves could sense a tiny concentration of spiritual energy that bore a distinct imprint. "This bears further study." The most important relic that Lucky retrieved was a decorative medallion made out of mundane alloys. It was a cheap commemorative item handed out to all the worshippers of the Elvanian faith at its 10th anniversary since its founding. Although Elvane already attracted a sizable following, not a lot of these medallions survived up to this day. Every medallion celebrating the 10th anniversary was a prized heirloom to any family that could trade their lineage back to the earliest followers of Elvane. The one he held right now was special because of its association to the Grey Martyr. Ves specifically ordered Lucky to see if he could retrieve it because it was one of the most valuable relics of the Grand Church. "Good boy. I'll be sure to add some extra exotics to your next meal," Meow! Lucky replied with disdain. Holding the medallion in his hands allowed him to feel the rich but turbulent spiritual accumulation hidden within. Even those who didn't possess any remarkable spiritual strength would feel something unusual about this object. It projected a faint aura akin to those of his own mechs. It's too bad it's too heterogeneous. The medallion received the worship of many billions of faithful Ilvanans over the years. He confirmed his previous speculation that many Ilvanans imparted a tiny bit of their spiritual energy to the medallion. It started off small, but over a long period of time the accumulation became increasingly more significant. Ves even suspected that a positive feedback cycle was at work. Perhaps at the start, the commemorative medallion didn't attract much attention. Even though it was a significant object that used to belong to the Grey Martyr himself, it was just a piece of cheap metal. Yet as more and more worshippers imparted their spiritual energy into the object, it took on an increasingly more compelling quality. While its spiritual accumulation was filled with the pollution of random and incongruent thoughts, not everything was useless. All those believers have one thing in common: their faith. Their devotion to the Ilvanan faith meant that much of the spiritual accumulation locked within the medallion shared a common attribute to the original sentiment that the Grey Martyr originally left behind. Ves knew that the Grey Martyr was born as a simple man who grew old before he first met the Prophet. He was an average commoner from the galactic heartland and did not possess any remarkable spiritual strength. Even as he became one of the most important followers of Prophet Ilvain, his spirituality never grew to a significant degree. The galaxy didn't revolve around spirituality. Ves deduced all of this from the trace of sentiment that the Grey Martyr left behind in the medallion. It was so minuscule that even a slight sneeze from Ves could extinguish it from existence. Yet the strange part was that this original sentiment was surrounded and protected by the much larger mass of heterogeneous spiritual energy donated by other Ilvanans. It was as if this collective gathering of energy possessed just enough life to recognize that it needed to protect the Grey Martyr's original sentiment. Interesting. Very interesting. Ves nodded as he delved into the interaction between these two spiritual energies. He faintly suspected that the larger grouping wanted to merge and empower the Grey Martyr's sentiment. However, if a drop of pure, clean water fell into a glass of sewage, then only filth remained. Merging the two together would only lead to a net loss because the Grey Martyr's sentiment was simply too small and weak. After determining all of this through his focused inspection, he developed two possible ways to obtain what he wanted out of the relic. First, he could change both the spiritual imprint and the spiritual attribute of the heterogeneous spiritual accumulation. This required him to perform two very intricate procedures. While he had a good idea on how to replace one spiritual imprint with another, he felt much less confident about changing the attribute of spiritual energy. Is it even possible to do so? Ves believed that this wasn't as simple as he suspected. Therefore, he decided to take a step back and employ a more modest solution. The most workable approach is to filter out the sewage so that I'm only left with clean water that is as pure as the original drop of water. This was a process of salvaging the spiritual attribute that conformed to the Grey Martyr's original sentiment. Ves might have to discard 50, 70, or even 90% of the spiritual accumulation the medallion collected over the years. He had no use for spiritual energy with incompatible attributes. Since he didn't possess the confidence that he convert them to another attribute, their presence served no use to him. He was better off throwing it away than allow it to continue to pollute the medallion. Even though I'll be left with a fraction of accumulation, all that is left is pure and homogeneous. Would he be able to merge this end product with the Grey Martyr's original sentiment? All of his plans concerning the X factor of his upcoming design hinged on whether he could pull off this stunt. Chapter 11 93 Scent and Flavor. Ves threw the worthless suit button to Lucky. Meow? Eat it. Meow. What do you mean it tastes awful? You're able to digest the most unusual exotics. It shouldn't be any problem for you to eat a simple suit button. Meow meow meow. Yes, I know it's made out of composites. I don't care if it tastes awful to you. I need to get rid of this button without leaving any evidence behind. After a bit more arguing, Ves eventually forced Lucky to eat the suit button. His cat mournfully hissed at him immediately afterwards. The suit button tasted awful to Lucky. There was hardly anything of value to his remarkable digestion system. Ves shook his head at the sight of his grumpy pet. He really didn't have a lot of choice to dispose of the evidence. He didn't trust the trash chutes of the guest compound because who knew how many sensors recorded the stuff he threw away. If the Ovanans tapped the records of the trash chutes and found out that one of the objects that Ves threw away happened to be one of their relics, there was no way he could offer a satisfactory explanation. Fortunately, Lucky continued to stay by his side and cover the entire room with his ECM field. Under the cover of this protection, Ves wanted to process the other relics as fast as possible so he could dispose of them quickly. The longer he possessed the seed and the medallion, the greater the chance of getting caught red-handed. The best way for me to avoid getting caught red-handed is if I've washed off the stain when the authorities come back. Against someone as sharp and observant as High Inquisitor Zephin Lin Poxco, Ves would never dare to keep the two genuine relics of the Grey Martyr in his possession. He would stuff them both into Lucky's mouth this instant if the High Inquisitor was right outside the door. Only 2 samples, huh? This is going to be difficult. Each of these relics presented him with a valuable opportunity to verify his latest theories. The more experiments he conducted, the more certainty he gained. Having only 2 practice runs meant that Ves needed to get it right the first time. I won't have the opportunity to obtain much more relics. As soon as the attendants of Ilvain notice that some of them are missing, they'll surely tighten the security around their other relics. Lucky often raided the mech nursery's material stockpiles whenever he wanted a snack, so he was quite a proficient little thief. Yet that didn't mean he could sneak into everything and steal something valuable with impunity. At the very least, Lucky didn't possess the ability to enter into total stealth. Anything guarded by humans or organic entities was very risky. I'll have to save my next chance for something that actually matters. Ves looked down and beheld the 2 small objects in his hands. The seed didn't contain much spiritual accumulation, so he didn't feel bad if he ruined its spiritual quality. The medallion was a lot more valuable and possessed a much greater accumulation. It would be a lot more difficult for him to manipulate something stronger. It's too bad they can't stay intact once I'm done with them. They're too hot for me to retain. Even if he succeeded in his experiments, he didn't want to incorporate anything related to the Grey Martyr to his upcoming mech design. My hero mech is based around the concept of a high-impact mech. Why would I want to pair it with a placid old teacher? The X-factor of his mech needed to match with its vision. To pair an aggressive mech with a peaceful design spirit would only diminish both of their qualities. The opposite of synergy would occur where the combining the 2 resulted in less than sum of 2 parts. It will be extremely detrimental if different aspects of my design are constantly fighting against each other. Ves already had another source in mind to prop up the X-factor of his mech. However, he could forget about enacting his plan if his experiments right now didn't pan out. There was no point in thinking any further if his capabilities couldn't keep up with his ambitions. He put down the valuable medallion and started with the seed. If he blocked all of his spiritual senses, then it appeared as a plain little seed covered in some preservative substance that protected it against the outside elements. There was nothing immediately remarkable about the little seed. The gray martyr only imparted the lightest touch on it, which didn't help in building up a lot of spiritual accumulation. Ves observed a correlation between the strength of the original sentiment and the spiritual accumulation that had developed around it. If the former was weak, the latter didn't have much grounds to grow. It doesn't help that it's an insignificant seed. If it wasn't connected to the gray martyr, it's completely worthless. How could the Ovanan followers feel any awe when confronted by this little seed? Even if they were hardcore fans of the gray martyr, a seed still didn't inspire much devotion. This happened to serve his purposes. The experiment he had in mind mainly depended on finesse. With a weaker spiritual accumulation, Ves didn't have to exert too much to enact his changes. It would be different if he started with the medallion. Its stronger spiritual accumulation meant that Ves not only had to be precise, but also exert a lot of strength. Trying to do both at the same time without any practice was an enormous challenge. It's better if I get the technique right before I apply my strength. With that thought, he carefully concentrated his mind and ran his spiritual senses throughout the seed. He didn't detect the presence of any conscious or living entities. While the spiritual energy locked within the seed showed some traces of vitality, it was as likely as bacteria. It only offered a marginal amount of instinctive resistance to his pervasive intrusion. Interesting. If the spiritual accumulation is stronger, it might be able to hinder my intrusion. His spiritual energy possessed remarkably different markings that wasn't compatible with the attributes associated with the Ovanan faith. Ves worshipped Mechs while the Ovanans worshipped their prophet and his predictions. When put together, of course the latter would feel affronted. He took the context of the emergence of the Ovanan faith into account as well. Prophet Ilvain lived during the twilight of the Age of Conquest. Even if some prototype mechs have already been developed at that time, they haven't achieved widespread exposure as of yet. This was still a time dominated by warships and weapons of mass destruction. Some of the prophet's predictions possessed some relations to the circumstances of this time period. He said almost nothing about mechs before he was assassinated, which left the Ilvanan faith with a lot of gaps when they adopted this new technology. In fact, critics of the Ilvanan faith pointed out this distinct gap in Prophet Ilvain's predictions as proof that he was a charlatan. If Prophet Ilvain could really predict the future, why did he not say anything about the advent of the Age of Mechs? There's always an explanation, Ves muttered. The standard retort of the Ilvanan faith was to claim that the prophet only uttered relevant predictions. While the rise of Mechs was a historically important turning point, it didn't change the essence of the Ilvanan faith. With this excuse, the attendants of Ilvain deflected any accusations that their prophet was just pulling predictions out of his but based off his limited perspective of his time. He turned his attention back to the seed. Regardless of whether the prophet was less than he claimed to be, his religion acquired a life of its own. The Grey Martyr and many other Ilvanans developed a sincere belief in the Ilvanan faith. Even if the core of it is based upon lies and figments of imagination, it no longer matters. Belief is belief. Ever since he arrived at the Protectorate, Ves discovered that strong belief sparked some strange interactions with spirituality. The church service at the Grand Church was a very significant event to him because he felt that the weak spirituality of tens of thousands of people began to resonate with a common frequency. Ves managed to determine some of the attributes related to the Ilvanan faith, though he lacked the sensitivity to identify their exact nature. Perhaps other faiths shared the same attributes, while others were exclusive to individual beliefs. Identifying imprints was a lot easier than identifying attributes. Being able to do the latter required him to understand the makeup of spiritual energy on a very deep level. Another way of describing these attributes was to equate them as flavors. Each flavor possessed a different quality. One was hot, One was cold. One was sweet. One was spicy. Not every flavor fit in every circumstance. For example, if VS wanted to drink some old-fashioned coffee, he didn't want it to be salty. As for imprints, the best way that VS could describe it was like leaving a scent on spiritual energy. Each person possessed a unique scent, and as long as VS managed to associate a particular smell to an individual, he'd be able to recognize it anywhere. Scent and flavor. While they possessed some relations to each other, they were still distinct. It's just a metaphor to make it easier for me to understand. I don't need to take it too seriously. VS shook his head. For now, VS didn't intend to manipulate the flavors. He only wanted to remove all of the unwanted smells until the most pleasant one was left behind. Then he wanted to make the scent stronger so that it provided the same level of stimulation. This was the simplest method he could come up with that would allow him to get what he wanted. He recalled some of the procedures that Kalankso's spiritual fragment performed and attempted to replicate the methods. The outcome was both promising and disappointing. Looks like I'm too clumsy. VS shook his head. It was like trying to handcraft a miniature mech while possessing the limbs of an exobeast. He exerted too much strength at first. It was a lot more strenuous than he thought to suppress his spirituality. Not only was he having trouble controlling his strength, but his precision was abysmal as well. He felt like he returned to his youth where his mother handed him a data pad to play with. He remembered one game where he had to color the depiction of a mech with his fingers. Being the little kid he was back then, he often splashed his colors across the lines of his mech, which resulted in a very smudged depiction. VS did not despair at these setbacks. He always knew his finesse was not up to snuff. This is only the start. I don't believe I can train myself to improve in both aspects. He became engrossed in his practice. This was the first time he was doing something so remarkable, so he cherished the opportunity to exercise his spirituality in such a fine-grained manner. An hour went by as VS became engrossed in his experiments. Lucky hissed resentfully every now and then, but he remained vigilant and guarded against any spying and intrusion. Although an hour was not a long time for practice, VS was a fast learner. The procedure he attempted to do wasn't very complicated to begin with. He just needed to comprehend some tricks that made it easier for him to apply his spirituality the way he wanted. Once he managed to succeed once, it was a lot easier for him to replicate the process. In fact, he already succeeded within the first 30 minutes, but only through chance. He spent the rest of his time refining his method and training his spirituality into performing it with more precision. He wanted to practice more, but he already wiped out all of the unwanted spiritual imprints for the seed's spiritual accumulation. I should proceed to the next step, he whispered as he momentarily rested his mind. He was capable of removing unwanted imprints. The question right now was if he could apply the imprint that remained to the ownerless spiritual energy. This is a very significant technique. There are many applications of such a powerful technique. Manipulating the imprint of spiritual energy was the key to forcing a mech pilot to advance to an expert candidate. Chapter 1194 Donning a Mask. VS already took the first step to mastering the techniques demonstrated by Kalankso's spiritual fragment. If not for witnessing the processes up close, he wouldn't have a clue on how to begin. Not only that, but I wouldn't even know that something like this was possible in the first place. It could be said that what he witnessed when he redeemed Space Knight Mastery Eye from the system had broadened his horizons. He never even dreamt that it would be possible to artificially create an expert pilot. Ever since then, VS always wanted to replicate the process. That was easier said than done. Not only was it rather troublesome to acquire spiritual energy, but even if he had some within his reach, his control and strength was but a shadow compared to Kalankso's might. He only gained some confidence when he advanced to journeyman. While his spirituality probably wasn't as strong as that of a senior mech designer, he at least took some steps forward. So far, he was right. After a bit of fumbling, he managed to wipe out the spiritual imprints of an uncountable number of Ilvanans. He met very little resistance as he did so. Each individual imprint was weak, and Ves spent more care on limiting the scope of his actions so that he didn't spill and damage something important. If the spiritual accumulation only consists of one imprint, then it'll probably offer much more resistance, Ves muttered. He recalled that Kalankso's spiritual fragment donated a substantial amount of its own spiritual energy to encourage Eloise Pelican's apotheosis. While Ves hadn't experimented on his own spiritual energy yet, he knew that he wouldn't face any resistance if he wiped off his own spiritual imprint. He smirked. It's my imprint. How can I resist myself? The only downside was that spiritual energy was quite precious. He hadn't even fully recovered from the losses he sustained when he donated a small chunk of his own spiritual energy to empower the images he created for the Ouroboros. He treasured his loose spiritual energy, especially since not a lot of it was at his disposal after his design seed absorbed a large amount. While the emergence of his design seed provided him with a lot of help, it also narrowed down his choices. Advancement is a process of specialization, Ves formed a guess. Just like mech design, there's always a trade-off. Becoming better at something means sacrificing versatility. Fortunately, his advancement to journeyman hadn't crippled his ability to manipulate spiritual energy. While he would probably never become a maestro in this field, what strength and control he acquired was sufficient to perform some limited procedures. This made him wonder if his ability to manipulate spiritual energy in this fashion would strengthen or weaken over time. It would be bad for his future plans if his versatility further diminished as his design seed grew stronger and transformed. On the flip side, if my design seed becomes stronger, I'll become less dependent on external sources. It was better if he could do everything himself. The whole reason why he was resorting to raiding the spiritual energy from valuable relics was because they could strengthen his ability to design his mechs. He turned his attention back to the second step of his plan. He knew it was a lot trickier than his first technique. Destruction is easier than creation. Some of the thoughts he held when he designed the Ouroboros still stuck in his mind. Destruction and creation were two sides of the same coin, but both possessed a lot of differences. The act of removing someone else's spiritual imprint was akin to destruction. Ves didn't really need to rack his mind over the technique because it was as simple as smudging his spiritual finger over the imprint. However, putting another spiritual imprint in its place was a bit trickier. He couldn't apply his spirituality in a ham-fisted manner and expect to create something new in the form he wanted. He needed to find a way to spread the Grey Marnie's spiritual imprint to the ownerless mass of energy. He developed several different approaches. The simplest approach would be to see if the Grey Marnie's spiritual imprints could contaminate the larger cloud of ownerless spiritual energy. Such a procedure also tested the nature of spiritual imprints. Was it something that existed in a fixed quantity, or could it spontaneously reproduce itself as long as there was enough space? The other alternative would be to regard the act of replicating someone else's spiritual imprint as a process of mass production. Like a 3D printer running day and night, the only way for Ves to duplicate a spiritual imprint in mass was to put conscious effort into copying it over and over again. The premise of this technique rested on the assumption that Ves was able to imitate the function of a 3D printer. Ves tried to recall what he witnessed back then from Kalankso's spiritual fragment. The first step is to wipe out the spiritual energy it freely donated to Eloise Pelican. The second step is to blend the huge cloud of ownerless spiritual energy with the strong emotions of the mech pilot. VS wasn't attempting to create an expert candidate, or expert pilot this time. He didn't have access to a living gray martyr who could donate the thoughts and emotions that he required. This left him with a gap where he couldn't blindly follow someone else's example. He needed to solve the problem by developing his own solution. Well, here goes nothing. He started with the simplest approach, which he much preferred over the other. If he could let the spiritual imprint do most of the work itself, then VS didn't need to exert too much energy in encouraging the contamination process. Hoping that it would work, VS concentrated his mind and attempted to employ several ways to get the spiritual imprint tied to the original sentiment to jump out and contaminate the large cloud of spiritual energy that was right next door. A frustrating half-hour went by as VS clumsily groped around. Oftentimes, he applied too much force, which accidentally damaged the valuable spiritual imprint. I can't go on like this. He sighed and stopped what he was doing. It's obvious that spiritual imprints can't propagate by themselves. He was hopeful that his contamination theory was true, because he could just sit back and supervise the process if that was the case. Instead, it seemed he needed to take a more active approach. The only problem was that VS didn't know where to start. He didn't know what a spiritual imprint was made of, let alone know how to replicate it if it belonged to someone else. It's easier if it's my own imprint, he muttered. According to what he saw back then, an imprint formed on spiritual energy after they blended with someone's thoughts and emotions. The imprint was basically a marker that claimed the spiritual energy to the originator of the thoughts and emotions. This presented VS with a clue. The thoughts and emotions of the Grey Martyr are well documented. Although VS didn't pay close attention to the Grey Martyr's life back when he visited the Grand Church, he developed a pretty good picture of the man back when he was alive. If I replicate some of his thoughts and emotions, would I be able to do something with his imprint? VS wondered. It was worth a try. Even if he failed, he would only ruin the spiritual accumulation of an insignificant seed at worst. He could still try something else with the commemorative medallion. Having lived in the Ilvain Protectorate for a couple of weeks, VS developed a better understanding of the Ilvainian faith than most citizens of the Bright Republic. While that didn't make him as knowledgeable as a devout Ilvainian believer who memorized all of Ilvain's predictions and sayings by heart, he at least understood some of their core beliefs. The central belief of the Ilvainian faith lies in their assurity that every form of life will transcend their mortal forms and ascend into godhood. This was a bold and radical assumption to make. There were so many implications and problems associated with this core belief that VS didn't even know where to begin. Yet most Ilvainians don't express any doubt at all. A brighter like VS would constantly doubt and question the validity of this radical belief. An Ilvainian would simply accept it as the truth. At best, some of the details might differ due to the variety of interpretations available, but most Ilvainians adhered to the most widely accepted interpretation set by the Grey Martyr himself. That made things easier to VS. He knew the basics of the Ilvainian faith, and he knew that the Grey Martyr's own personal beliefs didn't diverge that much from the mainstream interpretation. What he did next was a little bit troublesome. In order to put the replication process in motion, he needed to provide the fuel in the form of his own emotions and thoughts. It couldn't be his own emotions and thoughts. It was not his intention to impart his own scent on the spiritual accumulation of the little seed. What was the point of designing an Ilvainian mech when it carried the aura of a secular brighter? No. He needed to adopt the mindset that closely matched that of the Grey Martyr. He began to recall the lessons he learned when he toured the museum wing of the Grand Church. The Grey Martyr is first and foremost a teacher. The man wasn't an academic at all. He grew up as an average citizen and never achieved anything remarkable before the Prophet converted him in his later years. He took on the role of teacher and interpreter because he wasn't capable of doing more. According to the records, the Grey Martyr was a curious man who constantly tried to find the hidden meanings in the predictions and sayings of the Prophet. He also wanted to share his understanding with others in order to gain a better understanding of Prophet Ilvain's original intentions. Ves constructed an image of the Grey Martyr in his mind. He derived the man's original personality from the information he learned and added some of his own guesses along the way. The image of the Grey Martyr became increasingly more rich. What Ves did right now was no different from forming an image to define the X factor for his mechs. The only difference this time was that he wasn't going to put his image to use on a mech. Once he was finished with the process, the image of the Grey Martyr was rich but largely hollow and insubstantial. It was just a figment of his imagination at this point. Usually, the next step after forming the image would be to breathe life into it by imparting it with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy came from himself or from a spiritual fragment he scavenged from somewhere. Not this time. Ves developed a bold proposition. Instead of breathing life into an image, what if he breathed the image into his own mind? Would he be able to embody the image and take on its personality and traits? It's like donning someone else's mask. After a bit of fumbling, he figured out how to apply his ideas. He inflated the image and tried to merge it with his own mind. Nothing drastic happened at first. He was still preoccupied with blending in the image to his mind, which wasn't easy as his mind did not wish to be encroached by a foreign personality. He had to lower his mental defenses and use quite a bit of strength to merge the image with his mind. Even then, the process only happened gradually and tentatively. 20 minutes in, Ves noticed that his mentality had changed by quite a bit. When he thought back on the Ilvainian faith, he found to his surprise that he instantly felt a lot of heartfelt devotion to the Prophet. He hypnotized himself into becoming a devout worshipper of the Ilvainian faith. Chapter 1195 Spiritual Food. To personify an image was a surreal experience to Ves. His distinctive personality traits momentarily faded away. In its place sat the personality traits that Ves ascribed to the Grey Martyr. Old, calm, devout, inquisitive, gentle, hopeful. It was as if he donned a spiritual mask that completely transformed him into another being. It's too bad that it's fake. Ves quickly reasserted his true personality. The disparity in strength between the image of the Grey Martyr and himself was far too great. It was like he was surrounding his spirituality with a fragile water bubble. Just a single poke broke the illusion. Even though the experience didn't impress him very much, he knew that there were a lot of potential applications for this technique. I've developed so many new spiritual techniques in a short amount of time, he sighed with awe. His visit to the Ilvain Protectorate already paid dividends on that account. Ves started to understand why Master Olsen advised him to travel to different places. Different cultures and customs forced him to move beyond his usual approach to mech design. Different problems that he never faced before encouraged him to find new solutions that he would have never come up before. He gained a sense of how a journeyman should proceed after advancing from a lowly apprentice. Their mech design abilities may have matured, but that didn't mean they became capable of solving every problem. An apprentice only possessed a small number of tools in their toolbox. Advancing to journeyman didn't change that. If they wanted to become as formidable as a senior, then they needed to climb upwards step by step, and one of the ways to do so was to increase the amount of tools in their toolbox. Ves faintly had a premonition that the techniques he developed recently conformed to this process. Let's see if this latest technique is useful for my purposes. After he recollected his composure, he began to don the mask once again. It took a lot of effort to subsume his old personality with another one. One of the biggest problems he faced right now was that the image of the Grey Martyr was far from complete. There are too many holes. Ves never really paid too much attention to the gaps in his construction, thinking of them as trivial, but only now did he feel how much he missed. His image of the Grey Martyr was only a superficial caricature that encompassed only a small portion of the real figure. Nonetheless, he at least managed to include all the most important aspects. As long as no one looked too close, he at least possessed the surface demeanor of the Grey Martyr. Let's see if this masquerade can fool the spiritual imprint of the real person. He focused his attention back on the preserved seed. It was difficult for him to do so because the real Grey Martyr would never do such a thing. Ves faced an inherent contradiction. On one hand, he needed to personify the Grey Martyr. On the other hand, he needed to make use of his fake identity to perform the action his original self desired. Trying to juggle between these two priorities took a lot of mental acrobatics. Eventually, he managed to extend his spiritual senses to the preserved seed. He first identified the cloud of ownerless spiritual accumulation and pierced through it. Within the center of the cloud rested a tiny cloud of imprinted spiritual energy. Ves did not reach out with his own spiritual energy this time. He knew that it was completely useless to do so because the mask he wore did not transform his spirituality at all. It still carried his own spiritual imprint no matter how well he disguised it. Its essence hadn't changed. However, what did change was his thoughts and emotions. He developed an inexplicable devotion to Prophet Ilvain and his wild beliefs. These un-Ves-like thoughts polluted his mind and clashed against his own self-identity. It wasn't good for his mental health to maintain this state for long. He didn't dally around and poured out his thoughts and emotions towards the original sentiment of the Grey Martyr. Something amazing occurred. The original sentiment was like a puppy who lost its master. It was a remnant of a dead person, and therefore didn't possess much life. It was akin to a weak and minuscule spiritual fragment that didn't even have the strength to recognize the flaws in the mask that Ves currently wore. His thoughts and emotions caressed the original sentiment and seemed to revitalize it a bit. The spiritual imprint gained life as well as it fed on the sustenance that Ves provided it. The original sentiment and the spiritual imprint began to grow stronger and livelier. The only problem was that Ves felt as if he was draining a part of himself. While the expenditure wasn't very large, that was only because the original sentiment wasn't that big in the first place. As the revitalization process continued, the original sentiment somehow noticed the spiritual accumulation around it, and noticed that it was free for the taking. The change happened quickly. Fueled by a boundless desire to live and grow stronger, the original sentiment began to assimilate the spiritual accumulation. Ves didn't fully understand the merging process, but he noticed that the drain on his thoughts and emotions increased. The spiritual imprint is expanding. The increased drain on Ves caused the spiritual imprint to grow and expand. It faced no resistance as it began to mark the free-floating cloud of ownerless spiritual accumulation as its own. However, this process didn't proceed smoothly. The cloud of spiritual accumulation encompassed spiritual energy with many different attributes. Only some was to the spiritual imprint's liking. A process of separation occurred. The spiritual energy that agreed with the spiritual imprint merged with the original sentiment, while the spiritual energy with incompatible attributes were being pushed away. A few minutes later, the process came to an end. The minuscule original sentiment had ballooned in size and became at least an order of magnitude stronger. Surrounding it was an expanding cloud of ownerless spiritual energy that was no longer bound in place. After being pushed away by the spiritual imprint, the worthless spiritual energy kept drifting away as if it had been evicted from its own home. Ves wondered if he should absorb it for himself. After all, he still suffered from a deficit of spiritual energy. He quickly shook his head. I'm not sure whether any of its attributes are compatible to me. It would be a disaster if I tried to assimilate the wrong type of spiritual energy. For example, if Ves was a bitter-flavored person, he would not do himself any good if he absorbed a sweet flavor. In any case, I've succeeded. A jubilant mood swept over him as he quickly discarded his mask. The image of the gray martyr faded away into a corner of his mind as he beheld the preserved seed. It turned out that one of his discarded theories was right after all. A spiritual imprint was a living entity, and the way to propagate it was to feed it with spiritual food and have a ready supply of ownerless spiritual energy nearby. While the way to come up with the right spiritual food in the form of distinctive thoughts and emotions was rather troublesome, it was a lot easier, as long as Ves knew enough information to construct the right mask. A deep sense of satisfaction suffused his mind as he felt he made a lot of progress today. He developed a way to make use of historical relics to help in his mech designs. While the expanded original sentiment of the preserved seed still wasn't strong enough to be of much use to Ves, this was merely an experiment. As long as his methods worked on a small and insignificant historical relic, then it was definitely possible to do the same to something greater. He stopped concentrating his mind and retracted his spiritual senses. His earlier experimentations drained quite a bit out of him. Everything had a cost, but Ves gladly paid the price. This seed is a lot more special now. He beheld the preserved seed with his plain old eyes. Even without extending his spiritual senses, he felt an invisible weight surrounding the tiny object. It was clear to him that its spiritual quality was a lot more concentrated and coherent than before. Even if the total amount of spiritual energy had diminished by a lot, its purity was so strong that it more than made up for its losses. This was what Ves intended to accomplish from the start. It's a shame to ruin this seed, but I really can't leave any evidence behind, he muttered while turning his head towards a vigilant-looking Lucky. Meow! After some ugly wrangling, Ves succeeded in stuffing the seed into Lucky's mouth. The cat instantly yowled and looked as if he wanted to barf out the contents of its artificial stomach. If there was one thing Lucky hated eating the most, it was biological substances. Ves had no sympathy for his cat. Don't be so hysterical, Lucky. A bit of variety is good for your digestion. Meow! He ignored the complaints of his pet and turned his attention to the commemorative medallion. This was obviously an object that the Grey Martyr valued more. Both the original sentiment and the spiritual accumulation were stronger than that of the preserved seed. As long as Ves could replicate what he had just done, then he could do a lot of fantastic things with his next design. He repeated all of his previous steps. He wiped out the spiritual imprint on the heterogeneous spiritual energy. He donned the mask of the Grey Martyr. He roused his thoughts and emotions and fed it to the original sentiment. He supervised the process of assimilation and rejection. Even though the commemorative medallion carried a lot more spiritual energy, Ves didn't face too many complications. He only faced a challenge in the third step when he tried to fool the spiritual imprint in accepting his thoughts and emotions. The medallion's original sentiment was a lot stronger, and even in a dormant state it retained a bit more discernment. It's not that easy to fool the original sentiment of the medallion with a poorly constructed mask. Evidently, if Ves wanted to fool something even stronger, then he better make sure that he knew as much as possible about its original owner. The overall strength of the medallion's spiritual energy also led to other complications, but Ves managed to deal with them without issue. The only concern he faced was that he was forced to expend a lot more effort and resources to finish the job. Ves was practically exhausted by the time he held the remarkable commemorative medallion. He looked at its dull luster and gained a lot more appreciation of this relic. It was a shame for him to ruin such a priceless artifact. Yet Ves had no choice. "Lucky! Come here! I've got another meal for you!" Meow! At least this time Lucky didn't suffer from as much indigestion. The commemorative medallion tasted as flavorless as nutrient packs, but at least it consisted of metals. Ves curiously watched Lucky eat the medallion with a lot of reluctance. He turned on his spiritual vision to see what Lucky would do to the strong and focused spiritual energy locked within the medallion. As soon as the medallion broke apart inside Lucky's stomach, the spiritual energy escaped and disappeared into the air. It didn't seem as if Lucky absorbed any of it, which was a shame. Ves guessed that it must have drifted off in the imaginary realm. Well, at least the evidence is gone. Ves felt no guilt at ruining 3 historical relics. It was a cheap price to pay for developing his new techniques. The most important gain from these experiments was that he gained the tools he needed to tackle the problem he set for himself. Chapter 1196 Spiritual Toolbox. His earlier experiments drained so much out of him that he quickly went to bed and slept for 12 hours straight. He only recovered his spirit the next day. Ves was relieved he returned to normal after a long period of sleep. If this is the price I have to pay to perform those techniques, then it's definitely a bargain. The only concern he held was that he only worked with some minor relics yesterday. If he wanted to do the same to a more valuable relic, then he might need to sleep for an entire week before he recovered from the ordeal. It's worth it as long as I can recover in the end. What he gained out of this process far surpassed the price he needed to pay. Much of it was due to his strong spirituality. Although he already got rid of the relics, he still remembered the sensations. The commemorative medallion particularly caught his eye. After all of the transformation, its strengthened original sentiment met the threshold for him to turn it into a spiritual fragment. It was too bad that Ves had no use of such a spiritual fragment. The Grey Martyr was not a warlike person, so it was a bad idea to incorporate his spiritual fragment into any mech design geared towards battle. Perhaps Ves would have a use for it if he wanted to design a display mech, an industrial mech, or an agricultural mech. He didn't have the time to divert his attention right now, so he could only let it go. During the entire morning, Ves summarized his results. He developed so many new techniques all of a sudden that he felt the need to introduce some structure. As far as he knew, he developed 6 applications of spirituality that had the potential to become his staple tools in his toolbox. His spiritual senses formed the root of what he could do with his spirituality. Without being able to sense, feel, and observe what he was doing with his own spirituality, he could never perform his other techniques. Possessing this ability provided him with a critical advantage that put him far ahead in this esoteric field. Another ability he developed early on was his spiritual projection technique. To project his spiritual energy in the form of tentacles or some other shape allowed him to interact with other spiritual entities. Being able to extend his spirituality and use it as a spiritual limb enabled him to act proactively rather than remain as an observer. A more recent but vitally important ability was his spiritual empowerment technique. Using his imagination to create an image only resulted in something hollow and lifeless. By infusing it with a spiritual fragment, or his own spiritual energy, he was able to breathe life into an image, turning it from a figment of his imagination into something more substantial. His spiritual empowerment technique was the key to imparting his mech designs with a stronger X factor. The stronger he empowered his images, the higher the grade of X factor. His next ability was his spiritual exploration technique. By sending his spirit out of his mind, he was able to dive into an imaginary realm and explore the wonders contained within. While the imaginary realm was largely empty and surrounded by a corrosive mist, Ves knew there might be a lot more dangers and treasures lurking within. Right now, the risks were too great for him to blindly stumble around in the imaginary realm, so he set it aside unless he needed to steal a spiritual fragment from someone. His most uncertain technique was his ability to emulate an expert pilot's force of will. It didn't match the potency of the real thing, and Ves wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to perform this technique in the first place. "I'm a mech designer, not a mech pilot." This left him with his two newest abilities. The first was what he called his spiritual imprint manipulation technique. It encompassed a collection of methods to manipulate spiritual imprints. Whether it belonged to himself or someone else, as long as he possessed the required amount of strength and control, he was able to erase a spiritual imprint, or foster its growth. The latter was only possible if he employed another technique at the same time. His newly developed spiritual masking technique allowed him to don a spiritual disguise that could fool other spiritual entities. While his flawed disguises wouldn't fool anything alive and intelligent, they were more than sufficient for him to fool a spiritual imprint that belonged to someone who was already dead for several centuries. All of these techniques formed the tools he developed to accomplish his goals. They were so distinctive from his skills and sub-skills related to mech design that they deserved to be placed in their own special spiritual toolbox. The significance of forming this spiritual toolbox was very evident. For the first time since he adopted his design philosophy, he finally developed a basic but complete collection of all the tools he required to exploit his abstruse specialty. A supreme sense of satisfaction overcame his mind and spirit, revitalizing them both. Even his design seed pulsed with pleasure. To a creator, there is nothing more valuable than owning a complete set of tools. If Ves ever documented his achievements in a textbook and released it to the public, it would definitely become a seminal work in the entire mech industry. In fact, it would not only open the eyes of mech designers, but also mech pilots and everyone else. Of course, he would never do something so stupid. For now, I'll have to keep the gains to myself. There's no benefit for me to divulge my techniques. At some point in time, that might change. Once he climbed up the ranks and gained the power and status to protect himself, he didn't mind giving back to the mech industry, especially if he stood to gain a lot of rewards in return. That won't happen for a very long time, I think. He would probably have to advance to Master Mech Designer or Star Designer before he reached that point. "What are you so glad about?" Kedis asked as she was petting a disgruntled Lucky. The cat immediately left his owner's side after he was forced to eat the medallion. "I've made some progress in my specialty," he answered honestly. He didn't want to cover up his satisfaction. "I've made a lot of breakthroughs that should help me design better mechs." "What was your specialty again?" "Metaphysical man-machine symbiosis." As expected, Kedis looked utterly befuddled. "Do I even want to ask any further?" "Not everyone's specialty is simple," Ves explained. "It's also something private to us, so you should take care of how much you reveal to others. Not only will you give away the essence of your competitive advantage, but you'll also be harming those who aren't mature enough to learn your secrets." She accepted the explanation. Ves had already warned her of the consequences of getting in touch with dangerous knowledge that posed a threat to her design philosophy. "So are you confident you can do a good job now?" He nodded. "I'm sure now that I can design a fantastic mech that can equal the Aurora Titan." "That would be very impressive," she gasped. Kedis probably had the mistaken impression that Ves didn't think he could equal the Aurora Titan because he didn't collaborate with a senior this time. Ves didn't spare any effort to correct her misconception. The less she knew, the lower the risk of exposure. What Ves was planning to do was going to be extremely dangerous. However, as long as he managed to pull it off, his mech design would definitely be able to astound the Ilvanans. After he finished his breakfast and his morning routine, he called for Leon. He was often present at the guest's compound in order to liaison for Madame Cecily. "You called, Mr. Larkinson?" "Yes." Ves calmly nodded. "I'm performing some research on Ilvanan culture right now. One thing I've noticed from our unfortunate visit to the Grand Church is that your people highly values relics. Why is that so?" Leon bitterly smiled. "They are remnants of the pivotal figures of the Ilvanan faith who have left us too early. We value their contributions and sacrifices. While most of the objects on display in the church aren't that impressive to a secularist like you, we Ilvanans believe that these relics allow us to connect to the great figures of our faith." "I've never heard of that before." "It's not exactly standard doctrine. It's more of a hopeful aspiration than anything else. The attendants of Ilvain are rather mixed on this issue because Prophet Ilvain never said much about it. Most believers don't think that much, though. As long as they are presented with a genuine relic of the Prophet or one of his martyred followers, they are bound to pay their respects. Kesseling 8 doesn't seem to host a lot of valuable relics," Ves remarked as he tried to steer the conversation into a particular direction. "That's true. The Kesseling system isn't as strategic as some of the other star systems in the Protectorate. The attendants of Ilvain don't think it's worth it to invest a lot of relics here. The most significant relics are barely worth a glance if placed in the capital system of the Protectorate." "Oh? Can you describe the most important one?" "Sure. As you know, relics that are associated with Prophet Ilvain are the most important to us by far. We are lucky that we have collected a lot of objects that the Prophet once came in touch with, but most of it is locked away by the attendants of Ilvain. What little they put on display are rather meager." "There's a relic of the Prophet himself on display on this planet?" "Yeah. As far as I know, there is a discarded nutrient pack wrapper on display at the Grand Cathedral." "A nutrient pack wrapper?" Ves was distinctly unimpressed. Of all the objects that the attendants of Ilvain could put on display, they chose to enshrine literal trash? He already came in touch with discarded nutrient pack wrappers that belonged to the Grey Martyr, but they weren't very prominent. Leon shrugged. "I know it sounds weird that the most important relic on our planet is a nutrient pack wrapper. However, it's better than nothing. The Poxco dynasty don't want to expose anything more valuable, especially since our planet isn't all that important. Even if the relic isn't very impressive, practically every Ilvanan born on this planet has paid a visit to the Grand Cathedral in order to pay tribute to the nutrient pack wrapper. It is the closest that any local Ilvanan can get to our Prophet." Ves perked up when he heard that. Even though he looked down on some torn packaging of a disposable meal, the fact that the Prophet once ate its content was enough for the local Ilvanans to deify it. Regardless of whether it was trash, the spiritual accumulation it gathered over the centuries must have grown incredibly formidable. He bet that the quantity of spiritual accumulation would definitely surpass that of the Grey Martyr's commemorative medallion by at least an order of magnitude. Ves quickly switched the topic to more mundane matters such as readying the mech workshop for his use. However, he never let go of thinking about the Prophet's nutrient pack wrapper in his mind. If he could steal the nutrient pack wrapper and process its spiritual accumulation, he might be able to extract a powerful spiritual fragment that possessed an undeniable connection to Prophet Ilvain. The things he could do with such a holy spiritual fragment. The Ilvanans probably never came in touch with something like this before. As long as he incorporated it in his upcoming hero mech design, which Ilvanan wouldn't drop to their knees and worship his mechs? It was brilliant. Chapter 1197 Holy Relict. Kesseling 8 wasn't the only planet that enshrined the Prophet's nutrient pack wrapper. The attendants of Ylvain collected hundreds of them during Prophet Ylvain's lifetime. The Prophet was a lover of luxury and a gourmet who only ate the finest dishes. He didn't eat all that many nutrient packs, but there were plenty of times of difficulty where he had no choice but to fill his stomach in a hurry. His followers collected each of the Prophet's discarded nutrient pack wrappers after he was done with its contents. They even managed to preserve it all the way towards their flight to the Komodo star sector. Once the survivors of the first calamity founded the Ylvain Protectorate, a question quickly arose on what they should do with all of the relics the attendants of Ylvain gathered. They eventually decided to store the most valuable and fragile relics while putting the less important ones on display to rally the faithful. The presence of the relics served to affirm every Ylvainan that the Prophet and his martyred followers actually existed once upon a time. When it came to the relics that belonged to Prophet Ylvain himself, the attendants of Ylvain were extremely stingy when it came to putting them on display. If anyone went crazy and tarnished them somehow, the attendants of Ylvain wouldn't be able to forgive themselves to the Prophet. For that reason, they reluctantly gave the public access to some of the most unimpressive relics imaginable. The Prophet's nutrient pack wrappers served as a decent solution to the problem because the attendants of Ylvain possessed a large amount of them. Even if someone stole or defiled one, the attendants wouldn't cry too much because they possessed plenty more. In any case, most average Ylvainans were already satisfied with getting in touch with anything that possessed a connection to their great Prophet. Ves couldn't predict what kind of spiritual fragment he might be able to refine from this relic. Although the relic wasn't significant, its previous owner was the core of the Ylvainan faith. Its spiritual accumulation must be so massive that it would definitely surpass most spiritual fragments. The question that he faced was whether this spiritual fragment would be as strong as the one gifted by Kalangso. Probably not. There's no way a normal human can equal the might of a sacred god. Prophet Ylvain lived before the advent of mechs and mech pilots. While Ves couldn't rule out that the Prophet somehow managed to develop some spiritual ability, what he learned so far painted a picture of a very persuasive individual. Obtaining a spiritual fragment that was as strong as the spirituality of an ace mech pilot was highly unrealistic. Maybe I can address that shortcoming. If he wanted to increase the strength of a spiritual fragment, then he would have to feed it with ownerless spiritual energy with compatible attributes. With the new techniques he developed, it should be possible for him to do so. The only trouble was that he needed to obtain this ownerless spiritual energy from other relics. This process consumed way too much time and resources for Ves to contemplate at the moment. Another complication was that he might not be able to control more powerful spiritual fragment. The only reason he managed to work with Kalangso's spiritual fragment in the first place was because he possessed a friendship with the Exabeast. He still saved the idea in the back of his mind. Perhaps one day he would have the strength and opportunity to employ this method of empowering his spiritual fragments. Ever since he made up his mind, he began to scheme to his next heist. Due to the recent terrorist attack, the security at the Grand Cathedral in Krent had been doubled or tripled. The protectors of the faith feared the true believers might want to launch a follow-up attack. According to the recent news, many of the relics stored within the Grand Church had been moved to safety by the attendants of Ylvain. Fortunately for Ves, the nutrient pack wrapper remained enshrined in a central position behind the dais of the Grand Cathedral. It was the most prominent object related to Prophet Ylvain. Every time the Grand Cathedral held its service, the priests led everyone to worship the nutrient pack wrapper in order to bring them closer to their great prophet. Some religions led their believers to worship the depiction of a man nailed to a cross, but to many Ylvainans, it was their greatest honor to receive an opportunity to worship a sacred nutrient pack wrapper. This ritual gave Ves a lot of confidence that the relic accumulated a formidable amount of heterogeneous spiritual energy. Due to the importance of this ritual to the Ilvanans living on Kesseling 8, the attendants of Ilvain struggled for a long time before they decided to keep the nutrient pack wrapper in its place. If they put it away and locked it in their deepest vaults, then the attendants would instantly suffer a loss in reputation. In any case, Ves happened to benefit from this decision. It would be a lot harder for Lucky to break into a high-security vault with many security measures and constant patrols. To be sure, Lucky still faced a significant challenge in trying to steal the nutrient pack wrapper while it was in full view to everyone inside the main hall of the Grand Cathedral. This heist would be anything but simple. During his planning, Ves contemplated whether he should employ an item from the system store. There should be some useful gadgets there. The only worry is the price I need to pay. Ves hadn't seen how much DP he earned lately, but it must be a lot. The Aurora Titan was a very expensive mech, so even if the LMC and Nora Consolidated didn't sell all that much, the amount of DP they earned would still be a lot. For now, Ves wanted to lay low for a time. It wouldn't do to rile up the attendants of Ilvain shortly after he had a chat with High Inquisitor Poxco and absconded with a couple of relics related to the Grey Martyr. He turned his attention back to other matters, such as fleshing out his vision for his mech. Now that he determined its mech concept and its principal theme, he could proceed with locking in his vision for his mech. Due to the spiritual fragment that Ves planned to obtain, it was definitely going to be a mech that personified Prophet Ilvain. This was no small matter. If Ves somehow made a mistake, the attendants of Ilvain would be sure to charge him with the crime of profaning the Prophet. Ves also didn't expect the spiritual fragment to be a relatively complete representation of Prophet Ilvain's original personality. The original sentiment attached to something as insignificant as a nutrient pack wrapper was nothing like that of something more important, such as the Prophet's favorite robes or his calm. Enlarging the original sentiment only amplified its flaws. Ves expected to obtain something that was very similar to the spiritual fragment he used in his Crystal Lord design, which had lost most of its unique traits over the long corrosion of time. Thinking about that suddenly made him think about his mother. Was he really pioneering the field of spirituality, or was he merely reinventing the wheel? The abilities his mother had shown during their brief contact seemed incomprehensibly powerful. Ves began to develop the notion that he may have inherited his strong spirituality from his mother. He began to feel a little depressed. It was obvious that his mother was much more proficient in wielding her spirituality than him. Perhaps the only advantage he possessed over her was that he was a mech designer, while his mother was something else. Too many questions swirled in his mind. This was why Ves hated thinking about his mother. He wasn't even entirely sure whether she was truly his mother or some sort of ghost that took over her identity. Perhaps one bright spot in his life was that she hadn't shown up in the past few years. As much as he loved his mother, he would rather spend his time far away from her and her thieving hands. "I've already grown up. I don't need my mother anymore," he affirmed to himself. Even if he was a bit of a mama's boy in his youth, that was in the past. Once his mother died, he became a very different person. The more he tried to dive into his mother's background, the more he questioned whether he was unique. What if her relatives possessed the same abilities? Did they belong to a clan or a powerful family of sorts? Were they connected to the Five Scrolls Compact? A swirl of disconcerting guesses haunted his mind. It took a lot of effort for him to push them all away before they consumed his entire thoughts. He turned his attention back to other matters. His mech design was much more important right now. At some point, Leland requested a private meeting with him. After they entered a room and activated a signal jammer, the spy revealed something important. I've been doing some snooping around and collecting various pieces of intel from our local informers. There are signs of major activity. VS narrowed his eyes. What kind of activity? Troop movements. Mech movements, Leland quietly stated. After the terrorist attack, the local economy has entered a major downturn. The rate of starship traffic should have decreased significantly, but for some reason a lot more ships are visiting the Kesseling system in recent days. Most of these ships happen to be cargo haulers and other high-volume trade vessels. Do you think the True Believers or some other force are shipping in assets? I'm not sure. It's very hard to do so while the protectors of the faith have become a lot stricter in their inspections lately. Not a single trade vessel is allowed to deliver their cargo to Kesseling 8 without undergoing at least 3 separate inspections. The 3 times was necessary in order to guard against the possibility of traders letting in dangerous weapons. What else explains the increased traffic? Leland wordlessly shrugged. They couldn't think of any. It didn't make any sense to ship in large amounts of goods during this difficult period. Some spy you are. VS frowned. Look, intelligence gathering is a very unreliable operation to begin with. Leland mildly glared at him. It's not as if we can give you all the hard facts you need around the clock. While Flashlight managed to develop a small network of informers in the Kesseling system, it has never been a high priority to us before. I am doing the best I can to warn you in advance that something might be afoot. Hasn't my previous warning already given you a heads up? VS had to admit that Leland had a point there. All right. Maybe I'm being too harsh on you. This satisfied Leland somewhat. Aside from the unusual ship movements, I've also come in touch with something more unsettling. Oh? What is it that concerns you so much? Apparently, the relations between the local Kurans and Poxhas are deteriorating. The Kesseling system is firmly under the grip of the Kuran dynasty, but they've always lived in peace with the Poxhas. What's the dispute all about? There are many minor disagreements, but one of the biggest issues that has blown up in recent days is that the Kurans refused the entry of a batch of Poxhas. VS could see why this might be a cause for concern. The attendants of Ilvain wanted to increase their presence in the Kesseling system, but how could the Kurans allow their rival dynasty to encroach into their backyard? The refusal to allow the Poxhas to increase their numbers in the Kesseling system therefore exacerbated the tension between the two dynasties. If the situation continued to deteriorate, then the Poxhas might do something extreme. Chapter 1198 Winds of Obsession. According to Leland, the terrorist attack sparked a dispute between the Kurans and the Poxhas. The Kesseling system had always been the backyard of the Kurans. However, the sudden emergence of the True Believers put their competence into question. While the new Ilvain dynasty inflicted ruinous damage to an entire city district, the grand church that lay at the heart of it suffered the most. Because all houses of worship fell under the supervision of the attendants of Ilvain, the Poxhas dynasty grew concerned about the safety of the remaining churches on Kesseling 8. Did you think that someone as great as High Inquisitor Zephin Lin Poxhas popped up out of nowhere? Leland smirked. He sneaked into the Kesseling system ahead of their main wave of reinforcements. The Kurans are already aghast that a High Inquisitor managed to arrive on this planet. They don't want the Poxhas to bolster their local presence any further. VS frowned at this and thought for a moment. I can see why the Poxhas want to send more resources and manpower to Kesseling 8 if it looks like the True Believers are truly present. Yet what if the new Ilvain dynasty was never involved in the first place? What if someone else faked their identity and committed a false flag attack? Both of them grimaced to each other. That sounds like an arsonist setting fire to a house before arriving as a fireman to put out the blaze, Leland commented. Creating a problem and solving it yourself. It sounded dumb, but it was a popular way for state actors to earn some goodwill. As long as the actor put on a disguise and managed to deflect the blame, they could pose as the knight in shining armor coming to the rescue. They didn't know nearly enough to speculate over this issue. Ves didn't have anything but wild guesses to go on, while Leland only heard some scattered rumors from unreliable informers. Ves became increasingly aware of the importance of a good intelligence network. Spending time with the likes of Calabast and Leland taught him that as long as he possessed a good intelligence network, he'd be able to smell trouble coming his way. This sounded a lot better than letting trouble blindside him all the time. In any case, despite Leland's lack of means, the warnings he passed on to Ves still served a useful role. At the very least, he became aware of increasing local tension between the Kurans and the Poxkos. "Do you think the Poxkos will succeed in getting their reinforcements through?" Ves suddenly asked. "I'm not sure," Leland mused. "As long as the true believers show up again, then it will become very hard for the Kurans to claim they have the situation under control." That was bad news. If the arsonists didn't get what they want out of the first fire, they would just have to spark another fire. Not only did Ves remain under threat, but the Poxkos would also be able to strengthen their security in all of their major churches. This likely included the Grand Cathedral, which hosted the holy relic that Ves wanted to obtain. A sense of hurry swept over Ves. He had to obtain Prophet Ilvain's nutrient pack wrapper before the Poxkos locked down the Grand Cathedral. He originally planned to stall for a week, let some of the heat die down, but it seemed he couldn't wait that long. After Leland finished relaying his intel, Ves sat alone in his room at the guest compound with Lucky. He contemplated his decision for a moment, and decided to go through with it despite the potential risks associated with stealing the holy nutrient pack wrapper. At the very least, its theft would impact Kesseling 8 significantly. Ves could foresee that the Kurans would suffer most of the blame. They wouldn't be able to stop the Poxkos from sending reinforcements to the Kesseling system. In fact, regardless of what the Kurans did, the Poxkos would probably be driven mad as soon as they heard a holy relic that used to belong to the Prophet himself went missing. Even though a single nutrient pack wrapper wasn't very important in the greater scheme of things, the attendants of Ilvain were extremely obsessed with anything related to the Prophet. For it to get stolen would not only alarm the Poxos, but also the rest of the Protectorate. No one must ever find out. The risk of exposure was incredibly damaging to Ves. As long as the attendants of Ilvain suspected that he may be involved, the High Inquisitor would execute him directly for affronting the Ilvainan faith. Leland already warned him about the consequences of attacking the Ilvainan faith. It didn't matter if Ves was a foreigner who was exempt from some of the laws that targeted non-believers. Still, despite the unfavorable consequences that might ensue if Ves proceeded with his plan, it was for a good cause. "As long as I'm able to design the mech I've envisioned, then all of these troubles will pay off." It came down to whether Ves valued his work highly enough to take the risk. He knew he was about to cross a very dangerous line at this junction, but how could he resist the lure of designing an unprecedented mech? As long as he was able to refine a spiritual fragment that contained Prophet Ilvain's imprint, then he'd definitely be able to open up a new dimension of mech design, one that the galaxy had never seen before. When Ves thought about the innovation he'd be able to accomplish, his mind, spirit, and design seed all grew hot and excited. He'd be able to make huge strides with his design philosophy as long as he proceeded. "I think I understand now why mech designers can be so intense sometimes." The shadow of a very eccentric senior flashed through his mind. Yet despite the disconcerting reminder, Ves didn't think he was doing anything wrong. As a mech designer, he would do anything for his mech designs. "I love my mech too much to restrain myself." The winds of obsession swept around into his mind. They found fertile ground inside. The temptation was too great for him to resist. However, even if VS planned to go through with his plan, he still took the time to prepare the heist. He surreptitiously browsed the galactic net and downloaded a recent tourist guide book on Kesseling 8. He then cut his comm off the galactic net and began to browse its extremely extensive section on the Grand Cathedral of Ylvain's Mercy. While the virtual guide book didn't map out the restricted sections of Ylvain's Mercy, it offered its readers an extremely detailed three-dimensional of all of its public areas. VS forced Lucky to study the map despite the cat's grumpiness. Meow meow. I know I haven't been treating you well lately, but please bear with it. As long as I'm able to get what I want, I'll spend 1 billion credits on exotics for you to munch on. I'll even let you select your own dishes. Meow? Lucky tilted his head. I'm completely serious, I swear. Meow. What, you think I'm lying? Meow. Oh, come on, I'm trustworthy. I would never cheat you. It took several minutes for VS to convince Lucky that he would uphold his end of his bargain. It seemed that even his cat began to question his honesty. Nonetheless, VS didn't intend to fudge his promise this time. Paying 1 billion credits to obtain the key to designing a great mech was a small price to pay. It wasn't as if he was hurting for money these days. Lucky deserved this reward if he managed to pull off the heist. Although the Grand Cathedral's security had been beefed in recent days, the protectors of the faith mostly guarded against mechs and infiltrators. They never encountered a mechanical cat that could phase through solid objects and possessed an extremely powerful CFA-grade ECM system. This combination practically turned Lucky into the perfect thief. The only shortcoming was that his cat didn't possess a means to go invisible. Even though he was harder to spot in an incorporeal form, VS still found Lucky's appearance to be too distinctive in this state. If we don't want to get caught, you need something that can hide you for a time. After some reluctance, VS decided he couldn't avoid spending his DP any longer. He activated his privacy shield before activating the system. He briefly looked up his status to learn how much DP he accrued lately. What? I've earned almost 600,000 DP. It took a bit of time for him to realize why he earned so much money. He only received a moderate bump in DP due to selling physical copies of his new Aurora Titan design. Most of the DP he earned in recent weeks actually came from selling virtual copies of the Aurora Titan. Just because the mech was unaffordable to most people in reality didn't mean it was unaffordable in the virtual realm. Gavin already mentioned how many mech pilots tried out the Aurora Titan in Iron Spirit and other simulation games. The new mech model attracted so much attention that many mech pilots wanted to find out if it could help them advance. While nothing so dramatic happened, many mech pilots actually took a lot of liking of the Aurora Titan despite its steep learning curve. Even those who didn't specialize in Space Knights or Space-borne mechs couldn't help but fall in love with piloting the virtual version of the mech. It's no wonder the virtual version of the Aurora Titan immediately hit the 250,000 DP limit. The system didn't consider virtual mechs to be worthy of much attention. Setting an upper limit of 250,000 DP on earnings from virtual sales was obviously meant to discourage him from becoming a full-time virtual mech designer. If not for this limit, VS would probably be able to earn 1 million DP with ease. Nonetheless, VS still gnashed his teeth at the thought of missing out on all of that surplus DP. In any case, his DP reserves were so ample that he changed his original plan. He originally wanted to spend some DP to purchase a one-time stand-alone stealth augment. However, considering that this probably wouldn't be the last time for him to steal an important historical relic, Ves thought about pairing Lucky with a permanent stealth upgrade. Amazingly enough, Ves found something perfect for the occasion. Miniaturized Stealth Generator Level 1. Price: 400,000 DP. Duration: 5 minutes. Emit a small overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation within a 1-meter sphere. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the Mech Designer System. 400,000 DP! The enormous price tag made him wince. Ves considered whether he would be better off placing his system calm around Lucky's neck and make use of its full stealth augment instead. Ves wouldn't be forced to spend any extra DP in that case. It's too risky. If anything went wrong, Ves might lose the system. Even though he recently inventorized it, he might not be able to dematerialize it if it fell into the hands of the Ovanans. In order to guard against any accidents, it was safer for Ves to invest in miniaturized stealth generator and provide Lucky with an independent means of entering stealth. Now that I think about it, this price doesn't sound so unreasonable. Although its duration was very short before it required a lengthy recharge, its capabilities definitely surpassed Lucky's excellent ECM systems. As long as Ves paired his cat with this little gadget, they could use it over and over again. At some point, he'd be able to earn back what he spent. It's an investment for the future, Ves muttered as he pulled the trigger and bought the miniaturized stealth generator. As soon as he confirmed his purchase, an object that resembled a calm materialized in front of him. Ves took the slim object and clasped it around Lucky's neck like a collar. Do you like your new collar? Meow. Chapter 1199 Contributing Mech Designer. Ves felt a lot of heartache when he sent Lucky off to perform the heist. Spending 1 billion credits to motivate Lucky into breaking into the Grand Cathedral didn't concern Ves very much. With how much profit the LMC was making these days, he could afford to spend that much money like water. The same didn't apply to design points. Accumulating 400,000 DP took a lot of effort. Ves practically spent all the DP he earned from his Aurora Titan design. It took 7 months of earnest effort for me to design the Aurora Titan, he muttered. Even if the miniaturized stealth generator opened up a lot of new possibilities for Ves and Lucky, Ves constantly wondered if he could have spent his DP on something better. The amount of DP he spent in an instant was too abrupt for Ves to feel at ease. In fact, he wanted to be close to the Grand Cathedral as well in case Lucky hit a snag. He couldn't. Not only did the Curans restrict his movements, it was an enormously bad idea for him to be in the vicinity of the Grand Cathedral of Ilvain's Mercy during the heist. He was already present at the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr during the terrorist attack. He would definitely attract High Inquisitor Poxco's suspicion if he strayed near the Grand Cathedral during an attempt to steal its most valuable relic. The Ilvanan Inquisition only needed a reasonable amount of suspicion to take him into custody. Who knew what they would do to him once he ended up in their dungeon? Ves just had to put his faith in Lucky's abilities. His naughty pet had a lot of practice stealing valuable minerals, so Lucky should know what he was doing. The miniature stealth generator he received was like adding wings to the tiger. There was hardly anything that could stop Lucky from stealing something now that he gained the ability to hide himself from every form of observation. Even if it only lasted 5 minutes, if paired with his ability to turn intangible, that was all the time that Lucky needed to infiltrate most strongholds. Now that Ves thought about it, Lucky could easily use his new ability against him. Nothing would be able to stop Lucky from stealing and eating his own stuff. Did I create a monster? Ves trusted Lucky more than his friends and family. As far as he was concerned, his cat was his closest companion. Lucky was the only entity who knew all of his secrets. Even though humans didn't put a lot of trust in AIs and mechanical pets, Ves knew there was something very special about Lucky. Despite his artificial form, Lucky differed from every other pet due to possessing his own spirituality. He often puzzled why Lucky possessed this strength, especially in the early days of his career. As Ves developed a greater understanding of spirituality, he no longer found it incomprehensible. Life isn't bound by an organic form. It can emerge from any shape as long as the conditions are right. As Ves waited for Lucky to return, he decided to turn his attention back to his mech design work. It would be best if he acted normally during this time in order to allay any possible suspicion that he was involved with the upcoming theft. He called Kedis over. "What's the matter, Ves? For our upcoming design project, I'm willing to let you be involved," he said once they sat down. "It's no secret to you that I'm working on a hero mech design. Considering your specialty and your familiarity with swordsmanship, I think your input is very helpful to our current design project." "You're willing to let me have a say in the design?" "Yes." Ves nodded. "As long as your suggestions and corrections are sound, I don't mind crediting you as a contributing mech designer to this project. It will do you a lot of good if you are able to meet that threshold." There was a substantial difference between a contributing mech designer and an assisting mech designer. Assisting mech designers were basically coolies and number crunchers. The leading mech designer would never allow them to make any important decisions. In contrast, a contributing mech designer earned the right to make some meaningful design choices. As long as the leading mech designer approved of their decisions, their judgment affected the overall direction of the design project. This was a great honor to a novice like Kedis. So much so that even she didn't believe that a control freak like Ves actually meant what he said. "You wouldn't be pulling my leg this time, will you?" Kedis asked with eyes narrowed in suspicion. "I'm not attempting to coddle you or anything," Ves reassured her. "While you're still a novice, that's only because you haven't completed any significant mech designs yet. Your knowledge base has improved a lot, and you've spent a lot of time on diving deeper into subjects related to your design philosophy. Combined with your extensive exposure to the sword maidens and your personal swordsmanship skills, you've got a lot more practical experience than me when it comes to this area." While Ves possessed an extensive amount of theoretical knowledge on melee mech combat, it was better for him if he had a specialist in this field by his side. Once Kedis began to accept that Ves wasn't joking, she immediately grew enthusiastic. "I'll help." "Good. Please take a look at my loose draft and see if there is anything that stands out. I haven't decided what type of sword fits best for my hero mech." As Ves showed her a projection of his schematic, Kedis hummed for a while. She'd already been introduced to its mech concept. "This high-impact mech is much like the silver Valencia the sword maidens used to field. Do you remember?" "Of course." Ves nodded. He could hardly forget about the signature mech of the sword maidens. The most iconic memory he possessed about the premium swordsman mech was how a dozen of them dogpiled Venerable Foster's Belisarius and self-destructed at the same time. Despite their valiant sacrifice, the Vision Expert mech didn't incur any serious damage. Its defensive and regenerative abilities were too disgusting. Kedis continued her explanation. "The Silver Valencia is an upgraded version of our Devil Razor model. What they both share in common is that they're fast, flexible, and strong. Myra experimented with pairing our Devil Razors and Silver Valencias with many types of swords before settling for a broad, straight sword. Its strength and heft makes it suitable for hacking shields and tough exteriors. I don't think my hero mech needs to wield something so cumbersome. I'm operating on a very generous budget for this commission. We can make use of very strong alloys to pair my hero mech with a slimmer sword." I don't think that will fit with your design. She shook her head. With the strength your hero mech is capable of exerting, it should do fine with a smaller sword, but it's really a waste of its potential to me. You want to design a high-impact mech, right? To me, your hero mech is more like a juggernaut than a fencer. Pairing it with a strong and hefty sword allows it to forego any fancy techniques and instead rely on pure strength to overcome its opponents. Ves frowned a bit. That didn't sit very well with his original intentions. My original intention is that my mech should provide ample space for the mech pilot to exploit their considerable skills. I tried to achieve a good balance between finesse and brute force. I don't think that's the way to go here. She shook her head. An ordinary swordsman mech wouldn't be troubled because it can adapt with its entire mech frame. It's different with your hero mech because the other half of its frame is dedicated to operating a rifle. That pretty much limits the amount of finesse your hero mech can display. It became clear that Ves hadn't put enough thought between balancing force and finesse. The high-impact mech he envisioned should possess a lot of speed, but his draft design incorporated a lot of flexibility in order to provide his mech with a lot of room to perform advanced techniques. However, according to Kedis, that should be necessary. I don't think it's worth the effort to add all of that extra agility and weaken the structural integrity of your mech as a consequence. It might not seem as if momentum-based combat is very complicated, but it's far harder to pull off in practice because you need to plan your moves ahead. Ves recognized where he made a mistake. He initially designed his draft design not too long after returning from his latest mastery experience. Witnessing a Terran mech pilot operate his mech in combat gave him a warped perspective on what a mech pilot was capable of. Ves unconsciously designed a mech with Terran design sensibilities by giving the mech pilot too many options at the cost of overall integrity of the mech. While the Terrans tried to encompass as many fighting styles as possible, the mech designers of the Galactic Rim always chose to give up versatility in favor of specialization. Ves appreciated Kedis for pointing out this oversight. While his design choice didn't turn his hero mech into trash, it wasn't very optimal either. After some thought, he decided to put his trust in Kedis. I'll let you try and decide what sword is best for the hero mech. No matter if it's a rapier, a broadsword, a scimitar or whatever, as long as you have a good explanation, I'll accept your design choices. I won't disappoint you, Ves. He transferred some of his design files to Kedis and packed her off after giving her some instructions. This would be the first time he made use of a subordinate mech designer in this fashion. Ves felt as if a weight lifted off his shoulders. By passing on some responsibilities to another mech designer, he no longer depended exclusively on his own judgment. I should flesh out my design team with other specialists. He thought about Carlos for a moment. Hopefully, his old friend would be able to get over his jealousy. While Carlos didn't sound as if he locked in his design philosophy, a mech designer who specialized in heavy guns was very useful to Ves when he wanted to design a ranged mech. Both Kedis and Carlos can help me design the offensive aspects of my mech. If Ves wanted to round out his design team, then he should add mech designers who specialized in defense and mobility. As long as he completed his collection, he'd be able to adopt a different style of mech design where he could entrust his subordinates to perform the bulk of the actual design work. Even if he lessened his involvement, with his growing spirituality, Ves was sure he'd be able to maintain the strength of the X factor of his designs. His current decision to give Kedis an opportunity to contribute to his mech design was both an experiment and a time-saving decision. As long as Kedis made some successful contributions, Ves knew that he could proceed with involving other mech designers in his design projects. At this time, a loud alarm sounded outside. Every Ilvanan outside thought that something disastrous would take place and quickly ran for shelter. At the same time, the protectors of the faith who guarded the guest compound began to enter a state of higher alertness. Every Cronin mech pilot who was off duty all donned their piloting suits and boarded their dormant mechs. "What's going on?" Gavin quickly arrived at his room. "VS! It's a disaster. Do you know what happened?" "I just managed to read the news before the Ilvanans locked down the galactic net. Apparently, the true believers broke into the Grand Cathedral and stole their holy relic." VS widened his eyes. That must have been lucky. But why did the Ilvanans suspect the true believers were behind the theft? Chapter 1200 Contradictory Innocence. On second thought, VS understood why the earliest news reports pointed the finger at the true believers. The new Ilvain dynasty had already been accused of attacking the Grand Church of the Grey Martyr. For them to pull off a dramatic stunt at the Grand Cathedral of Ilvain's Mercy shortly after their first attack made a lot of sense. It was as if the living prophet wanted to mock the three leading authorities by exposing their incompetence in this manner. As alarms kept ringing throughout the city of Krent, VS and Gavin quickly noticed that the Ilvanans took this incident a lot more seriously than they expected. A priority notification quickly appeared on their comms. "Kesseling 8 has declared martial law," Gavin gasped as he read some of the text. "All our cars, shuttles, and other vehicles are not allowed to fly. All forms of transportation in Krent is immediately shut down. No shuttles, starships, or any other spacefaring vessel is allowed to depart the Kesseling system. Any starship that is scheduled to travel to the Kesseling system must immediately cancel their journey. Martial law will stay in effect for at least a week, and can be extended at any time." VS widened his eyes. What the hell? The entire planet and star system will grind down to a halt if all traffic is blocked for an entire week. The local economy will definitely enter a depression at this rate. "I don't think the Ilvanans care about that anymore," Gavin nervously uttered. "Don't you realize what's at stake? The Grand Cathedral lost a relic that used to belong to the founder of the Ilvanan faith. That's an enormous crime in their books." Even if the Grand Cathedral lost a nutrient pack wrapper, it was still an extremely valuable relic to the Ilvanans. To the attendants of Ilvain, the relic's value surpassed almost everything else on the planet. Due to their failure to stop the theft and prevent the culprit from making off with the relic, the protectors of the faith drummed out in huge numbers. The streets emptied out of all civilian traffic, allowing scores of mechs and armored shuttles to sweep the streets and structures for any unusual elements. The guest compound didn't escape scrutiny either. A bunch of protectors of the faith performed a deep search of the entire compound. They even dug into their luggage to see if they carried anything suspicious. Alongside the extensive search, a protector captain personally interviewed VS and his followers. "Are you involved with the true believers?" "No," VS replied truthfully. "Are you involved with any incidents that took place at the Grand Cathedral of the Ilvain's Mercy?" Ah hell. VS wanted to lie, but he knew that he'd get caught out by the lie detector system if he said no. If he attempted to perform some verbal acrobatics, then he might arouse the Cronin officer's suspicion. That would be devastating to VS. As long as they turned their attention to him and interrogated him more vigorously, they would definitely be able to determine that he was guilty. Time seemed to slow down as VS considered a myriad of solutions. He faced a similar situation before when an investigator of the CFA interrogated him. VS remembered that he employed an unrefined spiritual trick to make him seem innocent. Could he use something like that again? There wasn't any time to consider anything else. Different from last time, VS came up with a more refined version to make him seem innocent. He rapidly constructed an image of himself in his mind. Because he knew himself quite well, he managed to complete the image in an instant. The only difference of this image, and his actual self was that he deliberately made it innocent. It possessed absolutely no involvement with anything related to what had happened at the Grand Cathedral. There wasn't any more time for him to refine his image of his innocent self any further. If he paused too long, the Protector Captain would definitely form his own conclusions. What exactly happened at the Grand Cathedral? Ves spontaneously asked. He needed to buy some time to complete his plan. I heard that something got stolen? I'm asking the questions here, Mr. Larkinson. Please answer the question. Are you involved with any incidents that took place in the Grand Cathedral? While the Protector Captain sternly gave out his warning, Ves used the time to empower his image with his own spiritual energy. Although Ves was loath to spend his spiritual energy, it was a necessary price to pay. Once the image of his innocent self came to life, Ves expanded it and swept it over his mind as if he was donning it like a mask. Ves jerked a bit and quickly calmed down. This was the first time he donned an empowered image like a mask. The difference was palpable. There was a lot more substance to his mask now, and because the image largely consisted of himself, there was very little incompatibility. Ves innocently smiled. I'm sorry. I heard some news from my assistant, and I couldn't help but grow curious. To answer your question, I'm not involved in any incidents that has happened at the Grand Cathedral. I've never visited the place. A strange mood overcame Ves as he wore his mask. A duality of thoughts clashed in his mind. On one hand, he was very much the culprit that provoked the Ilvanans into a frenzy, to the point of declaring martial law. On the other hand, he was just an innocent mech designer who had no relations with any crimes that took place on Kesseling 8. Such a conflict would have ordinarily clashed within his mind, but for some reason Ves was able to hold both of them at the same time. This was clearly a contradiction, but nevertheless Ves was able to maintain his false innocence down to his facial expressions, his heartbeat, his eye movements, and other signs. This allowed him to fool even the most sophisticated lie detectors. The Protectorate Captain continued to interrogate him despite his sternness. His suspicion towards Ves had faded as he didn't detect anything amiss. I hope you'll find the culprits to this awful incident. Ves wished the protectors of the faith luck. Whoever stole your holy relic deserves to suffer the most awful punishment your state has in store. What audacity! I'd like to beat up the culprit myself for making it harder for me to do my business on this planet. The Protectorate Captain seemed fully convinced of V's sincerity. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Larkinson. I am sorry to say that we may impose further restrictions to you and your staff. Please do not take any offense if we seem rude if we take any precautionary measures. I understand. I hope you'll find the thieves soon so we can all get back to normal. Once the Protectorate Captain left, Ves inwardly sighed and slowly removed his spiritual mask. The empowered image of his innocent self shrank in size and floated peacefully within his mindscape. Can I recycle it? It would be great if I can get back what I spent. However, he quickly decided against this course of action. Much like his other images, the image of his innocent self wouldn't degrade anytime soon. It also didn't exert any strain on his mind. Considering that Ves might be facing several more interrogations in the coming days, he might need to resort to the same solution again. It would be a waste for him to create a new mask when he already possessed a serviceable one. Since he could store his disguise in his mind without any consequences, he might as well keep it around. He smirked. If the High Inquisitor paid a visit to him again, he'd be fully prepared to declare his innocence. As time went by, Ves tried his best to return to developing his draft design. He couldn't show any signs that he was involved in the matter of the Grand Cathedral. Lucky already received instructions to lie low for a few days after he accomplished his heist. Ves didn't want to take the risk of getting caught red-handed during the period where the Ilvanans were on high alert. I made the right decision. Ves vastly underestimated the Ilvanan response to the theft. It was as if their entire society had been upended. As several hours passed, the manhunt for the thief intensified. Practically every peacekeeping mech was on the streets, and plenty of military mechs had joined the search as well. Sporadic fighting erupted all across Krent as the protectors of the faith and the attendants of Ilvain occasionally bumped into something shady during their invasive door-to-door searches. A lot of shady organizations on the planet suffered enormous losses due to the Ilvanan overreaction. Even in a religious state, gangs and other unsavory elements still thrived. The only difference was that the criminal underworld didn't operate so blatantly in their territories. Yet no matter how much they kept their shady dealings out of sight, the Ilvanans still possessed many of the same needs as Briders and Rianaldans. In fact, Ves suspected that many of Leland's informants consisted of gang members. They would do anything as long as they received enough money. During martial law, most of the galactic net had closed down. Only approved outlets could still be accessed. In this case, Ves could only choose between news slanted towards the Kurans, Kronans, or Poxkos. Obviously, the Poxkos were absolutely allopathic at the theft of Prophet Ilvain's nutrient pack wrapper. To their credit, they didn't deny their failure to safeguard the holy relic. They admitted their shortcomings but simultaneously stated the need for more Poxkos on the planet to assist in the search. Looks like the Poxkos will definitely get what they want this time, Ves concluded. The statements published by the Kurans deflected a lot of blame towards the Kronans and the Poxkos for failing their duties. They tried to minimize their guilt as much as possible, and they actually did a decent job at it considering that they weren't responsible for guarding the relic in the first place. Despite their objections, Ves didn't think the Kurans would be able to stop the Kronans and Poxkos from inserting more men and mechs onto Kesseling 8. If the terrorist attack already alarmed them, then the theft of an important relic had definitely sent them in a frenzy. As for the Kronans, they slowly started to back the Poxkos. As their mechs and troops provided much of the security for the Grand Cathedral, they suffered a lot of blame for their failures. The Kronans wanted to atone for their mistakes by reinforcing the Kesseling system with an entire regiment. And that was only what the Kronans admitted to the public. Who knew how many assets they planned to shift the Kesseling system? The situation was growing increasingly hot to Ves. As the chief mastermind behind the theft, all of this was bad news to him. An escalation of troops might result in something worse. Ves merely wanted to design a mech in peace. Why were the Ilvanans making it so difficult for him to do his job and complete the commission? A very tense day went by before Calabast arrived at the guest compound in person under heavy guard. Miss Cecily! Ves greeted her with surprise at that morning. How come you're here? We need to discuss our changing circumstances. Let's talk somewhere private, she said in a terse tone. Ves led her to his room where she immediately activated her signal jammer. That wasn't enough for Calabast this time because she deployed another machine that surrounded the both of them with a weak but highly disruptive energy field. Only after she prepared all of her precautions did Calabast turn her attention to Ves. Tell me the truth, Ves. Did you do it? Did you steal the holy relic? Ves immediately donned his innocent mask. He expected that he'd be forced to don his mask again, but not against Calabast. I'm not involved, I swear. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. Calabast grimaced as she scrutinized his entire body. I don't believe you. What? But I don't have anything to do with it this time. Don't lie to me, Ves. It's no coincidence that you asked me to obtain a relic earlier this week. Don't think I don't know that some of the Grey Martyr's relics inexplicably went missing. Now something like this happens at the same time that your mechanical pet has gone missing during this time frame. No matter how innocent you seem, there are gaping holes in your story. Damn it! Ves quietly cursed Calabas for her astuteness. His innocent act hadn't worked at all.